Okay, we might be live. Let's see if indeed we are. There. And I'll update this.
Yeah, looks like we're live.
Yep, we might be live here, but I can't see. Oh, yeah, we are live. Awesome.
Yeah, awesome.
Well, then, let's get on with things. Now, always a little bit of a thing to get everything rolling. So,
Yeah, of
hello,
course.
hello, and welcome. We are going to be live streaming the Oslo PQ from Midgard Games, and we are obviously the Nordic Takedown. But with me, I have our friends in need coming to our rescue, helping me out because
Yeah.
all of my broadcast friends are over there in Oslo playing in the games. So I'm the only Nordic takedowner available to cast. So I brought in the other Swedish podcast.
Yeah.
Always tell me the odds. Magnus, Dragonfly, please tell me who are you
Thank you.
and why
Yeah,
why are you broadcasting with me?
of course we're just happy to help. It's super fun to be here today. It's gonna be a fun ride to try and help you broadcast this tournament. I mean, for me, I guess if I weren't here broadcasting with you, I'd probably just been watching your broadcast. So why not help you out by casting as well?
That's
And
it.
of course, it gives us a bit of maybe we could get some more listeners to our podcast as well. So
Yeah. Yeah, man, please elaborate a little bit. Your broadcast always tell me the odds. You have a very specific theme to this broadcast. It's obviously a Star Wars Unlimited broadcast about
yeah.
the game, but you're doing it in a very interesting way. What's the thing with the
So yeah, it started with Marcus, my co uh, yeah, my co-host. We've been friends for I don't know how many years, but like a lot of years. So he's completely new to the TCG scene. So it started with him thinking it would be fun to do like a podcast with from both sides. I've been playing a lot of different games, and he's like I said, completely new. So he started in November, I think September, November, something.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, so it's just his idea. We started up, and we're trying to do it very new beginner friendly, and trying to really get that side of it because Marcus is very very big beginner in the game, both in the game and in TCGs as well. So I guess that's our theme of the podcast, to try to be very beginner friendly and like yeah, to see how that goes. I guess.
Yeah. So it's all about like the exploration of entering the game, if you will.
Yeah, I mean all parts of the game, I guess, but we try to get the view, like the new beginner from the side of a beginner and from the side of a more experienced TCG player. So it's good to have Marcus there. He can always like tell me when I say something that he might not understand. I guess you know as well because you're a, a like deep rooted player again as well, like me, right? So
Yeah. Yeah.
it's easy to just start talking about the game you love, and you know all the lingo, and you know like yeah, you don't really think about maybe, oh, people don't know what ECL are. It could be like a super easy thing like that. It's like, okay, it's the base energy conversion lab. So, and Marcus really has that view of things. He's getting into it quick though. He gets a lot of help, and I guess doing the podcast with me also helps him to get in a lot. So
So i- if I got it right, Marcus haven't actually played any card games really before. Well, I mean, any competitive card games before, right?
no, not at all. Not
No.
not a single one. Yeah.
So the whole thing is kind of new to him, and that's what you're kind of exploring then.
Yeah, we're taking it from mostly from his side to try and like he played his first tournament, and yeah, all of those parts.
Mm,
So
mm.
that's good.
All right. So I've actually been enjoying your podcast some. I haven't listened to every episode, but most of
Yep.
them, and I think you have a really nice way of approaching it, and it's quite different from what we're doing. Like we are much more competitive focused
Yeah.
podcast, so I think the the two podcasts really complement each other, bringing a like a full, if you will,
Yeah. Yeah.
media
But
landscape for the Nordic player experience. So
and I mean that's I guess that's what we thought as well. You guys are doing a great job at like breaking down tournaments and the meta and all of that, and we might try to do that a bit, like but from another view, maybe than you guys, because you have a lot of great players in your podcasts. I mean, Adam finally got his PQ win last week.
yeah, yeah,
Super great with a 9-0 as well, right? So that's
yeah, perfect
an
record.
amazing record. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh, that was
yeah,
such a fun and nice experience to finally get to celebrate that with Adam. He's been winning so many things,
yeah,
and just haven't been able to get that in the PQ. He did top 8 in the first PQ in Copenhagen, but then the
yeah.
last Copenhagen PQ he was not doing well at all, and he was really
Uh,
bummed out about that. So yeah, it felt great that he finally got that win.
it
So
well
yeah,
deserved. He's a
yeah,
great player, so it's
for sure.
actually it was. I mean, felt like it was just time. When was his tournament? So,
Yeah,
but he's playing today as well, so might he
indeed.
might swoop down to two and take two of the Nordic ones. We'll see.
Could be, could be.
Yeah, could be.
Also, we like I said, we've got all of the Nordic Takedown crew over there. Jason's
Yeah,
playing, and Jonas is playing as well.
nice, nice.
So, I'm really interested to see if Jonah could probably up his Copenhagen performance, because he
Yeah,
did come in second in the Copenhagen PQ
he
last
was
night.
he did great there. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
unfortunate to but I mean going to the finals is a great
that's
achievement as well.
indeed. It
I
was a
he beat me in that tournament, so we had uh, quite tight games, I'd say, but he beat me 2-1 in that tournament. So it's,
yeah,
yeah.
because you did attend the Copenhagen PQ,
I
right?
did, I did. I didn't do well at all. I had a strange day because I talked about this on our podcast, but I faced I won my first game, and then I faced Adam in the second game,
Hmm.
and he stayed with me for the weekend. So the
Yeah.
night before we played like I don't know more than 10 games with our decks because I needed to train. I played Palpatine yellow, and he played the Han yellow.
Hmm.
So he, I think he beats me like 10 or 12 times, and I won maybe one or two games the night before. But then, of course, in the tournament, I managed to win over him with a 2-0 in the tournament. So I started really well with two wins, and
Hmm.
then I faced Jonah, and he started to to change my day. I made some specifically one very big mistake in that game that probably cost me one of the matches at least. So,
Mm.
I mean, he played it really well, so it was a very deserved win for him. But then
Yeah, I mean,
I went 2-4 on the day, so I started with two wins and then I lost the rest. But that's yeah, happens sometime.
it does. I
Yep.
did exactly the same last weekend in Stockholm. It went 2-4. Started out really good, beating
Yeah.
one of the top players, and then just washing out the rest of the
Yeah,
tournament.
yeah. It feels so weird when you do that. Like
Hmm.
I felt really good after the first two games. I played well. I didn't do many mistakes, and I had some like the luck I needed to have against Adam there with because it was a tough matchup and all of that.
Hmm.
And then it just started to get loss on loss on loss. And but I mean, it was a great. It's always great to go and play, and I had a lot of fun and tight, very tight games. So it could have gone very well, very differently. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we are getting some information from the people that are attending now. So there are actually just 32 players, not 34 that
Uh,
we were expecting. So
yep.
this means that the whole schedule is going to be a little bit revamped here. We were expecting, because if there are more than the 32 players, you get to play 6 rounds of Swiss and have a top 8. But since there are only 32 players, we are going to have 5 rounds of Swiss, and we're going to only have a top 4 cut. So I will try to
That's
manage the schedule here and get
yep.
everyone that's going to hop in and co-cast with me up to brief on the new timetable that we are looking
Yep.
for. But if I understand everything right, we are going to get 3 rounds of Swiss and then a break, and then 2 more rounds of Swiss, and then it's going to be a top 4 then. So yeah, I'll just double check on the break there and see if that's what we're indeed got. Okay, so we lost. Oh, you're back. Well, you are freeze framed. Interesting.
Okay. Yeah.
Let,
Yeah. I'm free.
okay, so we are hearing you, Magnus, but I'm not sure if we can
Okay. So,
see
but
you
something's.
properly. Oh yeah, there you are. Yeah, we dropped you there for a
Okay.
bit.
Okay. Okay.
But you're
Okay.
back.
Yeah.
So
That's
yeah,
a bit unfortunate. I mean, to only get the 5 rounds and the top 4, I guess could be
yeah,
quite hard to get your American friends. That's going to cost with you in the later rounds up to
hmm
date with this
yeah,
change.
yeah,
I don't know the time differences for them, but that could
yeah,
be
yeah.
a problem, right?
No, they're in the same time zone, but uh,
Oh,
but
they
we're
are. Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, Norway, Sweden, same time zone. But
Oh, yeah,
let
there are. But I mean, your American friends, that's going to cost
oh,
with
oh
you
yeah,
later
they
on.
are
Yeah.
definitely not in the same time zone.
No,
So
no. So that's, I mean, it could be
yeah,
hard for them to like go a bit earlier than planned,
yep, yep,
I
could be.
guess.
We will see. I will use the break for that. So let's just double check the break and make sure that we have everyone lined up for that. While we wait for some confirmation on that, we are having. Oh, they say that there's an echo in the
Yeah, it's an echo
stream.
from me, I guess, and a low volume. I'm not
I've
sure.
fixed the volume, I think.
Okay, okay.
I hope that we've arranged for the volume to be. I could raise it a little bit more. Let's see what about this, maybe, and get the mic a little bit closer to my face. And also,
Okay,
uh,
so
yeah,
I am
you
echoing,
do
but
have some echo. Do you have any applications that might be getting you back
I
feedback?
mean, I can close down the YouTube feed and try.
Or just put it on mute?
Yeah, it's I've closed it. It was on mute, but tried to close it down. I don't know if that
Hmm.
helped.
Maybe.
I
Uh,
can hear
okay,
from
so
the
volume is good now.
guys.
Perfect. I hope so. I'll bring it a little bit back so we don't distort it anyway. And then hopefully we will get.
He seems to broadcast twice. Someone said.
Yeah, I see, but I don't see how. Do we have? Is it on your end or on my end that you
Yeah.
are doing that? Could be. Let me see if I could mute you. You are. I couldn't mute you there. That wouldn't be good. What happened if I do this?
Okay, so
No,
that
that doesn't work.
doesn't work. Yeah.
If I do this, maybe. This one should be muted.
Yeah, you have to tell me if I should
Yeah,
do anything on my end because I have no idea what to how to
this
use.
one, mute the speaker. It's muted. So it seems to me that everything is muted here. It could be somewhere else that we are double broadcasting, but I'm not sure where that could be. And this one is muted. This one is muted. We should not be double broadcasting.
It's weird,
Yeah, it is.
especially when we don't hear it. It's
Yeah, exactly. We don't hear it at all here.
yeah.
Both Discord and no, we are not using Discord, so couldn't be Discord.
No,
Uh,
shouldn't be. I mean, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't know if I can get any other part where you could even, because I've got everything muted on my end. Do you have what
I,
applications do you have open at the moment?
yeah, I don't have anything open. I just have.
Do you have the Ninja open, which is the
Yeah,
broadcast?
the Ninja, and I have now I have YouTube, but muted open.
Okay.
Um,
Try to close YouTube and
yeah,
see whether or not that would fix the problem. It should not be affecting it since it's
yeah,
muted, but you never know.
it's closed.
Um, hmm. It is closed now.
Yeah, it's closed. So it should, if that did anything to help, it should have fixed it.
Yeah, we will see. Chat, please tell us if we managed to get the echo, managed to just get off the echo, whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
But we will just keep. Did not sound echo when he talked quietly, so maybe something that voice activated. Maybe
Okay.
both Discord and streaming. So we will have to wait because the chat is always lagging a little bit from what we actually see.
Yeah, of course.
Uh, mm-mm. So we are getting
It's a
some.
bit unfortunate.
Yeah, it's
Have an
very
echo.
unfortunate actually. But I think for the moment, there's not much we can do about it except
Yeah.
wait and hope for the best. I can't find anywhere where I could change your settings.
And
But
I'm looking, I only have one audio source clicked in for the mic in Ninja, so
yeah,
shouldn't
no,
be
yeah, it should not be.
shouldn't be anything else picking up
Nope,
on my end, I think.
nope.
But
And I've got every application where you could be streaming from muted, and also I should
okay.
be echoing from all of those as well. If
Yeah, so
yeah.
uh, is
So hopefully it
someone
was the YouTube that was doing it.
it's
It's better
better
now.
now, they
Yeah.
say.
Okay.
So let's hope
Cool.
it's not
Good.
too annoying for you guys
Yeah.
to listen to the echo.
Yeah.
Sounds good now. Okay, that
Yeah. So there's always a little bit of lag. So when we do something, it will take a while for the broadcast to catch up and people to actually notice that we did that thing. So
okay. So don't touch anything now. Okay,
we won't.
step away from the buttons.
Awesome. We're
Okay, now it's started
good to
again.
go.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Well.
Now, they are just going into the player meeting, I think, which means that we will have no, actually, yeah, because they are running a little bit late here. So
Okay.
they just started the playing meeting, I think, and we will hopefully get some updated scheduling things for the now 5 round. Uh,
Yeah.
sort of
Yeah. That's right. It's gonna be
organization here.
ridiculous. Yeah.
And we will let you know as soon as we know. So we are going to get the first game within maybe 10-15 minutes. So what
Okay.
are we expecting from this meta? Because at this point, we have had almost a full set worth of PQs, and there's been a lot of them, like hundreds actually.
Yep.
Sorry, over 100.
Yep.
So we've seen the meta develop over the course of these weeks of PQs, and we've reached, I guess, what would be the final iteration of the meta. And what do you think we're going to see this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I guess my thoughts. It's always hard when it's a smaller tournament as well, when it's only like 32 players,
Hmm.
because I guess a big part of it could be like the local meta in Norway, most of players, I guess. So it depends on how competitive that meta is. Is everyone like jumping on Django, Tarkin Town, and Han Yellow, or are they playing the decks that they've like enjoyed during this set? So, I mean, if we're just talking meta, I guess Django, Sabine, and Han one is probably the big bads in the decks to beat, right?
Well, they
Um,
have been the last few weeks, haven't they?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Felt like they are the decks to beat right now.
Hmm.
But, I mean, we've also seen some like Kira
Hmm.
showed up.
Yeah.
Might be a thing
Especially in the
to
US,
try.
we've seen some
Yeah,
blue-green
yeah,
villainy actually doing well. Both Kira and to some extent Krennic have been
yeah,
up there. But more than those decks, we've seen quite a resurgence, especially in the US, of Quinlan, Talking Town,
yep,
and of Boss Green all over the place. Boss Green's been doing well both in Europe and the US.
yeah, yeah. Was the
Um,
boss queen that took down the Copenhagen
yeah, Niklas.
PQ? Yeah,
Got
yeah,
it. Yeah, but the Boss Green has had some great showings in other places as well. Won some European tournaments and done really
yeah,
well in some US tournaments. Now, I could actually bring up here. I think that would be a good idea to actually look at one of my favorite places for these kinds of things. The Star Wars Unlimited competitive hub.
yeah. That's a
Uh,
great place.
so let's look a little bit at what that looks like. Here we go. Uh, I will bring that on screen for everyone so they can watch with us. Here we go. All right. Let me scroll a little bit here. So the tournament results. If we look at the statistics of the last few, so we have leader-based winners. We were predicting that Han Yellow would drop a little bit from that very dominant position that deck held in the middle of this PQ set, but
Yeah,
now it's down from almost 40% to only 23% win rate. But
yeah.
that's still twice as high as Sabine's win rate almost. So it's definitely the best performing deck still.
Yeah, without a doubt. But then again, it's actually it's not the old Boba problems with the last PQ season. So I mean, 23.8. I mean, it's always going to be one deck that takes home most, I think.
Yeah.
And of course, if in a perfect world, it would be like this list would be more every the top decks would be around like 6%, all of them.
Hmm.
Uh, but I mean, the thing is, I think people's gonna like choose to switch to the more like this. I guess the more Han wins, the more players gonna play him,
A
and
certain
if
kind of players, at least.
yeah, and if the good players pick up the good decks, it's gonna be so. It's the statistics is sometimes hard to just say. Okay, he's like he wins 23% of the PQ, so he's like super good. But I think there's a lot behind that as well,
Yeah.
just by people switching decks and choosing this actually.
No, I couldn't agree more. I don't think it's that easy because of the jumping on effect. But I think you did compare to Boba Fett, and a lot of people have throughout this set. And I think the comparison is good because it shows some how different this is. Because
Yeah,
if you jump on the Boba, if you did jump on the Boba train or Boba Green or whatever Boba you jumped on back then, you were probably going to perform better. Like
yeah,
it was a good idea, but I'm not sure that's the case. It's not as straightforward anyway with Han Yellow. For one, this deck is really hard to pilot, as we've talked extensively on, but also we can see the downward trend. The countering of Han Yellow isn't just, well, these two decks can counter it. Rather, all decks have abilities to adjust for that.
yeah,
So Han 1 has not been excluding other leaders or other decks from the meta. And
no,
and we can see that because behind Han, there isn't just two other decks performing well. There are a number of other decks performing really well. Sabine has 14 wins total, whereas Django's got 11, Quinlan's got 11, Boss got 7 wins, and Cad Bane's got 5 wins. Palpatine's got 4 wins. Anakin's got 4 wins. So there's a plethora of other decks performing really well
Yeah.
behind the Han Solo deck, because lots of decks can counter it. It's not just shutting a whole bunch of archetypes and decks out the way Boba did in the last set. It's much more inclusive in that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Uh, and
And that
especially if you look at the top eights, then all of a sudden Han isn't doing all that much better than anything else at all. The numbers are so much closer then.
Yeah, and that's was gonna say just that. Sometimes it's maybe better to look at the top eights
Hmm.
because just getting to the top eight is like all the good players like they do that all the time,
Yeah.
and then in the top eights, it's a lot about getting the right matchup at the right time to get to win the tournament.
Right.
And of course, a part of that is choosing the right deck, of course. And I mean, On has done that the most, so um, probably the best choice. But as you say, when you just look at the top eights, it's much more diverse.
Yeah. No, and I think what really makes a difference, if we were to see the overall, like how many decks that actually enter the whole tournaments, and if you look at conversion rates, I'd say that Han Yellow probably has some pretty harsh conversions from how many actually attend the event to how many actually make the top eight. But those that do make the top eight, those are probably really good players. And if you can make top eight with a Han Yellow deck, you're no slouch because the deck is that hard to pilot. So
Yeah,
then you have a pretty good chance of winning whatever deck you would be on. You're probably pretty good.
yeah,
So with the Han Yellow deck in the hands of a good player, it's such a versatile deck. And like
yeah,
you were talking about, like once you enter the top eight, most decks need a little bit of luck, not ending up in one of those really bad matchups.
yeah,
And the thing with Han Yellow is that they are, even in their worst matchups, they still have pretty good chance of winning.
yeah,
Like that they don't have any outer losses. Like Sabine just have a really, really hard time into Cad Bane Red, Cad
yeah,
Tarkin
yeah,
Town. That's just a really, really bad matchup for her. And
yeah,
if you haven't specifically teched against that, which would make your winning chances against other decks worse, Sabine's probably going to lose that. And the same goes for maybe Palp if they run into Sabine. That's
yeah.
not a good
Most
matchup.
definitely. It's like yeah, it's I've played a lot of Palp, and that's always the if you take Palp to a tournament,
Mhm.
you need to be aware of if you get to face like 2 or 3 Sabines, you might not make the top eight. Probably
Yeah,
not. And then if you make the top eights, you need to dodge the Sabines because
yeah,
that's a super hard match. You can win it, of course. That's
sure.
the fun thing with this game. There is always a chance, but it's very low with
Yeah,
Palm. So, and I think you're right there. Han has in the hands of a really good player. He doesn't have any like super bad matchups,
no, yeah,
and that makes a big difference. And probably one of the reasons he taken down all of these top eights
yeah.
instead of like falling on the last round or like in the final or anything like that. Yeah. So
No, that's my analysis of the
yeah,
situation
yeah.
anyway. And you can see also like behind Han Solo, we don't necessarily have the decks that are really good into Han Solo. He isn't super he's not controlling the whole meta. Like the
No,
second most well performing deck in the meta right now is Sabine, and quite clearly so. And Sabine does have a fairly poor matchup into Han Yellow. Oh, I mean, again, you can tack differently, but just overall, I'd say that Han Yellow is probably favored into Sabine most of the time. Not heavily favored, but
but yeah,
definitely favored. So so that really shows us that Han Yellow is not controlling the meta. It's rather just the best performing part of the meta. And
Yeah, yeah.
I definitely think that's something
Going to
to
be
have in
very
mind.
interesting to see when set 4 arrives.
Oh,
How that shakes up the meta. It's going
I
to be yeah.
it's going to be so interesting because I have a feeling that we might get a completely shaken up meta, even though I still believe Sabine probably has a really good deck in set 4, and I'd be surprised if Django doesn't get a really good deck in set 4, because Django is already very space heavy. But I don't think the decks will look the same. Like set 3 didn't change all of the decks that much. It brought in new decks, and it brought in new um, possibilities to some extent for some of the old decks, but overall, it didn't completely revamp the meta. A lot of the set 3 cards are just additions to already existing archetypes or decks, like the old young Han 2 blue deck that was pretty strong in the set 2 meta,
Yeah.
with the same archetype pretty much at Ray talking Ray Red, actually Ray talking down or Red base. Those shared a lot of cards, but you could see that same archetype transported into the Anakin Blue deck that they've been performing pretty well. It's some of the cards are different, and some of the ideas in the deck is
Yeah, but
slightly
I guess
different.
like the base cards are the same,
The
and
concept
it's just
remain,
the
right?
blue red like hero
Yeah,
cards
some
have a lot
hand.
of great cards there. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah. Some hand destruction, some control, and some aggro. It's a potent mix. We know that that's the deck that Jonah did really well with in the Copenhagen PQ. I have no insights as to what the different what the guys in my crew are bringing this
you
day.
don't have at all. Oh.
No, I'm not sure they knew when they woke
Okay,
up,
yeah,
because at least um, Adam has been all over the place. Even like
yep,
between PQs, he's been so much debating with himself and us what to bring, and
yep.
he might just bring the Han Yellow again because it's such a well defined deck for him. But he might also just bring anything, the same way that Nicholas did to the Stockholm PQ when he dropped off his boss glove and just brought in a Obi-Wan
Something
deck
else.
and
Yeah,
just had fun. And I respect that a lot. So at the moment, we see some players are actually
yeah,
setting up down at the table, and we are going to have to wait a little bit to see if we can get some idea of what we are going to get to see for this um, for this game here that we're
yeah.
going to
So
broadcast.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, it'll take a little bit for them probably to set that up for us.
yeah. So
Yeah,
it's gonna be super interesting to see if Han 1 Yellow's still gonna be good when set 4 arrives,
yeah,
because it's such a multi. You can do so much with that deck, and you
mhm,
probably get a few more cards to it.
yeah.
Um, I hope they don't like go for the ban button just yet
I
with
don't
that deck.
think so.
I don't
I'd
think
be
so
so
either, and
surprised.
I hope they don't do it, because as if they can keep the game as open as possible without starting to ban a lot of cards. I mean, Boba was. I think they were really close to not banning him as well.
Yeah,
I think if he were around 30% instead of 40% wins, or he was even higher, I guess. Uh,
maybe could be.
I don't think they would have banned him, and as long as they can, it's good if they don't ban the leaders at least. It's if they really want to do something about Han, I guess they could go for the DJ card. The
Could
only deck that plays it, so it doesn't. But
doesn't affect
changes
people.
that deck so very much. So I guess it's almost like banning Han, I guess. Uh,
I don't think so. I think
no, I think
DJ
so.
is
Yeah.
important, but it's not the deck.
I mean,
Like,
some matchups, I guess it's more important than in others.
Mhm.
So you could definitely keep playing that deck either way. I
Mhm.
actually can hear the echo myself now
Ooh, that's very
sometimes,
distracting.
and
uh,
it's very low for me, but I can understand if it's bad for
yeah.
people.
The chat haven't been complaining about the echo
Uh,
in a
let's
bit,
hope
so
let's hope
hopefully we're good.
they can manage. Yeah. I
Let's.
see they are shuffling up and getting
Yeah,
ready to start the game now.
I am going to bring us over to that screen. Just in a
And
second, I
looks
think.
like we're getting a very interesting first game in this.
Yeah, we're going to get
Must
Mothgid
add, yeah,
against Asash Ventress. For
yeah.
those
So
two, I would say Asash is definitely the more well-established deck in the meta.
yeah,
But overall, I think we're looking at some off-meta play here. It's going to be really interesting, actually, to see what this.
it's going to be interesting to see what this Moth Gideon with a red base has to offer.
Yeah,
Yes,
I can't
my
say I've ever
guess
seen
would
that
be
before.
like go wide strategy maybe with Moth,
Maybe that could
but
definitely be it.
I have no idea. But that's just as a guess, I guess.
Mhm. So we're just as much winging this matchup as probably most of you viewing, because these are decks that we aren't completely familiar with. We have no access. Let's get this out of the way. If there are any play mistakes or even outright errors like game problems.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
cannot
absolutely.
do anything about that. We have no access to the judges. We have no access to call judges to the table. We are sitting at our homes in Uppsala and Malmö, respectively. So I'm afraid we're just going to have to close our fists in anger together here and be mad about any problems that arise and hope that they catch it themselves or that a passing judge will. But that's how it is. I'm afraid we can't offer extra coaching for the judges here. Also, we we do not have access to any deck lists or anything like that at this point. We might be able to get some deck lists for the top cut, but I cannot promise that at all.
Yeah, okay. So it's
So
going to be a super interesting game. I guess the Asaj Tarkin Town deck is quite an aggro deck, right?
it should be. I've
I,
mainly seen Asash play with yellow bases, but I think the red one, I've met it a couple of times. It's fairly space heavy, and it does run a lot of small units, the ones that I've seen. So they've just
yeah,
drawn their opening hands. It looked like none of them were taking a mulligan at that point. They rolled for initiative, but I can't see which player, if it was the nerf that got the initiative or Void Noob. So both of these players are using their nicknames, and I do not think I know of any of these two players from previous games. So there might be local players. Uh, I have no information on them at this point. Might be getting some later on.
yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't see
Uh,
who got the initiative either, but we'll get to know that soon, I guess.
yep. Yep. It will probably be obvious as soon as they start.
Yeah, yeah, of course, of course.
So both of them are going through resourcing decisions. I can see Royal Guard in the hand of Moff Gideon there,
I think
and
I
he's
saw an
keeping that.
overwhelming barrage. I
Yeah,
think I
could
saw.
be. That would make sense in that deck, I think.
Yeah,
Um, not sure what the nerf is going to resource there because I can't really make out his hand at all here. But he has decided on some resources there, and it would appear that Void Noob is having the initiative, playing one of the stormtroopers that can get overwhelmed when that stormtrooper is a 2/3, but when it attacks into a damaged unit, it gets overwhelmed.
Yeah, and just for people like me that don't see Moff Gideon as often, his
Mhm.
action is that you can attack with a 3 cost or less unit. You get +1/+0 for the attack.
Mhm.
And when he's deployed, he's got overwhelm, and
Mhm.
he gives each friendly unit that costs 3 or less +1/+0 and overwhelm
Yeah.
while they're attacking enemy units.
Yeah. So I
So yeah,
think, like we can see here, he is going to strike for 3 into I just assume the unit there, and he is going to have overwhelm as he does that. Maybe.
yeah. No,
Yeah.
no
No.
overwhelm
Yeah.
while
It has to
it's.
be damage to get the overwhelm.
I think so, right?
Yeah. That could be
Yeah,
the case.
and he doesn't get any overwhelm from Gideon until Gideon is deployed.
No. Right. Exactly. So no overwhelm at this point.
I see. The nerf also hasn't played a lot against Moff Gideon, I guess, because he's reading reading the leader card right now. So
Yep. Yeah.
I guess that's
That's probably one of
oh,
the.
yeah. It's always nice to pick. I love doing this myself. Maybe not
Mhm.
on these bigger tournaments, but to bring like an off meta deck is always fun to do to tournaments.
For sure.
You get
Certainly.
like a small edge with people haven't faced and doesn't really know what to do against you.
Yeah, no, for sure. And especially a smaller tournament, this can be really effective as well. If you know your deck really well, you can surprise people, and you know the matchups and they don't. So yeah, it can definitely be a thing.
Yeah.
Well, so we have he plays Cobwanth, which will have a lot of sticking power. When he gets killed, you get to put other units into play from your discard pile. You get search your deck, discard a couple of cards, and then bring them into to play for free. So he kind of, even though he doesn't have all that much sticking power himself, he will bring out other units. So it seems that the Moff Gideon deck is definitely trying to swarm the board with smaller units, and that would, I guess, make sense given his abilities.
Yeah, feels like that's what he's about to do.
Mhm.
I guess that could be a problem for Asarj in this matchup, right?
Mhm. I mean, Asasha herself, if she's trying to rush and play small units, she's going to be susceptible to the +1 that Gideon will give to some of his units, and it'll probably be possible for the Void Noob to be able to do some favorable trades uh, here. And
Yeah.
so now we see Asasha being flipped. She is at this point a 3/4, I think, because we haven't seen any events being played. So if she has indeed played an event, she gets a buff on her attack, or she can
Yeah.
give a buff to another unit.
And she gets first strike, right?
Yep.
So
Yep.
yeah, she does the damage first. And now we see she gets the fallen lightsaber. That's
Mhm.
always a problem when Asajj gets that.
Mhm.
Really good upgrade for her.
It means that when she attacks, she can also put damage on units, even if she's attacking base or another unit. She can hurt. Um, she can do some aerial effect kind of damage to other units.
Yeah.
And also she gets a buff +3/+3, I think.
Yeah, so she's a big threat right now.
Yep. Before she's upgraded, she's slightly squishy with only 4 HP, and she's already taken 3 damage. So she was almost out there, but with the lightsaber, she's back to 4 health remaining, which could definitely be keeping her on the board for a bit.
I mean, if I saw correctly, think I saw an overwhelming barrage
Mm,
in Void Noob's hand at the start of the game. If he still
mm,
has that, that could be a big play on the next turn when he gets to 5
yeah,
resources because he can kill a Sarge with that.
for sure. Yeah,
So we'll
that's
see
going to be strong if he
if
gets.
I'm right about that or
Yeah.
if he's yeah.
No, yeah, he could definitely just clear out Asarsh, and Asarsh doesn't have any open resources. I don't think. Could be one open resource up there, maybe. Um,
I
not
think
enough
he
to
took
get
the
ruined.
initiative. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
not enough to get
Oh
ruined.
yeah. Oh, he definitely has an overwhelming barrage in his hand. So we'll see if he
Mm,
plays
mm.
that. Probably we'll see that, I guess.
Yeah.
Kill.
The thing that could rescue Sash at this point would be to clear out all these units. I think
Yeah.
Cobb's only got 1 health left, and the Death Star Stormtroopers always only got 1 health, and the Royal Guard has 4 health at this point because Gideon isn't deployed. So I think I don't think Cobb is an official, right?
Don't think so, no.
No.
And the Royal Guard will in this game have 4 health the whole
Yeah.
game. I guess he needs Palpatine on the board for the extra health.
Right. Right.
He gets Sentinel for the official.
Mm,
So
mm.
if he bring out Gideon, he's gonna get Sentinel.
So if Nerth attacks the Royal Guard, he will kill it and could kill both of the other 2 units, which would leave it in a position where Void Noob wouldn't have anything to brush off of. But this is
Okay.
Gideon flips at 5 or 6.
5.
5. So he could just flip Gideon and then barrage off of Gideon
Yep.
instead.
Yep.
And that's probably yeah. So instead, this makes a lot of sense. Instead,
Okay.
uh, the nerf is going probably to attack base here, kill 2 units, and then just get as much damage on base before he can get cleared out with whatever attack
This
Voidbringer is
should
using.
be wrong, right?
Why?
Because as they said in chat, Cobb is an official.
Oh, he is
Actually,
an official.
he is an official. I looked it up as well. So
Oh,
the Royal Guard should have Sentinel there.
huh.
As such, doesn't have Saboteur in any way, right?
Ooh, maybe she does though. Maybe she does. Not sure. I could bring her up and see. But she might actually have Saboteur when she flips. Mm, it wouldn't surprise me too much. She's the kind of leader that could have that.
She doesn't have that
No. Okay.
printed on the, and he played a surprise strike, right?
Yeah, that was a surprise strike.
Felt like that was wrong,
Yeah, that was
but
probably a play
yeah,
mistake.
that looks like it, and that's a very bad player
Yes,
mistake.
unfortunately.
If that was an unfortunate mistake,
Mm.
it's not good for the Gideon player
No.
because he would have much rather have him either play out something so he could play the overwhelming barrage and kill a Sarge, or have a Sarge attack the Royal Guard there.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
So
No, this kind of play mistakes. Well, exactly what I was talking about. That we can't really do anything about this. I wish we could just alert the judge to it or something, but that's not the case. So this is a barrage for only 4 at this point, but it's enough to kill off Assange.
it's enough to kill off a Sarge at least. Yeah.
Yeah, and seeing how she was a really big threat, I think that's important to get to clear her out. And now at this, I guess if Gideon could have stalled in some way, and just waited to barrage, probably deploy the leader or something. He could have gotten a little bit more out of this barrage, mostly just by playing it on Moff Gideon himself,
Yeah.
but also being able to kill this plate that's coming in here now. And that can't, it's foil. I think that's the bouncy ship, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So he
The
had
five
to
cost.
he bounced the Royal Guard there. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And I can't remember the name of that ship, but it's a
Oh,
set 3 card that gives you the ability on played you can bounce a 2-cost unit to the opponent's hand.
yeah.
Well, we are at, if I read these dice correctly, we are at 16 damage on Void Noob's base, and the Nerf's got 8 damage on his base. So it's actually quite close because the Nerf is running. Oh, I think we had some issue with the stream there. It froze a little bit. Yeah. Well, it's on again. So I think the Nerf is running. The Nerf is running Talking Town, which is a 25-point health base, which makes this a lot closer than what it looked like.
Yeah.
And seeing how Void Noobs actually got a little bit of a board advantage at this point, this is actually
Yeah,
quite close.
it's gonna be interesting to see what the Asajj player can do about this.
Mhm.
I don't know how much end game cards you're playing in the Asajj deck that matters late
Mm.
game.
Yeah.
Um, I would guess that the Gideon player actually plays a bit of the good villainy cards, maybe Vader and
Mm.
probably Palpatine as well, because it plays red and he's got the Royal Guard, so that's a way to give that a buff as well if you play out the Palpatine unit. So
Sure.
I would
And
imagine going later is good for the Gideon player in this game, probably.
yeah, probably. You'd expect the Gideon player to have some of the top end that you can find in red and green,
Yeah.
whereas I think that Asajj would probably not run anything bigger than Cad Bane.
No, it's probably not. Yeah.
Now,
So
Cad
we
Bane could still be really effective against the deck, like the Gideon deck here, running a lot of 2 and 3 drops. It could certainly make a huge impact on any
Yeah.
board state that we've seen so far.
So we just saw the political pressure from a Sarge player there. That's
Mhm.
a really cool card. Actually, you don't see
Mhm.
it super often, but it's made its way into some decks.
Yeah,
So
cost 1.
yeah, and the opponent gets to choose either to discard a card at random from their hand, which
Exactly.
you usually don't want to do because might get
the card you want to play, or
Ex-
you get the 2
go.
battle droid tokens. So
Yeah, and what's important is there's a random card from your hand,
yeah,
so you can't choose. Most discard effects allow you to at least choose what cards you want to play. Oh, this is at the doorstep or at your doorstep or something. It brings out
on
3
the doors.
open. Yeah, on the
Yeah.
doorstep. Yeah, it brings out 3 ready droids that can attack this round.
And as Duft in the chat also pointed out,
Mm.
Gideon player also forgot to do the Cobvanth
Oh, the
to play out the deck.
trigger,
Yeah, when
the
he
cob
died.
trigger. Yeah,
So that turn was really bad for the Gideon player.
yeah,
If we're correct, and they missed the Sentinel from the Royal Guard, and
yeah.
he forgot to bring out the extra card from Cobvanth.
Hmm.
That's if he
That's a
loses this game, he's gonna be quite disappointed in missing those things. I guess.
To be fair though, it's both players' responsibility to keep track of these triggers that aren't
Yeah,
voluntarily. If it doesn't say may, it must happen. So I'm pretty sure that the Sentinel thing is by no
yeah.
means
That
a
that's definitely both players' fault.
responsibility.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
With the Cobwanth trigger, I'm not as sure if he has to do that. That's might be a May trigger that the nerf doesn't really have to remind Void Noob to
Actually,
clear.
the when defeated is not a may, so it says search the top 10 cards of your deck for a unit that costs 2 or less. For this phase, you may play that card from your discard pile. And I don't
So you
think
have
he's
to
searched.
discard
I
it.
don't think he's searched
Well,
his deck.
Svenne Skumpa in the chat says that he did maybe play the Snow Trooper from Cobvan's Trigger.
Okay, great.
So that could
okay.
be it, and that would make sense because he did bring it out after the
Oh yeah, you're
after
correct. Yeah.
the overwhelming barrage. So that's probably the card he did bring in. So
I missed that
it might
because I
be
was so
might be
focused
correct.
on I was so focused on if they missed the Sentinel trigger there.
Mhm,
So that's good. Okay, that's good enough then. Yeah.
Yep.
Um,
So at this point, I'd say that the board state is still in a slight favor to Void Noob, but he has a lot of damage on his base at this point.
Yeah.
It's
So it
yeah,
all
he
depends
said,
on what he's
able to do this next turn here.
yeah, yeah.
Because he's, if I can see it right, he's on 19 damage on his base, right?
Yeah, that's I think so. Yeah, yep,
Yeah.
that's 19. And the Gideon player has made a significant amount of damage with 12, but he's a lot further from actually finishing out here. And I think the Asajj deck is definitely the more explosive deck at this point in the game. So yeah. So correctly there, Void Noob is trading out in space in order to lower the threat level, I guess.
Yeah.
And that means that we now just have the leader, Moff Gideon, on the board against a small droid. So the board state is definitely favoring Void Noob at this point, and he's got both of them's got all of their resources open. We are now on 7 resources, so we could see a Cad Bane play from the nerf, but we can also see a Vader play probably from Moff Gideon, or maybe even
It looks like actually, it looked like Void Noob has a reinforcement walker in his hand as well. If he has that for the next turn, that could be a big turn in the game.
Could definitely stabilize that way. Oh, so that's the attack platform, I think it's called. It's a 5/2. So it's one of those really squishy units that could deal a lot of damage. But I'm not sure if it's going to get to stay on the board if we indeed get a Vader play here, or even a Darth Maul play here. It would just.
And this is the Savage he played, right?
Was it the Savage? Oh, Savage
so,
Press.
yes.
Oh, I thought that looked like the attack platform.
No, it's
Press is
Savage Press, so he's a 7/7.
And he comes in.
He doesn't come in if you have fewer units, including Savage. He comes in ready, but so he doesn't come in ready if you play him when Gideon is on the board because you have.
I think they
one
are
unit
trying
each.
to talk about whether or not this card is a marked card because they were fiddling with the pocket. It seems to me that it could be a foiled card, but he was kind of bending it a little bit. So maybe they're talking about whether or not it was marked. The way they're looking at it. Or maybe they're just talking about whether or not it counts itself.
Comes in ready, or but it actually says on the card that it includes this one. So should be fairly straightforward that if you play him, you both have 1 unit each, so you don't have fewer units.
So we have chat confirming now. Someone actually scrolled back and looked. So he did do the Cobwanth trigger and brought in did indeed bring in the Snow Trooper. So we're all set for that part of it. But we do suspect that the play to attack the base was actually illegal there.
Yeah.
Which is a pity that it happened, but yeah, what are you gonna do? So some kind of rule discussions going on here, and no, they just claimed. So they confirmed that he can't come in ready, and someone claimed, I think, because they just went to resourcing there.
Yeah,
and we are now at 8 resources, and we know for a fact that there is a walker. We can see it now in the hand of Void Noob, so he can bring out a walker here, which would help with healing and card draw, and yeah, it's such a versatile and good card.
And we see another political pressure here.
Yeah,
I think this is starting to look very good for the Void Noob here.
I think so too.
He brings out the
He might
Walker.
stabilize here,
Yeah.
bringing out the Walker, and it can
Probably heal his space, I guess. It
depends on what he
he draws,
sees,
of
right?
course. Yeah.
But I'd say unless he's drawing into something really good, he's probably healing. Yeah, he's healing.
Looks
I
like
couldn't
he discarded a Veers,
a
General
Veers,
Veers.
yeah.
Yeah.
That would be the kind of card you would discard here.
Yeah, yeah.
But maybe if he would have seen a Vader or something that would definitely give him an advantage here, he could have drawn it. But healing for 3 here is
Yeah.
huge. He's
And
now
he's
down.
also have lethal on the next turn on board.
Indeed,
So
indeed. Yeah, he's up to 18 damage, and with the Walker online, he can hit for a lot here. And I don't see really how the nerf is going to remove that Walker. He's got 9 health, and I
yeah,
don't think he's running any removal, so he could maybe bounce it with a Vele if he's running that, or tap it down with something. But
yeah.
it's good.
He's in a tough position, but
Yeah.
we'll see. I'm not really sure what he could have in his deck here, but
Mhm.
I think it's going to be hard to change this
Yeah,
for the Asajj player here.
yeah, it's going to be tricky. Uh,
oh, looks like he's okay.
oh, exploiting.
Yep.
What is that?
That's the I don't know what it's called, but it's a 4/7 that
Spider droid?
exhausts the unit when it enters play.
Oh,
So he can exhaust the walker with it.
yeah. So he lives to
I
fight
guess
another day.
I guess it only delays
Yeah.
his problem, because if Void Noob attacks with the Gideon here on the base, then the walker can kill him the next turn.
Yeah, with 1 strike.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's definitely in a tricky position here.
But I mean, the nerf could have another. If he has like a waylay or something as well on hand, he could waylay the walker and
Yeah.
maybe kill Gideon with the droid on the next turn. So
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see.
No, he's not dead yet, but
Nope.
he's in dire straits.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
and I mean, we still have open resources here for. Oh yeah, so we get advanced TIE fighter, putting 2 experience on Gideon, which makes it so that Gideon hits for 6, 5.
Right? I think he's at 3/6.
Yeah.
So this means that Gideon, if he hits with Gideon on the base this turn, he has 2 units that can kill him the next turn.
Yep. And that's a full costed 4/4, if I don't remember wrongly. And I can't remember the. Oh, okay.
It's a 4/5 with Saboteur.
A Saboteur. Okay.
Oh,
So
he has
we
an
are.
overwhelming barrage as well. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So that means that he's actually got lethal with Gideon. No, he's 1 off. He's 1 off. He's hitting for 7. He's got 18. No, that's
That's
lethal.
the
That's
lethal.
lethal.
Yeah,
That's
that's a
lethal.
game. Yeah. So
That's
that's game 1. Yeah.
Game 1 to Void Noob and Moff Gideon. Interesting. Even though he did have that play mistake early on, he did manage to pull it out.
Yep.
So that's actually, it feels good that a play mistake like that didn't affect the
change
game.
outcome.
Yeah, or at least, yeah, it did affect the game, I guess, but didn't change the outcome.
Yeah. So
That's
it's gonna be interesting to see what the Asajj player can change in his deck and maybe play differently, because it didn't really feel like the Gideon was really stressed during this game. I feel he was at most on like 20 damage on his base, right?
I mean, that's a lot, but it's not completely. You don't have to panic.
No.
He
And
didn't actually present lethal at any point, I don't
no.
think. So that's because
Then
that's where
again,
you
I
start
feel
playing.
feel like the overwhelming barrages were key cards for the Gideon player in
Mhm.
this game.
Certainly.
So that could be a problem if he doesn't draw those in this next game. It
Mhm.
could actually make.
I think if you are playing a green villain deck, you are playing 3 barrages.
Of
That's
course.
sort of an auto include.
Yeah.
I can't imagine a situation where I wouldn't have 3 main decked barrages in such a deck.
Especially in these decks it looks like he's a lot of units in the deck. So if you
Yeah,
have a lot of units, you want the overwhelming barrages.
for sure.
You
Maybe if
could
you're
start
playing hard
farming.
control or something,
Yeah,
you might not, but yeah.
that could be an yeah, maybe then, but even then it's so good. You always have your leader to bring out an
Yeah.
overwhelming barrage, and yeah, so
It's
that's
one of the most defining cards of the game at this point, I'd
yeah,
say. It's certainly the one of the most high profile cards in the villainy card pool.
of course,
Um,
yeah, and
and
one of the best cards, one of the most played cards probably. It's
yeah, yeah, yeah.
so,
So I'd be surprised if he weren't playing a lot of those.
yeah,
Now maybe I could adjust the camera a little bit here
yeah,
because I think we could center it. Maybe someone nudged the camera a bit.
yeah. It looks
Um,
like it's got
mm,
notched a bit.
I
Yeah.
think so. Let's see if I can bring it down a little bit.
Yeah, but it's really fun to get a very different matchup than from what we're maybe used to seeing in this meta. As you said when we started, of course,
Mhm.
Assange has been popping up
Yeah.
from time to time, but I don't think I've seen a single Gideon uh,
No,
play on stream. Not that I've watched, at least.
no, me neither.
So that's fun to see.
Yeah. I'm afraid we are not going to be able to adjust the camera here for you because we don't have any more. They have indeed nudged the camera a bit. I'll try and alert between games so that we can get the camera realigned again. But I'm afraid that the upper corner of the playmats is obscured to us, no matter what I seem to be doing here.
Okay.
It's just not in the image at this point. I'll try and get as much as we possibly can here, but this might not be possible to get to see that upper part of it right now, I'm afraid. Yeah, no, I'm not sure that that's any better. Maybe a little bit better. I'll see. I'll stretch it out like that and bring it a little bit more to the. I think this is maybe as much as I get. Yeah, no, it's going to be like this. All right. I'll try to alert the crew on site to the problem, and
Yeah.
then this is as
I
best as
mean,
I can do
they
at
are
this point.
probably playing right now, so
Yeah, they are. They
it's
are.
not going to happen until
Between games.
between rounds. Yeah, we can hope
Yeah.
we get them to fix that between rounds. I
Mhm.
mean, I don't know. You don't either. You don't know what they're playing either. So
Yeah.
maybe
No,
one of them are playing a fast deck. We'll see.
yeah. Could be. Could be.
Could be. Yeah.
We we might have at least Adam is known to have
Yeah, to be
brought
fast.
Sabine and also to bring. Oh, Adam is playing super fast always, even when he
Yeah, yeah,
shouldn't. He's always playing very very fast, but he's also been known to sometimes bring Sabine to things. So you
yeah.
never know. You never know with him.
That's
Yeah. Now,
so they're starting to resource
mhm,
for the second game here. Can't really see what their cards are in their hands.
yeah.
But we
Sven
get a start.
by in the chat is noting that they are going to go to time if Void Noob isn't able to close out this game, because certainly the first game did take quite a lot of time.
Yeah, took a while, yes, and the
Yeah,
sideboarding took a while as well. It feels like they might need to pick up the pace if they want to play a third game.
But
certainly.
we'll see if might not be a
N-
third
Might
game.
not need to. If
Yeah.
Voidbringer can indeed close this out, he should be fine for time to do that, I think. I hope, I might say. Yeah. No, we got to start here with two troopers from the event, and then a stormtrooper. I can't remember the name,
It's
but it's got
the
first,
incinerator
yeah,
trooper. So
it's got
he,
first strike anyway.
yeah, when it
Uh,
attacks, it got first strike.
Yep. Which is, well, first strike isn't actually a term in Star Wars Unlimited, but it means that when it attacks, it gets to deliver its damage before the other unit gets to damage it. So if the other unit is killed by that damage, it doesn't take any damage back.
And I
But
see here he exploited in the tank, the train. I don't know
Yep.
what it's called, but it's a 6-5, right?
Yep.
So I
And it
think
deals
the
damage from
Asajj
play.
player, the Asajj player got a really good start here because he could
Mhm.
kill the incinerated trooper as well with that.
Yep. And then Void Noob brought out another of those overwhelming overwhelmed stormtroopers. I can't
Yep.
remember the name of that trooper. Is it Snow Trooper or something like that?
Could be Snow Trooper. Yeah, it looks
Yeah.
like it's. I don't. I'm
It's
not
one of
sure.
those that did see a bit of play in the set 1 meta, but
Yeah.
then it's just falling off the radar, and also fallen off my memory. But it does get +2 in power when it attacks a damaged unit,
Yeah, and overwhelmed. Yeah.
and it gets a 1. So that's a good synergy, I guess, with Moff Gideon.
Yeah, of course. And I see Asajj is going for the base right away, so he's. I think he's gonna try to go as fast as possible here.
Yeah.
And he
And
got a good start with a big unit that can do a lot of damage if Void Noob doesn't get rid of that tank.
Yeah, for sure. Also, Asajj herself, if you've played an event, she's pretty good at dealing some damage there. So there are some really good and fun rush decks out of Asajj. I have enjoyed playing her in my testing. So it's a fun deck. I just haven't tried this version of the deck. This doesn't seem as space heavy as most of the Asajj Reds I've seen. It seems to be slightly more on the mid-range here or tempo-y side, with playing upgrades, playing some slightly larger units, playing using exploit as well to summon.
And we see now he once again gets the fallen lightsaber on Asajj, so she is a huge unit now. She's a 6-7, right?
6-7. And if you play an event, she's going to be a 7-7. So yeah, that's
so
pretty
this could be a problem for the Gideon player over here.
good. This
He's
could be
got two
quite fast.
big threats on the table to try to
Also,
manage.
only got, if I read that right, he's only got 2 open. They've claimed, so they're going to resourcing now. So we're going to the 6th resource turn here.
Yep.
And Void Noob is reading the card there. I don't think the ability does anything other than when played, right?
It's only when played.
Yeah, exactly. So he gets to deal damage when played to ground units.
Yep.
Now 6 resources. What could Moff be bringing out for 6? Oh, the Ruthless Raider. That's perfect.
So he gets rid of the tank. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's perfect for him. But Asajj is still a huge threat there. If Void the nerf has some event there to bring out more small
Yeah, or if he
droids or something.
potentially, oh, he didn't, but if
No.
fun thing could be if he had another fallen lightsaber on hand.
Oh yeah, because that's not unique. You can
No,
have
you can have
multiples.
more. Yep.
So we
But he
see
didn't because he attacked here. So
Yeah, we can see Gideon deploy, but he's only a 3/6, which means that he can't on his own deal with the Sarge. He's got to have something else, and he's all tapped out, so that's not going to be
yeah,
this turn.
and we can see on Void Noob's hand that he has a I'm your father
Oh
removal
yeah,
card,
that's
but that's not really gonna
it's
help
not going
much
to
because
no.
I
It's
don't
going to
think
give him
he's gonna get.
cards.
Yeah, it's gonna get him in cards. So that's right.
Yeah. Which I guess is a good thing, but
Of
he's
course,
not completely low on cards or anything at this point. So
no.
yeah, no, he's just taking that out. That's a droid of some sort. I can't really make that out. It's one of
I
the
think it
old
was
cards.
the 3/1 Sentinel droid. I think.
Oh, yep, okay.
So he
Yeah,
had to
the
attack
small
that with
Sentinel.
Gideon.
Yeah,
But I think, I mean, Void Noob's problem here is if Asarch get to attack him 2 more times
yeah,
on his
it's
base,
all.
he's dead. So he really needs to get rid of Asarch
Yeah,
as soon as possible here.
and that's I couldn't really see what the card that was. Did you catch that?
Yeah, it's the separatist trooper. It's like a
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
2/3
yeah.
that gets raid 2, I think, if
Mhm.
you have another separatist
Yep.
card.
Yeah, and I think Asashi is separatist traded, right?
Yes, so it's
Yeah.
a 4/3.
Yeah.
So this game is actually looking right now very good for the Asarch player.
Yeah, it's got some good value on the board right now, and I'd say the board state is definitely favoring Asarch at this point.
Yeah,
Even though we do see things on the other side of the board, but even a barrage at this point wouldn't be able to get rid of Asarch. So
I mean a barrage on Gideon and then Gideon attacking Asarch
yeah,
would
yeah,
do the
but
trick, but that's it's not optimal.
no, certainly not. Maybe if he could somehow buff
He does
the,
have the barrage in his hand at
he
least.
does, he does.
So, yeah.
But I'm pretty sure I don't see anything in his hand that would make it so that Asarch couldn't attack this turn.
No, doesn't look like it. Might be if he has a sentinel that we haven't seen, but
I can't make any out there. So yeah,
no,
he's barraging
there's no
off of
barrage.
a raider, which will deal 6 damage. So he's taking care of the separatist trooper and putting another, what would that be, 4 damage on Asarch? No, 3 damage. 3 damage on Asarch.
So yeah,
That means Gideon can take her out.
Gideon is 3/6, right?
Oh, he's only 3/6. Oh yeah. Yep. So he can't. And also
I don't think he gives himself the plus, right?
it would be no, I
No,
wouldn't
he
expect
doesn't.
he
No.
does. No.
So that's quite because if the nerf attacks with Asarch now,
Mm.
he's
He
got
kill
lethal with Asarch.
he does. 6,
He's
6,
18.
18. Yeah. Mhm.
So he puts Void Noob in a very bad position then,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
Almost forcing him to claim and have something to deal with Asarch on the next turn.
Yeah. I'm not sure he does. I don't
Uh,
see anything in his
Could
hand that
be. Oh, he doesn't. He's not afraid of Gideon right now. It looks like
yeah, no, he could take
Asarch
a strike
player.
from Gideon, and now he played an event, so he is able to. Oh yeah, that's not gonna.
Oh,
What?
why? This is maybe not how I'd played that out.
Oh, was that? Would that maybe be no? Would it have been a force choke?
it might be a force choke. Yeah,
It could have been a force choke.
probably a force
Oh,
choke.
we have
He played
someone
two, yeah,
adjusting the camera
because
here.
nice. And as you
uh,
said, it was a force choke, so that's
yeah,
much better. Then
much better. That
I
actually makes
understand the
sense.
play
Yep.
of overwhelming the raider and
Yeah,
taking out the Sarge.
then
Of
it makes
course.
so much more sense. Okay, so don't get seasick as the camera is adjusted here, but
Yeah.
it got worse. Okay. Yeah, I'll let them know that it got worse. Let's see if we can get the top end of the table.
So it feels like Void Noob really had the answers to
Yeah,
the threats this turn. So this
it
is
could be.
really changing the game.
Yeah, with the Sash off the board there, things are looking very different. If he wouldn't have been as greedy and just attacked with her instead of playing the event first, he would have still been in a really, really good position here.
Yeah,
But
I think that
now,
was a bit of a mistake. He should
yeah,
have.
yeah, he got a little bit greedy there.
Yeah.
I still think he's got a really good shot at this.
He played out
Okay.
and he exploited out the Asashi unit right now. So
I
another
think
threat.
that's a little bit better, right? Maybe we
Yep.
can. Yeah, I will adjust the screen a little bit here. Let's see. I think we can have. Right. Yes, this would be fine. No, not as fine as I wanted it to be. Let me get a little bit more of that. No, can't bring it. I want to align this perfectly so that you see as much as possible of the playmats here. You just keep talking about the game, and I'll fix this.
Good. Okay. So we see Void Noob got a really good start on the next turn here as well with another overwhelming on the Raider, taking out all of the Asash's units. So he's got a lot of the cards that he needed to turn this game around. I actually think this is going to be hard for the Assange player now. He's also up to 16 damage on his base, and still only on 19 himself, so he still has 11 damage left.
Yeah.
The Raider's been doing a lot of work.
Yep, catching up. This might still go to Void Noob actually.
Yeah,
Because
looks starting to look better and better for Void Noob here because he's getting closer to
he only got
on his
9
side,
damage off here, and the Ruthless Raider is such a great card because it much like K2SO, it puts your opponent in a proposition where they can't really prevent you from doing at least parts of what you want to do. They can only mitigate the problem they have. So it's a really strong card. Now we get a Sentinel there. I think in the Hisage deck though he's running a lot of Saboteur, but that's still some kind of protection. So this is exactly, he gets to strike for 4, and then when he kills it, it still deals 2 damage. And another Sentinel there. This is
it's getting looking tougher now, but he gets another tank out on.
And also the Sentinels there, they aren't triggering from direct damage in this way. They only trigger when they get attacked and survive the damage. So it doesn't get to put. He doesn't get to put experience on those troopers
it's
now.
only combat damage.
Exactly.
So
I'm not sure why chat says that the Raider shouldn't have been exhausted. Didn't he attack with the Raider? He maybe didn't.
I think he attacked with the Raider.
But the damage isn't high enough for that. He didn't get damage from it. So it shouldn't have been exhausted. He should have been able to attack with it between those two. Between the attack of the smaller ship and then
yeah.
and
I
and the
did-
use
he
of Talking
did-
Town.
He
So
did
there,
proc. He did proc the death of the raider, the one defeated at least.
yeah, that's the 2 damage we see on the base. But
Yeah.
maybe he played the Sentinel instead of attacking with the Raider.
Could have
Could have
been a mistake there. Yeah.
Yeah. So now the tank kills off that Sentinel there, and he does present lethal now, I think, doesn't he?
No, not really. Not he's
6, 6,
one short,
12,
right?
18, 19. Yeah, he's one short. He's one short.
Okay, but now he's playing the Gideon's cruiser or
Yeah.
what's it called, and that's gonna change this game really.
Yep.
Big.
Since he's not presenting lethal, and he's got also got sentinels,
So yeah,
that's
Sarge player need to
definitely.
draw something to
Yeah.
get rid of that, or he's
Yeah, I mean anything. He's 4 damage short. Moff Gideon needs to somehow put 4 damage on the base, so he's got a lot of ways to do that. He's
Yeah,
presenting much more than lethal, and the cruiser obviously can do it in 1 strike.
Yeah.
So
I don't really know what the Sarge player could draw to fix this.
Tap effects, I guess. No Good to Me Dead could do something. Anything that can tap or bounce the cruiser could delay whatever we got here. But then there's still the problem of the Sentinel there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, he didn't just forfeit the game when he draw his card, so he probably has something. Okay,
Nope,
that doesn't.
He doesn't.
Do it.
He doesn't. So yeah, that's game.
Yeah.
I assume. Yeah.
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 I was a bit worried.
Are
But he
they
didn't
not
see.
noticing that that's game?
Yeah,
for sure. That's the shake. So Void Noob does take this game down. I'd say in both of the games it did early on look very promising for the nerf, but that's to be expected from a
more
rush deck.
Yeah. And I think, I mean, he played it very well, Void Noob as well. I think the Asarge player made the mistake of not attacking with Asarge on the round she got killed.
Yeah.
By the force choke. If he'd attacked there, he would have been very close. I don't know if it would have mattered, but could have
definitely.
Yeah.
I think that was he was a little bit greedy in that play.
Yep.
And if he would have instead got those 6 damage on the base, get to hurt Gideon some more, that could have put him in a position where he could have won at any of these swings, and it would have also forced Void Noob to play much more defensively, which would have been probably quite beneficial to a deck like the Nerf's Asarge deck here.
But I think they would have had a hard time to play a third game. I don't know how much time they have left, but it can't be much.
No, it can't be that much. I think we could maybe have a bit of a look at what we got going. We got from the chat here. Someone said that they didn't see one single triple dark raid, and yes, I did not see any in his hand. Maybe this deck is quite different from what I've been used to with Asarge, because we didn't see all that much space either. So it might just be that they're not running all that much space in that. He's not running all the space in this deck. Yeah. Let's see what it looks like over at the melee page and see what we got going there. I'll transition us over there. We've got some games might be reported here. Let me see.
Yeah, quite a lot of games have been.
Let's see. We've got a Void Noob nerf here is reported, and then we've got Alvin was, I think that's one of the younger players that we had in the Stockholm There were 2 younger players from Norway visiting the Stockholm PQ last weekend. I think I'm pretty sure Alvin was one of those guys, and he won his game 2-1. We've got Haldur won his game here, as you can see. Let's see if we get some place. Hyrax from Skövde won his 2-0. He is a very accomplished boss green player. I've been having my bouts with that guy over and over again, and he's a really, really accomplished player. We've got Steve-O, Danish player, friend of the podcast. He took down his game here as well. I'm not sure what he's on, what deck he's on. He's one of the 2 people that initially brought the Danish or Scandinavian CadBlue deck to fame. We will have the other one, Jonas, joining us on the cast for the later rounds of the Swiss rounds here. So it's going to be interesting to see what Steve-O's been bringing. We got the Jonathan B, who was also playing on stream for the Stockholm PQ. He got faced up with McMike, with Mikael Bondesson, Swedish player from Varberg, who's usually a Sabine player, but he could have been bringing something else.
I faced him in our little Swedish league, the online league.
McMike, yeah, Mikael is
in our top 8, and he played Sabine against me there. So I guess
that's his
probably playing Sabine today.
It's been his preferred mode of operation, but he is known to have tricks up his sleeve throughout the years. I've known the guy for a bit, and he's a versatile card player for sure.
Okay.
We've got Jason from the podcast took down his game 2-0 here. I don't know what deck he settled on, actually. It's going to be really interesting to see what he got. Jonas Niklas won his game, and I'm So Humble is playing Jakob Hultman in the first game. So they got matched up in the first here, I'm afraid.
I guess Adam is not playing Sabine today because they're not finished with the game.
Well, also, Jakob is a very methodical player. He's not super slow or anything, but he's very aware of the time. So he's using the time. He doesn't ever rush. Jakob is one of the most accomplished card players I know, and one of my testing partners. He is one of the guys I used to play Game of Thrones with, and I know him to be managing his time very, very seriously. He's very aware, and he's taking his time. So it's not very unusual for him to go close to time, because he plays that way. He's very deliberate and very assertive with his plays. So even though humble, Adam is usually just playing at lightning speed. It's to the point where you might actually get stressed by the way he plays. He's just throwing down cards. Jakob would be the player that would not get affected by that at all, would just keep his pace and maintain his pace. So I'm not super surprised that this is taking a little bit of time.
I just updated, and looks like I'm So Humble lost the game 2-1.
Oh yeah, no, this is also like if Adam indeed brought more of a jankier deck to this tournament, Jakob Hultman would never bring a janky deck in this kind of tournament, because he still has to get his first PQ win, and he would go all in on this. I'm sure. Interesting to see. I don't know if I can update the browser here. Maybe I can, so that we can see if there was some more games reported here.
There are still a few games left to report.
I'll see if I can update this. Sometimes it works. Yep, here we go. There are a few games not reported here. We're still waiting on 1, 2, 3 games to be reported. Well, I think we will take a short break between rounds here, just in order to get get you sorted and everything. But we will be back with you in just a little bit. Maybe something like 5 minutes or so. All right.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. We are back. Can chat hear us? Just confirm that I didn't accidentally mute everything. Yeah. Well, it will take a while
It will
before
take a
they
while
can.
before we get
Yeah, confirmation. But so we've got Jonas, who will be joining me in the podcast in a bit, confirmed in chat that Stephen is indeed playing CadBlue. So he's sticking to his guns, while Jonas himself, the very father of the deck, was actually playing Palpatine in Stockholm and didn't do all that great, I think. So he might have regretted that. He might have regretted the decision. But Stephen has been the champion for a long. Jonas and Stephen have been the champions of the CadBlue deck for a long time, and I personally love the deck. I'm not able to pilot it well, so I'm not ever bringing it to anything important, but I do play it casually as much as I can. It's just one of those decks that has so many opportunities, so many possibilities, and yeah, it's just a brilliant one.
I've also tried it out, and I'm as the same for me there. I can't manage to get the hang of that deck. It's not doesn't fit my play style. It's fun to play, but I don't really do well with it. So I'll play it for fun, but I don't think I'll bring it to a tournament or something like that.
No, right.
But,
yeah. So we have a little bit of updates on the tournament for you. First of all, they are actually 34 players, we think, right now. So we will have indeed 6 rounds of Swiss and a top 8 cut, which makes me so happy because more SWU! Woohoo!
Yeah.
Also, my fellow guest host for and friend of the podcast, Pontus Fawcett on the forums, is helping me out with some statistics, as he always does. He might be bringing us some graphs and cool things to bring on screen for you later. But his first contribution here has been to check up on the participants, how those that actually did play in the Stockholm PQ, we have the records of them here. So indeed, we had 3 Norwegian players in the Stockholm PQ: Alvin, Jonathan, and Matthias. So they all did fairly well, I guess. Both Alvin and Jonathan went 3-3, which is a decent record, especially if it's your first PQ, your first competitive level event. I think that's not shabby at all. Matthias Berendsen, however, finished 53rd on a 2-4 record, and I know how that feels because that's where I was at. So I can relate to that. And you want to win as much as you lose, I guess. And when you can't do that, it feels a little bit worse. But I do hope Matthias is doing better this tournament, and I wish him all the best here. We already talked about Stephen a bit. Stevo did go 4-2 in Stockholm. He was on CadBlue then as well. So he is hoping to get at least 4-2 and manage to get into the top 8 this time. He was 12th back then.
Okay. So he did manage to get to top 8 then.
Yeah. We also talked about Hyrax, Jonathan, who's a Skövde player. He did go 4-2 in Stockholm. He did play Boss Green then, and I'm just assuming he's still on the Boss Green train. He's one of the more accomplished players with this deck. He did go 4-2 in Stockholm, but he had terrible tiebreakers and ended up 19th. Just as poorly as he could possibly do with a 4-2 record. So if you get your losses early and your opponents play poorly, he didn't play into me, so it wasn't my fault this time. But you might actually have a record that could get you into the top cut, but will land you a lot further down the ladder. That's possible. So, as you know, also we've got some of the the only player from the podcast that did play in Stockholm that also went to Oslo now would be Adam, and he had a pretty good record in Stockholm, not too shabby, pretty good. Went 9-0 overall. So we will see what he can do. He's that kind of competitive brain, so he might not be able to switch that off. Like some people are wired this way. Like if you look at Niklas, who brought a fun deck to the Stockholm PQ and went 0-4 and dropped and played Twin Suns the rest of the night.
Yeah.
That's not Adam. He's not able to do
No.
that. And you can see also Kevin, a Stockholm player that won the Finnish PQ.
Yeah.
He's still brought Sabine, and he's still top 4 actually in Stockholm.
Yeah.
So I mean, some people just can't switch that competitive brain off, and I guess that's also, you know, that might be an edge at some points.
Probably if
You,
you
could,
get more training on that side of the like the really
yeah,
competitive side if you never bring the fun casual
no,
decks
yeah.
to the tournaments. And yeah,
And I guess it's different for different people, but I think also the mindset might just, you know, be an advantage at
Yeah.
some points. Just having that competitive mindset might actually push you to perform better, to take your testing more seriously, and all that. So I think there's no coincidence that a lot of the top players kind of have that mindset.
probably not. That's
No. Let's have a look at the melee again and see what we can get, what we can glean from that. So let's see an updated round figure for this could look like. And so we have no standings from round 2 yet, which means that we might actually still be waiting for a couple of reports then.
We've seen they have some problem with melee right now.
hmm
So
They told us as much.
yeah,
Because from what I can tell here, every match has been reported here. I can't see anything here, can I? That's not reported. So they talked about someone maybe getting a buy that shouldn't have been. There could have been like an extra player registered that shouldn't be yet, because it does say 35 out of 128 here. So something is off here. Either there are actually 35 players and someone should have had a buy, or there's some mistake that we are trying to sort out here. So we might have to wait a little bit for the matchup to actually begin.
yeah.
Let's see. Let's check in on the chat. Do they have anything for us here? I can't see anything right now in chat
No.
though.
Please do if you have any questions or thoughts about
Yeah,
this.
please. So yes, we get confirmation here from Pontus that there are technical issues with the melee. So we are waiting for them to sort those out. So yeah,
We did also get, there is just from people on the ground, there is a lot of Django's, Django and CAD Turkin Towns around. Some
Yeah.
Sabines and 2 blue Obi-Wans actually.
Two
So that's
blue Obi-Wans.
2 blue Obi-Wans.
Oh yeah. That might be the Icelandic players. So we actually have
Okay.
a couple of people from, or 3 people. Let me check that. We have a couple of Icelandic players, and that's interesting because as soon as you get one person from Iceland, you actually have a significant portion of the Icelandic population.
Oh
because
yeah, that's
there
true.
aren't that many of them.
That's true.
No, yeah. Seriously though, having people traveling for these PQs are just amazing. I love that the community comes together in this way. I personally love to travel to these games and
Yeah, me
just
too.
meet
It's,
everyone. Yeah, it's such a great time.
and now with the regionals and sectors announced as well, it's gonna be fun to see if a lot of people start traveling. It's
Yeah.
gonna be really interesting to see if we can get like 1,000+ players in these bigger tournaments in Europe. And
Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah. So also we got some confirmation on the friends of the podcast. So Jakob Hultman, who was joining us for the Stockholm PQ commentary, or joining Jonah to commentate on the first games there, and he also helped out with the Copenhagen stream. A longtime friend of mine. He is on Django Green. and that's the deck he apparently beat Adam on. And Adam is indeed on Han Yellow. Jason, like we talked about, was on Quinlan Tarkington for this tournament, and he did win his first game here. I think that's interesting because that's a deck that's been very underrepresented in the two Scandinavian PQs so far, compared to how well it's been doing in the international scene, especially in the US. It's a little bit baffling that it has had such low representation in gameplay over here.
I agree. Yeah.
It's a strong deck, and in some iterations of it, it has an absolutely crushing amount of hand hate. You do get to play both the yellow and the red hand hate, and combined, it can completely destroy your opponent. It's almost a choke deck if you play it that way, but it's versatile. It can be played in many certain ways, and it can actually go pretty fast. I wouldn't say it's a rush deck by any means, but it can go fast enough to handle some of the more controlio decks. And especially with the hand hate, being able to limit the options of a control deck, it's pretty good into control. And it's certainly a very, very strong counter into Yango Tarkington. I'd say if this meta is as full of Yango Tarkingtons and Cad Tarkingtons, I might lean that Jason made a really good call on his deck here.
Okay. And we can also see that Jonah is on Django Tarkington. So
Yeah.
he didn't bring Anakin to this tournament.
I know which Yango Tarkington he's on. He's on the Swoop Racer Ultra Fast Lethal one. We've been testing it a lot, especially Jakob Hultman, and we have been testing it, and it's a nasty deck. It is able to go ultra fast while still having that tempo kind of control that Tarkington can assist. It without actually lowering the amount of control you assert, you still get a very, very high speed into that deck. It's just a nasty deck. I'm actually a little bit surprised that Jakob did go with the Django Green rather than
the green one.
Rather than this Django Tarkington deck, because just how nasty it is. But I think he wants. We talked in the last game a little bit about how the surprise factor and that people don't know the matchup, how much that can actually be an advantage. And I think Yango Green is so much less popular that it could be a thing. Yeah.
And I guess if he has a lot of games with Django Green, maybe he feels more comfortable with that. Maybe not jumping on a new deck, even if it's maybe a better deck. If you don't have the reps, it's probably better to go with a
I
deck
agree.
So
and the Jacobs, as we sometimes call them, Jakob Hultman and Jakob Wolleman, have both been working extensively on this Django Green deck pretty much since the Cantina Brawl back in November. So they've been working on this deck very long, and Jakob Wolleman is now in the top cut of the online league, the Nordic online league, with this deck, and Hultman is trying to push in this tournament with I guess a similar deck. I don't know to what extent they've ended up with different versions, but I do have the deck list of Wolleman's deck, the one in the online league. So if they are not too different, I'm pretty well versed in being beaten by this deck.
It's one of those. I think I faced him in the online leagues.
You should have,
because I did lose against a Django Green. In the
could have been
early
either of these
rounds.
two.
I think it was one of them. Probably that was my loss in the Swiss of the online league. So
no, these guys can be. They're very accomplished players, both of them. They have yet to get those absolute top results. Jakob Hultman has won the online league a couple of times, once or twice, and he's been placing in a lot of tournaments, but he hasn't won anything major yet. Jakob Hultman lives in Varberg at the moment. He
Oh,
used to live
okay.
in
Yeah.
Stockholm, and Jakob Wolleman lives here in Uppsala. So we are now spread out over Sweden here
Yeah. Yeah.
in the former local manner. So let's see. We are still waiting for them to resolve the issues with oh, so we got some more. The head judge is conferring now with the judge forums in order to how to resolve this the best way, because it is not a player mistake as far as I can understand. It's a melee problem.
Okay.
So they are knee deep in technical difficulties. So this might actually take a little bit of a while. I don't know. We'll try our best to entertain you
Yeah, we
for
don't
as
have.
long as it takes. Oh, that's
We
hope
get
that didn't
from
hurt one.
the chat someone who knows.
Oh, that's Jakob
Probably the
Wolleman.
Jacob. Okay,
That's
yeah.
Jakob
So
Wolleman.
it's the same deck. Okay.
Yeah, it's the same deck. Cool. So then we actually do have, or at least I do have the deck list of
So
the Django Green deck.
if we get that on the stream, you can you really know that deck then.
I can have some intimate knowledge of it, as
Yeah,
well
that's nice.
as I'm pretty sure that Jonas will be able to brief us on the CadBlue deck that Steve-O is playing.
Yeah, of
Because
course.
again, they are collaborating on that deck to quite a large extent, as far as I know.
Yeah.
So we might have a little bit of an update on the situation coming in right now. I'm
Yeah.
just waiting for Jonas to get back to me there. But we might be getting an OB double blue deck on stream here, I think, for
It
the
would be
next
fun
one.
to see. Yeah.
Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it?
So what? Just ask chat while we wait. Is the echo still on my side
Oh
from
yeah.
from my sound? Is it bad or is it
Is it
manageable?
better now?
And
Okay,
I
so
can
they are now.
also do a shameless plug. Please try it. If you like the Nordic Takedown podcast, I love it. Maybe you should go and try listening to mine and Marcus' podcast as well. Always tell me the odds.
You should definitely do that. It's a joy to listen to. It's one of those feel good podcasts, I think. I like it a lot, and you should too. Now, let me see. We so they are working on several ends on this right now. So I think the melee people are actually brought in now to help us sort this out, but it could take a while. It seems. Okay, well that's
Yeah,
a pity.
okay.
We were already running a little bit late, and it seems that we are going to be running a lot more late
Yep.
as it goes. Well, it's completely out of our hands. We are just coming along for the ride as much as you are on this part. Maybe we could actually bring up some interesting graphs for you. I will see if Pontus might have something for us.
Yeah, we're not sure exactly what the issue is. We got a question in the chat here. We just know there was probably some problem with a player getting a buy or something like that.
Yeah, that's what we
Ish.
had.
Yeah.
And I think there's a discrepancy between 35 players registered in Melee. It does say 30. If I scroll up
Yeah.
here for you, you can see for yourself. The page has somehow got 35 out of 128 players registered. But if we look down at the matchups, there are 17 matchups and no buys here. And apparently there was a buy, or there should have been a buy.
Yeah,
We are not
something like that.
entirely certain what the issue is, but there's something that's wrong here, because these two definitely should somehow line up.
Yep.
They should be the same numbers, I think. So we are trying to sort everything out there. Let's see what we can get for you to view as we are stalling for time,
Yeah,
because
stalling
that's
for
what we're doing here.
Do we know how many PQs we're getting totally in the world?
So when they did announce the second round of PQs, they were talking about 140. But I'm not sure if that was the final figure, or if it was just like a rounded out number. So I don't actually know how many there's going to be. Maybe it says on the competitive hub.
Yeah,
'Cause
I'm looking for it there. There's
yeah,
been 109, but I don't think it's how many.
total peak is 109. Attendance, average attendance. Let's see if they have anything on this. Planetary
That's
quality.
quite interesting as well. The average attendance of 71
Yeah.
players. It's quite high, I think.
Mhm.
Um,
Planetary
for
galactic major
this, yeah.
minor events.
I mean, PQs is still only the first step into competitive play.
Yeah.
So it's a
And I
really
think that's
nice.
Yeah, and I think that's there's been a little bit of talk here in Scandinavia because of a quite low attendance in the Finnish PQ with only 25 players, and this Norwegian PQ not being super big with only 34 or 35 players. We have been speculating a bit back and forth whether or not we're going to get the same number of PQs for next set, and
Yeah.
that's for me personally, I think, and I think the Finnish PQ is pretty safe because they are on a different distributor than the Norwegian, Danish, and Swedish ones. Norway, Denmark, and Sweden are all served by Asmodee Nordics, former Enigma. So it would be that they got 3 PQs to organize. And I think Enigma is basically the same country the same company that also has another branch serving the Benelux countries,
Okay.
the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. So I'm not sure whether or not that company got a number of PQs to distribute between all of these countries, or if they are assigned some to the Nordics and some to the Benelux. I'm not entirely certain about that, but I'm hoping that they will still get to organize one in each of the countries because of what you said. This is supposed to be the entry level of competitive play.
Yeah, and it's still a one date tournament, so you can't really expect people to travel very far for these kinds of tournaments.
I know for myself, I'm much more interested in tournaments that's maybe 2 days of play if I want to travel very far for it. If it's more than a car ride, like, so I think you can't expect there to be
super high attendance on these PQs in the future. It's like when the first rounds of showdowns went out, there was a lot of players because there were no other type of official play like tournaments.
Right.
Then now when the PQ started to go up, the showdown attendance is much smaller because it's like your local meta. You don't travel for a
PQ or for a showdown anymore.
No.
You'll rather travel to a PQ, and I think the same thing will be
if we get more sectors and regionals for the first year, like season 1. This is season 0, right?
Right.
For season 1, then maybe people will stop traveling as far for PQs and travel more for the regionals and sectors. But we'll see. It's it looks like there's something's happening now. Looks like there's players
might be getting organized here.
Yeah.
I just briefly mentioned that what you can see on screen right now would be all the PQs that are held this weekend. So you can see that there are quite a number of PQs today and a couple tomorrow as well. So we do at least we're the only one that has gotten a YouTube link for the the planet. Sorry, the
Yeah,
SWU
yeah.
competitive hub.
Oh, yeah.
So we might be the one. The only one streamed this week, and I'm not sure though. I think I heard some rumblings of at least one of the American PQs being streamed later today. The Pittsburgh, probably. I think that was. Well, we have some setup being made for the table, so we will bring you over there in just a short while. We will have a look at what we might be getting to see there now. So yeah, we are getting Alvin on stream. That's interesting. I would definitely want to see him play. He's on Django Talking Town, and we are getting are we getting that deck, the OB
We're
deck?
getting no, we're getting Bosk Jonathan from Skövde on
Oh yeah,
Bosk Green. Yep.
Hyrax. And let's see, I can't really make out. So on the left there, I'll bring you over there and try and update names and everything for you here. So we got Bosk on the left, which would be Jonathan then, right?
Yes, that's correct. And Alvin on the right.
Alvin on the right. Let's get everything sorted here.
So this game is much more meta expected pairing, I guess. Two big decks in the meta right now. Compare from the last round where we got a bit more of meta decks. And they're setting up and actually starting to draw cards, and think the Bosk Green player the Django player got initiative.
Okay.
I don't know who won, because I guess both players might want to go second here.
Yeah, both of these decks.
And it ended up that the Django player has the first turn.
Yeah, no, both of these decks can definitely benefit from going second in the first turn.
Yeah, I guess especially the Bosk player usually wants to go second, right?
But also, I'm not sure if you do have initiative, you can just pass. So I definitely prefer having initiative, even if I do want to go second, because if I pass, of course, I might have the other person pass right into me, but especially if I'm Bosk, Django is not likely to do that, is he? So yeah,
that's. I don't think Django doesn't want to go too late in this matchup, so
exactly.
I don't think it's good for him to just get another round. He wants to play something the first turn.
I think so as well. All right, so we are waiting for them to start time. They have drawn their hands. They have resourced. Were you able to make out what they were resourcing there? I was a little bit distracted.
I didn't see what they had on their hands.
No, all right. Yeah, it happens. Well, we are then just waiting for the time to be.
So who would you say is favored in this matchup, according to the deck?
I think Django Talking Town has a really good matchup here because of the ability to go super fast. But it depends on the build. If this build is packed with all the boosts, all the surprise strikes, and the ability to just go super fast, it might be over before the Bosk deck can ramp and stabilize. But if indeed Jonathan does know this matchup, he has practiced it extensively, I'm sure, and he's well versed in meeting both Sveens and Django decks. The problem here is obviously that the Django deck might just be too space heavy, because the Bosk deck usually only plays the punishing one as an early space for early space, and that unit is really good into most of the space that Django is playing, but it's only 3 of them, you know.
Yeah,
So
and
that's a Piet, right, from Jonathan?
yes.
Yep. So he's that's a unit that he wants to have online later in the game, but just dangling it out there, it presents a problem for the Yango deck that it needs to remove it before Jonathan gets to those big units and start ambushing with them. But then again, Alvin might just want to rush in space and doesn't really need to maybe care about that at all. Just go
I mean,
full
I
throttle.
guess a lot depends on how much ramp the boss player can manage to get as well.
Mhm.
And in what way as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, Jonas
showing the
asked in
triple
chat
dark.
what the issue was, and we don't know more than what we've already said. This is all we got. So he's playing the ISB agent, showing
Yeah.
an event and tapping down Piet
He
there.
showed a triple dark raid, so he has a hand he wants to have, I guess.
Yep.
From the
But
start.
then Jonathan also has some of the
Yep.
cards he really wants to have in hand, being able to ramp there with
The
resupply,
resupply.
which is super strong for him. And also quite a lot of ground units here from Alvin.
Yeah.
The
And
crafty,
Alvin chooses not to use the Tarkin Town base on Piet.
that which makes so much sense. At
Yeah,
this
yeah.
point, Piet is absolutely no threat. He will become a threat in a couple of resources, but right now we're only on 5 resources for Jonathan, and we're on 4 resources for
But I mean,
Alvin there.
and he can just stall and see if he wants to use it this turn.
Yeah, no, it's no.
Because next turn could be a problem if Bosk draws a raider, for
Mhm.
instance.
Yeah.
You don't want Piet on the ground if Bosk draws a raider for next turn.
No, but that's
Oh, he's
a next turn problem.
yeah, that's a. So we see a traitoress on the
Yeah.
Kylo's TIE silencer. That's
And
a nice one.
this is a really good answer, but we
Yeah.
do get the triple dark raid here, which will probably remove
If he
one
finds
of
a
those units.
raider, I guess he's gonna
Yeah,
probably
that's a
remove
raider.
the silencer. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
he could go for the Fetz fire spray there, I think, but
Yeah.
I would not do that if I was Alvin. But I don't know.
I'm not
Um,
sure. I probably
oh,
go for
yeah,
the raider as well.
for sure. And he's just
But
killing off
yeah,
the silencer there. It makes so much sense because he does have quite a bunch of units on ground to deal with the Piet. So why not? Now that's 2 damage on base as well. So he is ramping up the damage there. Jonathan doesn't have any way to answer this board this turn because he's all tapped out. He will be able to deploy Bosk, but without any substantial threat on the ground. I don't know that there's anything for Bosk to do really right now. The crafty will remove Piet, I suppose. No,
I think
it's
he's
going
going
to
for the
base.
base.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's going base.
it's
Yeah.
just going base here. That makes sense. Also, I think ISB can take out the Piet anyway, so why not?
Yeah.
He's tapping down Bosk there though.
Okay.
But that's 4 damage back to the ISB, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they'll catch that.
Yeah,
He should remove
that's
the ISB.
probably Jonathan will probably remind him in just a little bit.
Yeah.
Alvin is quite young, so he might not be used to being on streams and so on. Whereas
Could be a little nervous.
yeah, could be a little bit nervous. I think Jonathan has quite some more experience with this, but I think also Jonathan isn't all that comfortable being on stream when I talk to him. He
Okay.
prefers not to, I think, but apparently they managed to to persuade him to get on stream this time.
Doesn't look like they've removed the ISB agent,
No.
unfortunately. That could be a problem.
Yeah.
And
so
there,
with the Ruthless, he's able to ambush, but at this point, there's nothing to ambush into. It's just removes the crafty.
We get another ISB agent.
Showing an event, tapping down Bosk again. And it is probably a problem for Jonathan that he hasn't seen more ramp. He would have liked to double ramp here.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, that's certainly something he would have benefited from. Alvin, on the other hand, is seeing a lot of the things that he wants to see. I think that's a surprise strike, no?
I think so. Yeah, yeah,
And
should be.
the
But
ISB,
that
yeah,
was a
that's the
problem
ISB
there.
that shouldn't have been on the board, I don't think.
Yeah,
So that's unfortunate
yeah.
that none of them actually caught that. So he's playing out Yango, and was that a van brace on him? Some
It
kind of
didn't
attachment.
catch. Yeah,
It didn't deal any damage to anything, so probably not the van brace. Maybe it was a blaster
could
played
be
from
a
hand.
blaster. Yeah, could be a blaster.
Mhm. And Alvin's already made 16 damage on the base, so
Yeah,
he's past the half
but you never
point.
know. I mean, Piet is still on on the
Piet
ground,
is still on ground,
and he
and
can really
yeah, it can
be
mess things
nasty.
up
Yeah,
for sure. And we're now on 7 resources, so Piet is definitely online. However,
probably a Vader. No ball.
yeah, no, that's a mole. Just
That's good as well.
removing it. Oh
Yeah,
no, it was armed to the teeth.
yeah, it was.
Yeah. Now, Mole is still on board, even though he's only got 1 health, and most of the things out in place pings. So
Yeah,
Mole
and
is not
he
long for
removes
this world.
balls.
Yeah.
No,
But at this point, I might have actually removed Piet because
he
the
might do it
ISB
with
agent
the.
could have easily killed Mole there. Now Jonathan gets to use Piet before
Yeah,
the ISB agent can remove it. So yeah, I would have probably gone for Piet there.
and here
Yeah.
we have the problem with the extra ISB agent on
Yeah.
in play.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah.
because if Jonathan has a Raider in hand, he really
Mhm.
wants Piet to be still in play when he plays that next turn.
Yeah.
But now I guess he's removing. No, he's going for base damage with the ISB agent.
Maybe Alvin isn't aware of how dangerous Piet can be. But then also, maybe Alvin doesn't have much more ground units that he cares about, so he
Yeah,
might just not care.
but
And
just the threat of a Raider
yeah,
ambushing the ISB agent is really bad, I guess. But okay, now he targets house
Piet
the
there.
Piet, and that's a really good choice, I think.
Yeah, because walkers are coming online now.
Yeah,
And
or maybe like a Palpatine would
yeah,
be
yeah.
bad as well.
But especially in this position where Alvin has 21 damage on base, being able uh, to ambush a walker into that ISB agent, then Jonathan would be able to heal twice. Both
Yeah,
the when played and the on attack trigger would come online for the walker. So I think it was necessary to remove that Piet at this point.
yeah,
But this is also this is a good play from Alvin that he didn't rush to use the Talking Town,
no,
rather kept it for when it actually needed to be used.
yeah.
So we get a 8 resource play from Jonathan right here, and that
Okay.
is indeed the
There is the
walker.
Walker. Oh,
Yeah, so very important that Alvin did indeed remove Piet there. Otherwise, we would have maybe 6 damage healed here.
yeah.
Now he gets to choose whether or not to keep this card or discard it and heal 3. So he discards. Oh, it
An
was the
overwhelming.
barrage. It was the barrage. So that's why it took some time for Jonathan to actually
Yeah, but
decide.
I think unfortunately he has to
Yeah, he has to
heal
heal.
his
He has
base
to.
because
Yeah,
he
because of
knows
this.
there's going to be
Yeah,
threats. Yeah,
yeah, because of this. That's another arm to the teeth, I think.
yeah.
And Jonathan can only claim at this point. He's tapped out, and oh, he is striking the walker.
But
No,
he goes for base. Yeah,
But why is there 3 damage on the walker then?
is it the
Maybe it
flamethrower?
was a van
Maybe.
brace. It could have been a van
Yeah,
brace.
it could. It probably is. It probably
Yeah.
is.
So yeah, that would make sense. Okay, so Jonathan got to claim that. Very important, because then he can strike with the walker before it's tapped down.
Yeah.
was that a sneak attacked 7th Fleet?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that would make sense. Now Jonathan is
He's on
resourcing again, so he's
23
9.
on base, so
Yeah.
it's getting
It's getting
close.
close.
They
If
still
that is
have
a van brace, it's a plus. The van brace is +2, I think.
but he can he can kill the ISB agent with his walker if he wants to start
He can.
and heal 3 from base. So
That's probably what Jonas needs to
depending
do.
on what he has on hand, maybe a Vader into
Mhm.
the ISB agent would
Could
be good
be
as well,
good. Could be good.
or Palpatine
Uh,
maybe. But he's going for
he's
he's
going
going
for
for the base.
base.
Okay.
Interesting. I mean, this is he is. There's nothing really that could deal 7 damage from Alvin's deck, and now when he heals 3,
I mean,
there's definitely nothing that can deal 10 damage from Alvin's
no.
deck.
So it
So
all depends on what he has in hand,
yeah,
because I would be afraid of the fire spray
yep,
here.
that would be the most dangerous play. But even that wouldn't be lethal
No,
because
no. And maybe
that's
he has a solution for the fire spray in hand.
yeah. So the van brace is +1/+1, not +2/+1 as I thought. But
Ooh,
Jonathan, okay. So Jonathan is that's why he was pretty
yep,
confident there, because with the
crates.
with the direct crate dragon out, he can kill anything that they play pretty much.
He can kill ground units, but
Yeah.
also he can because he put 6 damage on Alvin's base, and he's now at 11 damage.
Yeah.
If he plays like a fire spray now, he could just put 6 on the base and then attack with crate next turn and for lethal. So he can't really play.
No, yeah,
He's
this
in a
is
bad position now.
exactly. It puts Alvin into a very tricky spot. If he plays things like this, it will the crate will be able to kill other things for the damage, and the crate will still be there.
Or
So
maybe he can just
I think he'll just put 6 on the base now because he has lethal with
oh yeah,
crate
yeah, yeah.
next turn.
With the crate, we will have lethal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
And he
really,
claims,
and he claims,
and then
and
he has
and
lethal.
Alvin
Yeah.
doesn't have anything to remove a crate,
Nope.
or
So
indeed
that's
the walker. So that's game.
game 1. Yeah.
So Jonathan did indeed pull this out pretty comfortably, I'd say.
Yep.
He knows this matchup, I'm sure, and he knows what he needs to see. It was looking a little bit dicey there when Alvin when the misplay with the ISB agent was on there, but it didn't affect the outcome. Luckily, it seems that Jonathan will just be able to strike base for 10 here and win.
Okay,
So we're going into sideboard here, and I'm sure that there are some tech in Jonathan's deck that he wants to bring out for this. Is if we're lucky, we'll be able to sneak a little bit of a peek at what he is sideboarding here, because Jonathan often uses he often just goes like this, kind of open. Oh, so he's looking for 1 card. Did you catch that?
No, I didn't see what that was.
Just bringing 1 card in here. What could that be?
So maybe he's put his main deck like
It's already pre-decked.
Already pre-decked against
Mm.
Django because he's thinking there
will be a lot of Django.
So he's showing us he's bringing out,
Nice.
and he's bringing in a Devastator. Yeah,
Of
okay,
course, yeah.
that would make sense. Another
seems-
Sentinel in space, just to
And he
kind of
removed
close
a
up.
sentinel on ground. He
Yeah.
removed the
That makes so much sense. So again, this shows Jonathan is, at least, even though he's a little bit reluctant sometimes to go on stream, he's at least used to it and has some good habits to help us out.
Yep.
I didn't get a chance to talk to Alvin when he was in Stockholm, but I did see him play, and he seems like a very competent young man. But Jonathan has the experience for sure on his side, having been placing fairly well in both the Cantina Brawl, where he took top cut, went into top 4 actually. Adam knocked him out in the semifinals there, and Jonathan has also placed really well in the online league a couple of times, and he's been doing well. Well, I mean, in the Stockholm PQ he didn't do that well, but he went 4-2, which is I'd say respectable record. So yeah, did anyone catch what Alvin was doing there?
I don't think we can see that on camera.
No,
fortunately.
our camera is angled a little bit more to Jonathan's side. I might be able. It looks on stream as though it's the other way around, that we are more angled to Alvin's side, but in fact, the stream camera that we get is angled slightly more to Jonathan's side of things. I'll try and see if I can indeed center the image a little bit better, align it a little bit better, maybe. Is this happening here? No, it's not. Let's see if I can indeed get some adjustments here before they start playing.
Yep, they are ready to get into the second game.
Yeah. All right, let's transition there.
Looks
Okay.
like Alvin's chosen to go first.
Mm-hmm. And like I said, I think even though he might want to ping the opening play of Jonathan, or certainly not have his own play being bountied immediately, he might still benefit from having initiative, being able to pass into Jonathan. But it's much more scary as the Django play to do that maneuver, since the the Bosk play might just claim them and do the same but opposite in the next round. Again, the Bosk player is just wanting to stall these first rounds and get to the later rounds where he can use that Devastator he brought in and the Crate Dragons he's got in his deck. So yeah, this is certainly more risky for Alvin to actually be on the initiative here.
Yeah, it feels very risky for him.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess then again, he needs to make this a quick game. He has to put as much damage on base as possible. So maybe just play out and hope that the opponent doesn't have the perfect play against you.
Yeah. Also, Jonathan isn't actually playing that many bounties in his deck. He has for sure the ramp bounties and quarry. So he's got bounties, but it's not
Greedo.
that many. Yeah.
This
Greedo.
is unfortunate first turn play for.
And we get a quarry there immediately played on Greedo. And Greedo being a unique unit, he gets to search 10 cards when he kills it, and he can kill it immediately.
Yeah.
So yeah. Also, if Jonathan has a 1-cost play in hand, another 1-cost play in hand, he can actually use that as well. So that's daring raid on base. Yeah, why not? So Jonathan pings Greedo there, bringing out, getting to search 10 cards to bring something out, and then after that he's still got 1 open resource to do something more.
I guess he's looking for a punishing one if he can.
Yeah, that's probably.
Or maybe actually maybe he wants to get a super laser technician to ramp.
Yeah, that could be even better, but both of those are valid. But that's neither of those.
Yeah, that's a nice one as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then he gets to Alvin can only claim here, I think, and then Jonathan can just if he's got another 1-cost. No, he doesn't, and they go to turn there. All right.
I guess this is a really good start for the Bosk player here.
For sure. Having this early board advantage is certainly going to help him. So we get P 30s, 20, well,
38, right?
38, yeah. pinging down the play there, and then a resupply. This is pretty much the perfect hand
Yeah.
for Jonathan. But he doesn't seem to have used. Oh, Jonathan is asking here. Did you use it? And Alvin, no. What is happening here?
He's putting the bounty on the P38 to be able to ping it with
Yeah.
Bosk.
Yep.
Because he can do the same thing the next turn and kill it. So that's really
okay.
good.
So he wasn't actually asking Alvin about the ping. Okay, so the stream froze there for a little bit, but it seems to be catching up here. This might just be Alvin's inexperience, not using the Django there. He should have definitely tapped down. Oh no, it's the client has a shield, doesn't it? Yeah, so he couldn't tap it down. Okay, so now Alvin plays the triple dark raid, and he is probably looking for another ruthless raider here. Actually, at this point, maybe the fire spray might be pretty good as well.
To get more damage.
Yeah, because the damage
Actually,
from
it's not more, that's less damage actually.
It's a little bit less, but then he is able to hit. If he brings out a raider now, there are only 2 more in the deck.
Yeah, that's true.
So the ruthless will do almost as much damage. It will have the action ability on it to be able to tap down things more consistently, and then he has more ruthlesses to bring out with other things later in the game. So I would have at least considered bringing out a fire spray there, but he is bringing out the tank instead.
That's what happened. He exploited the P38.
Yep. And this time he did tap down the client. So yeah, there wasn't any play mistakes.
Oh, actually, Jonathan started the turn with putting the bounty on the P38 from the client. So now when the client died, he healed his base. That's why he doesn't have any damage on base now.
Yep. I'm with you. I missed that. And here we get a punishing one to say shore up space lane a little bit. But the tank, that is the tank, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the tank.
Yeah. The tank is
okay, so you can daring raid to kill the client and go base with the tank at least.
And Jonathan has only single ramp so far, but we are on deploy for Bosk.
Yeah.
So we have yet to see Bosk deploy here, and Jonathan does have 2 resources open. So if he does have price on the head in hand, he can play it on the tank. But he doesn't. Going to base there. Yeah, Bosk only being 6 health, it's a little bit of a liability in trading with these bigger units. He might not be able to.
The tank should be going back to hand.
Yep, should bounce here anyway. So trading wouldn't necessarily help him that much either.
But it feels like a really good start for the Bosk player this game.
Yeah, I think Jonathan is in a really good Hyrax is Jonathan for new viewers.
Oh, Hyrax. Okay,
yeah.
Sorry.
Jonathan or Hyrax as he's called online.
He hasn't ramped. He only did 1 ramp so far. But he
is ahead though.
He's ahead, in many ways right now. So he can do quite a bit of damage to Django's base this turn as well, if he wants, and feels that's a good play.
Yeah, CB in chat just noted that Greedo into a boss play was the biggest mistake here, and yeah, I agree. That's what allowed Jonathan to get this super strong start, and getting that board advantage from turn one into a rush, essentially a rush deck, as Django is. That's just I don't see really. Obviously, a deck like Django can come back from that, but he's struggling here, and he has been throughout. Even though he has made some damage on Jonathan's base, it's nowhere near to pressure Jonathan here. And the complete board advantage to Jonathan here, with having Bosk still out, and a punishing one, shoring up space to quite some degree.
And now he's on 7 resources as well, so he's getting to his late game units that he wants to play.
Yeah.
So I think this is going to be really tough for Django to turn this around.
I think so too. And Basine is not where it's gonna be at. Obviously, he can remove something and see the hand. There's a Vader. There's there's a Maul. There's a Vader. There's a Crate, and there's another Barrage. Yeah. What do you remove here?
Yeah,
the Crate, I guess, but you know.
My guess is Maul's coming out doing damage to the base right away.
Yeah. Maul at this point is just super efficient, being able to overwhelm through the scene there. But Jonathan is in no hurry. He'll wait and see what else Alvin is playing, and then if Vader indeed turns out to be a better play, he's got that option online. Did they claim there without spending resources?
No, I can't.
No. That doesn't make sense.
Maul's coming out here.
Maul is coming out.
Sure.
Yeah. No? Yeah. Maul.
Yeah.
Just going straight through Basine, 4 damage to base. Just taking the 1 back, which he puts on Bosk there.
Bosk.
Yeah. Because why not? He doesn't need to double ramp or anything here.
And the good thing is he can't use Tarkin Town on Bosk, so
exactly.
That's really good to just put another damage on Bosk there.
Yep. Even though Talking Town only does 3 damage, so Maul wouldn't have been in danger anyway. But yeah, that's still the safer play, and why not?
And now he has lethal with Maul.
Yep.
So he needs to do tap down Maul here, but then he's got lethal with both Bosk and punishing one as well.
If they get to strike both of them, yeah.
Yeah.
So he does tap down. No, he kills.
But that just loses him the game.
Yeah.
I think he missed that he had lethal with Maul there. Yeah.
So that's it then.
Should be.
Or did we misread those?
No, he's on 25. Or is it? Yeah, he's on 25. I think he miscalculated there, maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
Or there wasn't much he could do. Probably wasn't looking good for him this game.
No.
As CB in chat said.
Yeah.
The Greedo play on turn 1 is really risky against Bosk.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. I'd rather just not play something turn 1 if Greedo's my only option. So yeah, that's an easy 2-0 to Hyrax, Jonathan. I realize I have not been updating the score. So this game is over. Oh, sorry, the match is over. 2 straight games for Jonathan. Convincing play. He shows his experience here on stream, and I'd say Jonathan is definitely well situated with this deck in the meta, even though I think that Django is probably a best and even matchup for him. In the hands of a really competent player, Django Talking Town can be a problem for a deck like Bosk, I'm sure. But Jonathan has the experience to still deal with it.
And he did get really good starts in the game. these games,
Certainly
especially the
second.
second. Yes,
Yeah,
especially the
certainly.
second game.
Yeah. It has been issues. We have some reports on the issues, so I don't know exactly what the issue was, but the report we got some reports from Matthias, one of our podcast crew here, who has some insights to the situation, and the summary of what they got back from the support team at Melee is that the Melee team answered, unfortunately, no, I have not yet seen this situation before. So we did have a problem that that even the Melee team themselves had never encountered before. I hope that it's all sorted out now, but I don't know that for sure. Also,
at least when we look at round 2, we can see that there is one player who got a bye this turn.
Yeah.
Time around, so maybe that was something of the problem in the first game that
could
somehow, because I didn't see that in the first round, right?
No. Let's update the Melee here and have a look and see what we can see. So from round 1, we can't see standings from round 1 yet, as far as I can tell, which
that's
means
strange, but yeah.
can you see it maybe
No.
from your end? Is this what I'm showing live, what you see as well then?
I can see what you're showing yet.
Okay, so I see something here. Okay, let's see. So we do have standings, maybe? No? Okay, so we can't get the standings from round 1, but we can get the matching from round 2.
Yeah, and
So
you can see there are some games that's been reported already.
Yep. So we've got Matthias Berensen, who it's a Norwegian player who was attending the Stockholm PQ. He took another win down here, 2-0. Harex, as we've just witnessed on stream, took down his game on stream. Other than that, we've got Mikael Bondesson, McMike online, took down his game, and the speed at which would suggest that he is still on Sabine. McMike is a avid Sabine player, but those are the only games that has been reported yet.
It's quite strange that we can't see the standings for round 1 in a Melee.
But that would be part of the problems from last round, I would assume.
Yeah, probably.
Yep. And so we have no matchups that I can see here from any people that we know that are matched up against other people we know. So everyone seems to have been matched up with different. So this could be a Norwegian home game, like we've got a derby.
Could be.
Further down here, we could have a couple of derbies actually. Not sure because I don't know those players. All right. I think with this few games reported, we don't have that many more things to show you right now. We do have a time schedule reported now. So games were supposed to start at 10, but we didn't get the first game started until close to 10:30. So we were running late already. And then we had this quite long break before we could get started with round number 2. That should have been, it should have started, round 1 should have started 10:30, but we weren't starting until closer to 11. And we did not get round 2 started till maybe 12:30 or something like that. So there's quite a lot of more time left in this round. So I might just leave you. We might just take a break from here, waiting for more results, and then pop in again. So round 3 should be starting. What could we guess? We're running at least half an hour late. So
at least I think even more, maybe.
Yeah, probably more. So I think we'll try to be back with you for round 3. Maybe something like 12, 13, 1:15, maybe? That's a little bit over half an hour.
That's
No, that's
right
now. That's
yeah,
now.
that's now.
Ooh, so we're definitely running more than half an hour late then.
Yes.
We don't actually have time in the round. Let's see if we can get some reports from on the ground here.
Yeah.
How much time is left?
Looks like most of your crew is still playing.
Yeah, they're all playing still, so
Yeah.
we might not get any answers here.
Yeah.
I'm afraid. But we will put you on the break screen, and I will update the break screen as soon as I know what time we will be back. But for now, we will just take a bit of a break and be with you in a bit. That's I'm afraid. So that's as close as we can get at this point to an accurate time reading.
Yeah.
But we'll be back in a bit. See you soon. All right, now we should be back.
Okay.
How do you input capture? Can everyone hear us all right? I guess chat will let us know if we are still muted.
We'll see.
Yeah. Let's see. It looks to me like we are maybe muted still. Now maybe we're back. I don't know. We'll see.
Chat will let us know, I guess.
I
And
suppose.
now, actually, I just refreshed the melee, and we have matches paired, and we have actually standings. No, no
Yes.
standings yet.
No standings yet. But let's have a look at what we can see from last turn here. Then, so we had all the technical difficulties in between round one, or actually from round one, I think. But this would be the standing, the results of round two that we're looking at here on screen. Let me just adjust this a little bit. No, that's fine, I suppose. So we can see we had the Alvin and Harax game that went to Harax, but then we can see down here we can see Stevo took his game down. Jonathan Double B beat Jason Kirk 2-0, and that's the Jonathan that was in Stockholm as well. He was actually featured on stream in, I think, one of the games. I wouldn't take poison on that, but I think he was.
Okay.
So we also got Void Noob that we saw take down the first game with the Moff Gideon deck. He beat Stefan Håkensen 2-0 here. We got Jacob Hultman Reikob here. Had to go to time against, I think, a Danish player. Sorry, a Norwegian player. So he's 1-1 then, but with a draw, I guess. Those are slightly better than losses, but they are still losses.
Yeah.
We got Jonas. He actually lost to Jesper BW. And I think that's a Norwegian player who took Jonah down 2-0. We already knew that Mikael Bondeson, took down his game 2-0, which would put him at a 1-1.
1-1, yeah.
Yeah.
And then the first game, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Adam won his game here, also 1-1. And then we have a sleuth of Norwegian players. The Nerf also lost this game, so he's at double losses here. Unfortunately, we can't see standings from round one yet. I think that's part of the issues we had. But maybe we can get matchup soon. They have not yet managed to match up the other games. But while we wait for that, we have some interesting graphs here that we can put on screen for you. So what you're seeing here is a graph. Oh, it's slightly small. Maybe I can enlarge that for you a little bit. So this is a graph of throughout the PQ season, or actually throughout the year, from the larger tournaments reported on SWU Competitive Hub. We can see some developments on how the leaders have performed over time. So what we've got here would be a leader-based combo proportions over time. So the percentages over time. Maybe you can see that on screen now a little bit better. So this graph details the PQ. It's only the PQs then. Okay, only PQs. And we can see the yellow line here, which represents...
Yellow is Quinlan.
Yeah, yellow's Quinlan.
Quinlan Tarkentown.
And
purple one is Han 1 Yellow.
Yep.
The blue one is Django Tarkentown, and the red one is Sabine ECL.
Right. So you can see that we did have early on in the meta, not the very first one, but early on in the meta, Han was doing very well. And then as time progressed, percentage of top 8 placement. Okay, so this is the percentage of top 8 placement. So we had in January we had some really strong performances from Han 1, and then as time has passed, that has dropped and leveled out a little bit for each weekend. Some weekends slightly better, but most weekends it has dropped down. Even though it has performed the best on many weekends, it is nowhere near as high a percentage as it was for those 2 weekends we had there early on in January.
Yep.
We can see the red line was Sabine, right?
Sabine, yeah.
And Sabine has been all over the place, as you can see, but constantly performing quite well.
Yeah.
So she's a constant, and isn't that what we've been seeing throughout all of the sets? That Sabine has been the one constant, never the best, but always the constant performer.
And
Uh,
I mean, she has a lot of very good matchups. So I guess
mhm,
when you don't, if you don't see her in a week of tournaments, then a lot of players will jump on Sabine and play her, because when you don't expect Sabine
mhm,
and you don't have a good matchup in Sabine,
yeah,
she's gonna do very well.
yeah,
But then if you see a lot of Sabine, people start to tech against it and bring decks that's good against Sabine, and then you'll see a drop off in Sabine, I guess. So
yeah.
it feels about right. It should be up and down for Sabine like this.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I think also this the perceived effect. If you perceive that there's a lot of Sabine players will just move on to something else because a lot of people don't like the mirror. I personally used to be a Sabine player, and I love the mirror. I, I thrive in the mirror, but I think that's one of the more interesting matchups you can have, the Sabine mirror. But I know that a lot of people that do enjoy playing Sabine don't enjoy the mirror that much.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, if you are a Sabine player and you go to a tournament, or you expect at a tournament that there will be a lot of them, uh, a lot of such Sabine's plays would probably just move on to something else if indeed they can, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the Sabine deck is your one deck, and then oh well, you're stuck,
Then
I guess. Yeah,
if you only have one deck, it's a good deck to go with, because she's always a menace.
yeah, no, yeah. So far throughout the set 1, 2, and 3 meta, she has never been, a and a deck that couldn't perform.
Oh,
It's always been on the cusp or the best,
yeah,
uh, and it's always been ranked top 5 decks, or high, like high top 5 even. So I think that's a, a, a graph. This graph confirms what I would have expected from that.
yeah,
So the yellow line being Quinlan there, and we can see that Quinlan spiked a couple of weeks ago and had a lot of wins, almost, well, a little bit over 20% of that weekend's wins. So Quinlan was actually doing really well for 1 week, but it's been around throughout the meta and performed to quite some extent throughout. So it is a surprise that it to me at least, that it hasn't been more represented in the Scandinavian meta. We haven't seen Quinlan perform in any of the other Nordic PQs.
no,
So it's interesting. I think we know for a fact that Jason is on the Quinlan Talking Town. He's 1-1 now, so he's
yep,
certainly has the option to be able to take a top 8 here. Still, can't count him out at this point. And I for one would definitely uh, like to see Quinlan do well here. Was definitely one of the leaders I was really high on for this set. I think you have some of the more interesting deck builds you can do around him. Both the green deck and the red deck have some really interesting lines. I prefer maybe the green version, but I think the red version is certainly stronger. So it would be
okay.
fun. Yeah.
We just got from Jason that they're doing lunch now instead.
Oh, so we are not at all going to get a game now. People at Melee are fixing stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so they are getting the support team at Melee to try and fix this tournament for them. So there will be a lunch break now until 20 minutes past 2. So that's half an hour from now. So we will be taking a break here, and we will be with you back on air for maybe what should we say? We will join you 25 past 2. Yeah, all right. So we will take another break then, and be with you soon. All right. See you in a bit. All right. I think we're back. Chat, please confirm that you can hear us if you can indeed hear us. Now, let's see. We are hopeful that we will be bringing you a game of Star Wars Unlimited quite soon. We do see people sitting down at the streaming table, but Melee has yet to be updated with matchings, so we don't have any pairings. I mean, we don't have any pairings yet for this round. But hopefully we will have such in just a little bit. Yep, we got confirmation from Jakob there that he can indeed hear us. That's
Great.
good to know. So as we can you that seems to be a CAD deck that they're bringing out.
Yep.
Could that be correct?
Looks like a CAD Tarkin Town, maybe.
Maybe.
Yes. So we're getting CAD Tarkin Town versus Gideon. Void
Oh,
Noob.
so we got Void Noob back here on the Gideon. So we will bring you over there in just a little bit. But for new viewers, maybe we could recap a little bit what we did see in the first round from Gideon, because that is a deck that most people aren't always so familiar with. We certainly weren't.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was like go wide strategy in the beginning of the game, at least. He has a lot of smaller Imperial units he plays out. And then he goes into the more standard Vader and Reinforcement Walker in the end game, I guess.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting to see how this does against a CAD Tarkin Town deck.
Which certainly has the ability to move a lot faster than the deck we did see. Well, actually, maybe not really.
Maybe not faster, but I think the pinging and the Tarkin Town could be a problem maybe in the beginning. If he gets behind on, and then a bigger and more harder to control Cad Bane when he flips as well, then we saw him facing Asajj. I don't know what he faced in the second round.
Yeah, no.
But he's
he did win, though.
Yeah, he's 2-0, so it's always fun to see with a bit of a off-meta leader, at least.
For sure. We were actually talking about that when we had the deck on stream last, that it is fun to see these off-meta decks perform. You don't always get to see that in this level of competition, but when you do, it is nice. Right, let's move over to the table and see, because they are setting up. And
they are. Looks like they're getting ready to start the game.
Yeah. And let's see. Have they rolled for initiative yet? I didn't see any dice.
I haven't seen anything. It looks like they're still shuffling.
They're waiting for. Yeah, they're probably waiting for the round time to be announced as well. Interestingly enough, we still have no pairings for this round, so the issues with Melee must certainly still persist.
But I see Matthias wrote that they did it, that they managed to fix.
Oh, maybe.
But
no. No, still no matchings. Well, it might just be my Melee that isn't updated.
No, I can't see it either.
No. All right. So Melee is still acting up a little bit, but maybe the underlying issues are now sorted out, and that in a bit we will start seeing the proper performance as well. Now they are certainly not looking like they're ready to start playing. They're fiddling with their phones and whatnot here. So there might still be a little bit before they get to draw opening hands and so. But I think Gorstak reported a 5-5 there. I assume that's just that he can hear us. And we are loud enough.
Oh,
We
they're
had
rolling
some.
for initiative now, at least.
All right. Yes. So we're getting going then. Let's see. We've got Void Noob. Is he giving the initiative to Jonathan there? No,
I think
no,
the other way around. I think
the other
Jonathan
way
gave
around.
the initiative to Void Noob.
Yeah, it makes sense when you're playing Bosk. You want to keep going, responding, so that you can get that ping onto something at least for the first rounds. Hopefully, if your game plan goes as it should, you are keeping your opponent low on units.
They're drawing cards at least. So it looks like they're
So
getting
time
ready.
has probably. Well, I mean, you can draw your opening hand
Yeah.
and go decide whether or not to mulligan and all that before time actually starts, but you can't start playing. So yeah, TM Dollars asks in chat. There've been substantial issues from the start. There were 35 players. There are, I think, 35 players enrolled, but there were only 34 players in Melee that actually got matched up. So for some reason, the player that should have had a bye didn't get that bye in that first round, and they're trying to sort out these issues because it did show 35 players in the Melee. So Melee had all 35 players, but it just did not match that last player into a bye as it should. It did for the second round, but because of the issues from the first round, we still kept some of the problems. Well, the game is underway now, so let's see what's happening there. They seem to be deciding on resourcing there, or the Django player is. The Moff Gideon player, Void Noob, has already resourced. And Jonathan, that's the Norwegian Jonathan, not Hyrax that we saw last round, also named Jonathan, but from Skövde. Let's see. How do you open here? Do you try and avoid the ping, playing like a one cost, or what do you think?
I mean, it's difficult to avoid the ping if you want to play something in this.
Right.
I guess it depends on if the Gideon player thinks he wants to take this game to the late game or not, because he could just pass.
Right. And I think both of these decks have different areas of the game where they're the strongest. I think the Gideon deck with all those 2 and 3 drops, and we did see some Death Star Stormtroopers and whatnot. So he does have 1 drops as well. So he has a substantial early game, but also then a very heavy late game. But maybe not so much in the middle there. Whereas the CAD deck usually runs a lot of 4-5 drops with the bounty hunters there. So it's possible that delaying a little bit could actually benefit the CAD deck. But then if it gets drawn out too much, then the Moff Gideon player might have more answers again.
Oh, yeah. And I'm getting from Matthias here now that they looks like they made a new tournament.
Oh, they have.
Melee.
Okay, so
So
we're going
hopefully
to get
we'll get a link for that,
Yeah.
and we can see.
Yeah, that would be great, so that we can actually show the correct matchups and all the jazz, and keep everyone updated as much as possible. That seems to be the simplest way to fix all these kinds of issues. Just start over. Like you said, grab a screenshot of what you got and then do again. But well, it might not be as easy as I imagine it should be. Let's see. They are waiting for something here. For some reason, it looks like maybe a Void Noob is going to take a mulligan here, because he is. Oh, we get a thumbs up from Jonathan there. I don't know what this means. Okay, so we have a change here. It looks like Void Noob is packing up his things. but maybe Jonathan is staying on. All right, so they might have
Okay.
repaired here. They might have repaired.
Okay.
Let's see what we got. We got a new melee link here.
I can't get that melee link to work.
But I might. So I'll try and have a look at that.
We got a new one now.
Yeah, no.
This one works. Yeah, this one works.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So we might have a repairing coming up here. Yeah, and that's indeed what they are checking on their phones. It would seem to me, at least. All right. Let's see. What have we got? Yeah, we do indeed have a new, and here we have pairings. We don't have standings, but we have pairings for round 3.
Yep.
And if we are getting table 1, we should have Jonathan BB on, and we should have him against Mega News. Mega News is 2-0. So yeah, that it all checks out. I don't know Mega News. I think he's either Norwegian or possibly one of the Icelandic players, but he is on Pulp Yellow.
Yeah, Pulp Yellow.
All right, I will have all my screen things updated shortly here. Let's see if we can get that indeed. Leader should be Palpatine. Well, sorry for the delay here. I'll get this sorted as quickly as I can. There. And we should change.
Jason is giving you new names.
Yep. Yep. Player text. And okay, so this, he wants to go by Brage.
Yes. Probably Norwegian. Yeah, we got from chat. He's Norwegian.
Yep. Mega News is a Norwegian. We are he preferred apparently to be called Brage. I think that might be his actual name. So that, well, come on. Let's see if I can align these properly. There you go. All right. So Brage will have a little chance to shuffle up his deck there, I hope. And we could get going shortly. He seems to be almost set up.
This is a matchup I've actually played a lot because I played a lot of Palpatine Yellow.
Yeah. What's your experience into CAD? I mean,
it's a tight matchup. Can go either way.
Right.
I think it might. When I play it, it feels like I really have to play super well with Palp, not making mistakes.
Really?
Feels like, yeah, because it depends on which version of the Palp Yellow he's on, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
There is a bit of a difference you can do with that deck, but
Definitely.
If the CAD Torkentown gets a quick start and like really try to aggro you out, it could be a problem if you don't get your ramp and things like that in the Palp. So we'll see how this goes. But I think it could be a good game. It's often a tight game.
All right.
I feel.
I would have imagined. I have not played a lot of CAD Red, but I have played a bit of Pulp Yellow, and I would have imagined that it would be a Pulp Yellow would be quite favored into CAD, but I might be mistaken there then.
I guess it depends on the CAD deck as well, but if it can go fast, Pulps always have problem against fast decks. So if you can really get in a lot of damage early, it can be tough for Palpatine.
Right.
And we can see in the chat now that Voidnew was one of the Icelandic players.
Yeah.
Nice.
So there are 3 players from Iceland present. That's super cool. I really like to have all the Scandinavian or actually Nordic countries represented. That feels right to me, being part of the Nordic Takedown podcast, obviously.
Yeah.
So real happy to see that there's a community on Iceland playing the game as well. Maybe one day we get a PQ in Reykjavik. I would certainly love to go. It's an absolutely lovely town.
Yeah, I've been there once as well. It's a special place to
Yeah,
visit Iceland.
it's kind of like going to the moon.
Almost feels like that, yes.
So far away from everything. Well.
Uh,
Now they've shuffled up here, and we will see them draw opening hands in just a second. So
Looks
this
like
game,
Palpatine has the initiative, so I guess
right?
that
Yeah,
Jonathan gave him the initiative.
yeah, yeah.
I usually don't want to go first as Palpatine in this matchup,
No,
but
I mean,
it's not that bad because he can just pass. He wants to go late, so it's up
mhm, yeah,
to Jonathan to play something, I guess.
yeah. No, I definitely think so. Having the initiative for Palp here shouldn't hurt him.
It doesn't matter that much.
No, either he's got the Poggle guy, the that creates droids, and then
Yep.
he doesn't care. You know, if you want to kill that, well, kill it then. you know.
Yeah, I mean sometimes you just want the player to use up
Mm,
his Tarkin town early,
right,
so
right,
you don't have to be afraid of that going into later rounds.
exactly.
It's often more of a problem if the CAD player can keep Tarkin town alive until you play a Vader or something like
Mm,
that. He can use that on Vader to kill
exactly.
him.
Yeah,
So
that's my
you're
experience.
usually happy if he uses Tarking Town early in this game.
Yeah, Tyler Morehouse points out that if you're running a scanning officer,
Yep.
you definitely want to have initiative just to go first and tap out the resources. For those not familiar with this interaction, oh, that's a Poggle though. So
Yep.
much like I said, he's kind of almost baiting the CAD and Talking Town use it. So
Okay, so we see he's probably going to pick the Super Laser Technician. He has
for
a
sure,
Maul, Change of Heart, and a
yeah,
Technician on
definitely.
hand.
Those are
Yep.
both Maul and Change of Heart are very late plays. Super Laser Technician would have been really good for actually making the CAD ping less worth as well.
Yeah.
Now, do you think that Jonathan will use Talking Town here
Yeah, I
as well?
think he will.
So this is
And
kind of the play that I was talking about. Like you're almost baiting the Talking Town use, but Poggle is also really strong when he gets to do what he does.
I'm not sure I would have done that as the CAD player in this specific
No,
instance because he knew he
he knew the
took
hand.
Yeah, so he has to draw a 3-cost unit to use Poggle's ability this turn. So it
Exactly.
might not have been a big play to do that. So we'll see. We'll see
Yeah.
if it helps.
No, I would
I
have
think.
waited a bit with the Talking Town use there,
Yep.
because it's still online next turn. You know, you can still do it. He does have initiative there. Uh, did Brage just claim that?
Feels like he didn't get a 3-drop. This is not so good for Palpatine here.
No, yeah. Palpatine runs 3-drops, but not a horde of them or anything.
He's got quite a lot of 2-drops, and
Mhm.
in 3-drops it's usually
Poggle.
maybe
No, sorry.
no, like Super Laser Technician and some
The Sentinels.
Sentinels. Yeah.
Yeah, either the
Uh,
Dark Face Troopers or the Royal Guards.
so against when I play Palpatine Yellow, I usually we don't know what he resourced, of course, the
No,
Palpatine player, but I usually try to keep 2 3
3-drops
costs, yeah, on
into
hand
yellow, any
because
yellow villainy.
yeah, because of if he plays Bazine in first
Yeah,
turn, that's
yeah,
a really bad.
yeah. Now we see him play the Sentinel,
Yeah.
but he is hesitant to use CAD there
Oh,
for some reason.
yeah,
He
because it
wants
might.
to wants to resolve the full. Obviously, he should resolve the full extent of
And I guess he's
um,
thinking if he
Jabba
gets
there.
like he does, he gets a
Mhm.
McClunky.
Exactly.
He
Exactly.
can wait and
Yep.
use CAD on the McClunky trigger as well.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yes.
So there's no reason to use use it before all resources are spent in this case, and always make sure that you have enough information, when you make your decisions. If you can have more information into your decision, then do that.
Oh,
So
and we
he is
see
one-
Bosk is using the option to write down, to take notes during the game.
Yeah, and he seems to be keeping notes on what cards he saw, and then he will shuffle those on the bottom of the deck. So he's just taking notes on what cards he are putting on the deck here.
Very interesting that he's doing it openly so that his opponent can see it as well.
Yeah, that's a little bit weird, but maybe his opponent can't really read from that distance that well.
Could be.
Yeah. From our top view,
It
looks
was very easy.
weird. He's actually showing us what he put
Yeah.
on the bottom there for a little bit. I don't know if you could make that out, but if you want to, you could just pause the game and look, I guess. We are not going to. So that was the Jabba the Jabba trigger. When he played that, he's hitting with punishing one, and then he's picking up the scene and killing the sentinel there, which is a very good play for him. And also Brage chose just to claim there. He didn't spend that last resource. Maybe he doesn't have a 1-drop though, so
probably not. Usually the only 1-drops that show up in Palpatine is the little lizard monkey.
That will heal when you play him.
Yeah. And
let's see. So they are not playing fast.
No, this could be a problem.
Because this match could very well go long.
At least if they get 3 games, it could be a problem if they don't pick up the pace. But
so he's stealing the punishing one there. Yeah, it's a good play.
A good play.
And I think like the Palp Yellow going all in on stealing units like this, playing both. We've seen the change of heart, and now we see the treacherous here. That's an interesting build. I have tried it out. I personally don't usually like to go that hard into it, but I think it's still a very valid build.
But here we see he would very much wanted to have Tarkin Town ready now.
Yeah.
If he didn't remove Poggle with Tarkin Town, he could have pinged the punishing one and used Tarkin Town now.
Yep.
So this could be a problem.
Especially given that Poggle is only creating 1/1s. So with CAD pings, they are very vulnerable. They aren't helping with the CAD pings at all.
We got to help with the little lizard monkey. It's Crumb, of course. Salacious Crumb.
Yeah, Salacious Crumb, yeah.
It's a fun card to play. Very versatile card, actually.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem that super good, but can actually
really
win you games sometimes,
especially when you can bring it out with Vader and you bring some 2-drop out as well. You get a lot of health on the board against a deck like CAD, where you can choose for yourself where to put damage. Having Salacious and a 2-drop brought out by a Vader drop, you get so many options. Definitely.
And he's good to take damage from Maul when you play Maul as well. And
yeah. So we've just got a shout out from Hyperspace Cube Yoda Killer in the chat. One of the most most successful CAD Talking Town players. So obviously, let's go CAD from Yoda Killer there. Well, let's see. It's certainly not looking bad for CAD right now. He does have some damage on base, and he's got somewhat of a board. Having both Bosk and Jabba out, he can play his events a little bit cheaper maybe, and get those Bosk pings as well as the pings from CAD. So there's good synergy.
And he hasn't gotten that much damage on Palpatine's base yet. I think the Traitorous in this case was a key card for the Palpatine player that had a bad start with no
3-drop to play at all.
Yeah.
Because of Basin there.
Yep. No, this could certainly have been looking a lot more dire for Palpatine here.
Yeah, and it feels like from the cards we've seen played, at least, looks like the CAD Tarkentown is not one of the more aggro parts. He's got Jabba and Basin main decks. So
sneak
if that's the
attacking,
case,
the Raider here. This is, however, a fairly fast play.
Yes,
being able to with the Bosk trigger as well, kill that punishing one. Getting he's going to get 8 damage on base just from this play, and that's 4 damage for each card. So that's very efficient.
that is one of the ways that this could go really bad for the Palpatine player. The sneak attacking Raider is really devastating.
Yeah, that's like
because it's not a card you'll be able to steal or anything. It just does a lot of damage to you.
Yeah, no, and you can't really prevent it that easily, and it's basically like playing 2 4 courses in a row and hitting with both of them, but with a discount on both of them because the whole play only costs you 4 resources. No, sorry, 5 resources.
5, yeah.
Yeah, so it's 1 cheaper than playing 2 4 courses and having them both hit at maximum. So this is super strong play, I think. The council love that play, I'm guessing. Yeah, the council might love that play.
We saw the hand of the PAL player there. He had a Walker, Vader, and a Change of Heart. And
the Change of Heart is online here.
Yeah, so Jonathan chose to remove the Walker. I think that's the correct play as well.
Yep.
Because the Walker can be a bit of a trouble for CAD to take care of.
Yep, it could certainly be. Yeah, we get confirmation that the council does indeed approve of this play. Yep. Now, for those not in the know, the council is over at the Bothan Network. They have the council of CAD red players, I think, or CAD talking down players, and then you have what was the yellow, the something of Han yellow players.
Okay, I didn't know this.
So there's the cabal of
cabal. Oh, nice.
of Han yellow players. So it's a reference to that, I think. Now,
so this is looking very bad for the Palpatine player right here. He's only on 6 resources. So
yep, and we do actually have lethal on board now for next round.
Yeah, we do know he has a Change of Heart, but so he could potentially
he could remove the immediate threat of lethal that we see on board by using the Change of Heart.
It's gonna be very tough to come back into this game. And we do know he has Vader in hand, so he can start by attacking with a Vader.
But maybe then he can't also play Change of Heart. No. It's either or.
Yep. But the Vader can kill either Bosk or CAD. Actually.
Yeah, Tyler remarks that it was a little bit weird that he didn't ping the phase 3 Dark Trooper there with the CAD ping. But I don't know. In this
I think
situation,
he was thinking that he could wait if the PAL player played out something else. He could have pinged with when he played, because McClunky is an underworld card as well.
Right, exactly.
So he can ping when he played that instead.
Yeah. Now we do get to see Vader being played here to remove the Bosk. I can only assume that's what he's trying to do here.
I guess so.
Or CAD, so that he gets one of the 2 units that can hit for 4 off the board. And then getting that, that's key, that he gets a Sentinel as well.
He's not a Sentinel yet, because Vader's not an official, so that's not.
Is Vader not an official?
No, he's not. So this is still a problem, because he's going to get a lot of damage on his base here. But then when he flips Palpatine next turn, he he's unofficial. So
Yep.
then he's
Then he
gonna.
can help. Then he can help.
Yeah.
Now, as the CAD player here, do you prioritize removing that Vader, or do you just go as fast as you can into base?
It depends a little bit on what he's got on hand. He hasn't played a card yet this turn, but I
Nope.
think I'd just go base because he's
It
done
seems
so much
indeed like
damage.
what he's
Yeah,
doing.
he's already at 25, so
Mhm.
there he's like, yeah,
He,
if he
can
has
get to 28 here.
he's got
with-
a raider in hand as well, so
oh, okay. So then
he's got
that's
lethal. He's got lethal.
yeah, he does, because the Raider ping will bring those
Yeah.
two. If he gets to attack with both Yaba and Basin, he does have lethal.
Yeah, and I can't see what Palpatine's going to do with one
No,
resource.
one resource. A crumb, salacious crumb.
He could get one. Is he on 8?
One,
Oh,
two,
I
three,
I
four, five,
miscounted.
six,
I
seven,
miscounted
8.
that.
He
Okay.
is on 8, but he has
That-
nothing
that-
to steal.
No, but that changes because now he has a sentinel on board, so
Yep,
that
yep.
stops Jabba and Basin from attacking at least the base, attacking the base. So,
Yeah.
but I think and now
I think
that has-
Tyler's point there of being slightly more efficient with the ping and the Yaba attack on the phase 3 last turn could have yielded 4 more damage on base.
Yeah.
And that's certainly true, but it will not matter because I think here already in this turn he will be able to put himself in a position where he basically can't lose next turn. If he just claims here, I don't see that.
Well, actually, there is a few.
What could
Yeah, if he
0
claim,
resources
yeah,
or
I
1
mean,
resource, he can't hurt that
no,
Raider.
no, he can't.
So okay, so he's not claiming.
I
I
think
would have just claimed
the
there.
Palpatine player claimed, I think, because he had to.
Oh, okay. He was a bit faster than I thought there.
But I don't
okay.
know what he could draw to fix this.
No, I mean he doesn't have a sentinel at this point, and he could win on either space lane or ground
Yeah,
lane. So
There's
I
an
just don't see.
overwhelming barrage doesn't do it
No,
either.
it's
So
CAD has too many HPs.
Yeah.
He's still got 5 HPs standing there. So Vader could kill CAD, but then the Raider hits for enough. And also killing the Raider would no, that's not enough. He needs to do a little bit more than just a ping from the
because
Raider.
we know he has a change of heart,
Yeah,
so he could have change of heart the Raider, but then
But
Cat
then
kills him.
CAD
So,
takes it. So yeah, they check on it, and we go to sideboarding here.
Yeah.
Um,
I think this game was probably already decided when he took the super laser technician with Basin in the starts.
I think so. And also
making
that
it-
terrible start for Palpatine did not help. It was a horrible start with going straight into that Basin and only having the 1 3 drop in hand.
Yeah.
It's just rough. I don't know that I agree with talking towning away the Poggle, but in the end it didn't cost him as much as it could have. Obviously it would have been nice to be able to just talk in town that Vader away there, but it really didn't matter. So
yeah, he didn't need it. So,
No.
but I agree. I wouldn't have Tarkin Town the Poggle that turn when he knew what he had in hand. But
exactly. But I
But
guess
then again, he could have drawn another super laser technician, played that out, gotten an extra droid, and it's a whole different story. So
yeah. I'm not that as a CAD player. I wouldn't think that you're that worried about droids though. Like those are so easy to just ping away.
But the only work from the droids is drawing cards for Palpatine.
Right.
It's always
Send
good if you can stop him from having units to draw cards with.
Always.
Usually when you've played a lot with Palp and against Palp, you start to getting to know if people have played a lot against Palp, because then they kill your super laser technician before you get the opportunity to sacrifice him.
Yeah. Yep.
And it often seems like a bad idea to kill a super laser technician
But
because
it's usually
that's
not.
what the opponents want you to do.
Right.
But when Palps got them, you should probably kill them.
Yep. Yeah, no, I mean the alternative is that he could either just hurt you for 2 and then kill it and draw a card and hurt you for 1 more, or
Yeah.
at least just hurt you for 1 and draw a card off of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're all always bad. They're all bad options.
Yeah.
Yeah. Taking the ramp is so devastating. Yep, it certainly was there. And I think the CAD player here will always try to do that, like try to get a Basine on turn 1 against these late game decks. It's such a, especially the ramp decks, it's such a strong play to be able to remove one of your turn 2 plays like that, even if you're not on the play.
We talked about Salacious Crumb before. We see him in the deck on. We saw him just now in the deck at least.
Yep. And I think that's a very good card against CAD, just because you're able to heal a little bit and you have something that you can put that CAD ping on, that where it doesn't really matter since you bring it back up to your hand all the time. So it's probably a really good idea to have that online against him. Okay. Yeah.
So it looks like they've finished their sideboarding and are ready to play game 2.
Yeah. Did you catch any of what the power play was actually bringing in there?
I couldn't see that on screen.
Me neither. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, so it would be fun to see if we could get a bit of a better start for Palpatine. I usually I'm always in Palpatine's corner because it's my favorite leader to play so far in this game.
Yeah.
And it's always fun to see how powerful that deck can be when it gets to do what it wants to do.
Yeah. No, I think Pulp Yellow is also the strongest version of Pulp in this meta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see in the set 4 when you get a 35 health blue base.
Yeah.
Might be a good base for Palpatine.
Yeah, well, I mean, Pulp Blue is already very strong, and with a 5 extra HP and a leader that draws card inherently, starting with 1 less card in hand doesn't necessarily need to be. I mean, the games where that will matter the most would be the games that would already be bad for him, the fast games. So it might aggravate the deficit there a little bit, but mostly I think it will just be stronger for him.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Okay, so looks like he gives CAD the first play, and he starts with Basine.
Yeah.
That's
it's a little bit too fast there.
Yep.
So he lost the Poggle, and what else did he have in hand there?
I didn't really see.
It was a little bit too fast for me there. But Super Laser, he drew into a Super Laser Technician there, which is even better for him. So yeah, that's lucky. This might just change the pace of this game from the last one, just by that draw there. That can't really make out what that, but he does have a Super Laser there, and it's straight down.
Of course.
So a Phantom in space there. That could actually be problematic for Palpatine to deal with.
It could. We know that Palpatine player plays Traitorous, so
he does.
if he has a Traitorous, he could actually steal it this turn. That could be a really good play for him.
That would be a great play for him.
Having a Phantom on his side just negates all the pings from CAD.
Yep, and CAD does not run many answers to that. Maybe he's got some waylays in the deck, and that would be it. I think that's the only way he can handle that. I think. So we are at 4 resources here, but Palpatine will be ramping. He has initiative. He will certainly run that.
It depends what he wants to play this turn. He could sacrifice it as well, just to get an extra card if he doesn't have a
5 drop. Yeah,
5 drop. If he wants to do something else, but we'll see.
It will be very apparent from how he starts this turn, because he might just hit base with it and then sacrifice it. But no, he is starting out with I can't remember the name of this unit, but when it's a 2/1, and when it dies, it produces a droid. So yeah, he does indeed hit into the scene there. I'm not sure that's how I would have done it though, because I would have liked to sacrifice that.
Depends on what he wants to play. Another one, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, then
nice
that's good. That's really good.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And
so
now
double
he has,
ramping. Yeah. Double ramping here will be really nice. So, do you think Lom will take it out? No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Okay. Oh, interesting. I would have certainly used that. Now Palpatine's got initiative. That's really weird, because now Palpatine's got initiative and he can just kill the Phantom, get a droid back, and then he's
and then he can
position.
He can go to 7 resources. So if he has like a Vader in hand, he could play that this turn, and that would be
that's devastating.
Very big.
Yeah. So removing the Phantom there was key, and he gets a droid token. I think they're looking for them. That's weird. If you're playing Poggle, wouldn't you have them on hand? Seems to me that tokens would be one key part of his strategy here. But okay, there you go. So we got a droid token there, and he's just going face here.
Going base.
Yeah. I mean, sure, that's what he needs to be doing, but that is opening up all the lines for Palp. So he's just ramming that, taking Basine out, I suppose. No,
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, even if he has a Vader here, it's not the best play to ambush for Lom in this.
Not the best,
because Tarkin Town can kill Vader then.
Yep.
But
that's stronger. That's much better. Yes,
really nice.
Yeah, picking it up and putting it away. That's really good. Yeah, and he does have quite a few resources open here, so I might have waited a little bit with this play if I was the Palpatine player, just to see what CAD would be doing. But still a solid play.
What's a boss he ambushed CAD with now?
And he pinged, so he
Tarkin Town.
I'm talking now. And this is why you want to wait with the Tarkin Town for a bit in order to do these kinds of plays. So it might have looked like the CAD play was completely wasted there. I don't think it was, because it stalled out everything here, and he's on 8 resources. That's where Pulp likes to be. and even
he has a little droid as well. That's really annoying, because he has a droid that can run into units, and Palp can flip and take that unit.
Yep. And even if it's in space, he can just pay 1 and have it. Okay, so we get a walker here, drawing the card. Actually, he doesn't have that much damage on his base yet, so I think Palp is in a really good place here. In don't know. Oh, he doesn't hit the droid here.
That's interesting.
Interesting. Maybe he wants to do.
Oh, he claimed as well.
Interesting. So CAD is certainly going to remove that droid, right?
I would if I were a CAD player here, but he's going for the base. But it could be the right decision.
He is up to 20 damage here. That went really fast, and
The
Yellow
problem now
comes.
is if Palpatine has like a change of hearts
Mhm.
in his hand now, he can
Mhm.
take the Raider.
Mhm. Yep.
And then he can attack with the Walker. He can do a lot of stuff.
Yep.
So it's
Yep.
gonna be an interesting turn.
Yeah, I mean, it might look like a lot of damage on the Palpatine base here, but he still has 10 to go.
Yeah.
So it depends on what's got in hand. There are certainly so many ways where a Cad Bane player could make 10 damage in just no time at all.
We can see that the
There's a
campaign
Raider there,
actually has a Raider and a
but there's
sneak
is
attack,
there
I
a sneak
think.
attack there as well?
I
Okay,
think so. I think so.
if that is indeed a sneak attack, then sure, then he's really close because
Oh,
that's
oh,
eight more or less unpreventable damage.
it looks like it's some McClunky.
That's not
It's
as good.
hard to look. No, that's not good. But it all depends on what the Palpatine player has as well.
Mhm, mhm.
If he has an overwhelming barrage, he could play that on the Raider
Yep,
for starts.
yep.
Or on the
On the
the
Walker,
Walker, sorry. Yeah.
Yep. That's 8 damage out of the gates, just removing Cad straight up.
Yep.
So yeah, I
Or
do
remove
think
the
this is an
Raider
interesting.
and attack and kill Cad. That's also
Yep,
a way to do it.
This is certainly a pivotal point in this game because this is where Palp needs to stabilize. Or if you're on the Cad side of things, this
Yeah.
is where he needs to get that last push of 10 damage. So
Yeah.
sneak attacking a Raider would definitely be one way to go about this, but we aren't certain that was a sneak attack, are
I
we?
think it was a McClunky, so
Yeah,
probably.
yeah. So that means that you only get 2 off of the play of the Raider, and then you have to wait the next turn to hit with it. So there's a
Yeah.
much slower pace there, and then that means the pub player can heal at least once, maybe twice with the Walker, negating all of those 6 damage in one go. So yeah, this is definitely not
Looks
easy.
like the Palpatine player is really thinking about how he's approaching this.
Yeah, because sacking that droid to get 1 damage on the Raider is certainly one option. But he gets to hit with the Raider before
Yeah.
that, so it's not super clear that this is the best way. So he's just removing Forlum there. Probably a good decision.
And I think he has to heal.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what he draws there.
No, not much. But now he's down to 15. 17, which is more comfortable. not comfortable, but less uncomfortable. Back up to 21. No, 22 actually. Yeah, it hits for 4. Yeah.
Should
No,
be 21, right?
it should be 21. Yeah.
Yeah. They changed.
Yeah, that's the
They
correct.
saw it. They got it.
Good. And then what? Are you stealing the Raider now? Pinging for 1? No, just
Yeah, I think you're pinging now to draw a card, but you don't have to stay flip Palpatine just yet.
draw a card.
Oh, we
Yeah.
almost, and he
Yeah.
hasn't paid the resource. I hope
He
they
has to
don't
pay 1
miss that.
resource for that
Yeah.
as well. I mean, the way it looks right now, Cad could hit base and get him up to 25. But then what?
Yeah,
He
but we
probably
know
needs
he
to move
has a
Walker
Raider
instead. Yeah.
on hand. So if you play the
Yeah.
Raider as well, then
He
it's
might
really
have to,
tough.
he might
for
actually have to remove that Walker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because if Cad hits the Walker, he can remove it and he takes 6 back, but Cad has 8, so he's fine.
Yeah.
So we got Marcus
But
in
then,
the chat here.
yeah.
Marcus is noting that these are indeed his 2 nemesis leaders against each other. So that for everyone, that Marcus is the other host of the Always Take the Initiative podcast.
Always tell me the odds. But
Oh, sorry. Always take the initiative. You should always take the initiative.
that could be a name as well for a podcast. But yeah, Of course, Marcus, I play a lot of Palp, so he's faced the Palp many times, and
He
he
doesn't
doesn't
like
really
it.
like that. No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
So
So
yeah,
playing for
these
2. What upgrade is that? Did you see that? Is it a
no,
surprise reflexes?
he
Maybe?
doesn't seem to attack with it.
Oh,
So
it could be
what could it
the
be?
jetpack shielding.
He did, yeah, but then he should get a shield, and he
Yeah,
didn't put a shield.
he did not.
So I'm not really sure what upgrade that was.
I mean, snapshot reflexes and jetpack
I,
are probably
this
the only
I was
options.
about to say that if he has another raid walker in
Walker,
hand, that
this is
really helps,
yeah,
and he did. So
he did.
this is really good for Palpatine because
Going
now
down to 18.
he can flip, take the raider,
Yeah, he goes
or
for
maybe
face here.
how much damage does he have on base now? He might have to claim to not die.
So yeah, he is in lethal range with the CAD because that looked like he was striking for 6.
Yeah, and let's see, Palpatine can only do
Clone
7
cohort.
damage. Yeah.
Marvin says that it could have been clone cohort that he
Oh,
played.
yeah, I think it could be.
Yeah.
And the problem now is that he can flip Palpatine, attack CAD,
Mm,
sacrifice the take the Raider, sacrifice the Raider, but
mm,
that only does 7 damage to CAD. So he
exactly.
can't kill
He's
CAD.
one off. He's one off, and the clone cohort actually gives him 2 more
Yeah, one
HP
more.
as well. So that's even worse. And he's taking out. No, he's not taking out the raider there.
He wants to have more units to attack base next turn.
Yeah, but
so the Palp player did actually take the initiative
Mhm.
because of the he threatened
Yeah,
lethal with
no, he has to, which means that Jonathan does still threaten lethal in 2 strikes, even if he could somehow remove CAD. So a overwhelming barrage would remove CAD, but not the raider and Forloom there.
no, but then
So
he can
he can kill Forloom with one of the walkers, but
yeah.
if he strikes with Forloom before that, because he can only do one of the things, so now that's lethal with Cad Bane then.
Oh, he heals now. But
Oh
then,
yeah, he heals. Right. So he's not on lethal. So this is obviously the right sequencing. Good. So now Cad can strike for 6.
but now I think
He
it's tough
needs
because
he needs to strike with the raider, otherwise Palpatine would just flip it
and take it.
standing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he needs to strike with the raider.
But then if Palpatine has a overwhelming barrage, he can put that on the Raider and kill. No, he doesn't kill Cad with the
So
overwhelming barrage. So
chat is
he should attack with the Raider now.
certainly. So the chat is speculating on what that upgrade on CAD could be, and yeah, we are not sure. It seemed like he was putting 6 damage on base, which would be could be. It was a yellow attachment, so it could have been jetpack, and he forgot to put a shield on him, or it could have been. I don't think clone cohort is also 2 more HPs and 2 clone cohort. I'm not certain on the stats on clone cohort. On top of things, I don't know that attachment actually. Let's see. So there is a barrage. There is a barrage here, and
But doesn't this just because this doesn't kill?
it does. If it was, what was that
He did a barrage
on CAD? So it must have been one of the attachment that doesn't boost health, because
yeah,
barrage
that's
will
right.
deal
Okay.
8 damage.
Yep.
Um, and CAD
He
can, yeah,
captures.
can capture both of them. He can capture
But
both of them.
but this is actually I'm not sure that the CAD player is thinking about the scenario if Palpatine flips and takes the Raider, and attacks CAD. He can kill CAD by
he can, and
sacrificing
get
the
both of
raider
them back, and
and
get
get
both of
both
them
of them
back.
back. Yeah.
Yeah, he can, and he will, because that's what we're going to see
That
now.
must be the
On top,
play here.
it's on top of things. Yeah, I'm not familiar with on top of things, and that seems to be also an OP pack version of the card. So
And,
cohort is 0 raid to cost.
Okay.
OP version, yeah.
This I think the Palpatine player has forgotten to exhaust his resources this turn because he played
A Walker.
overwhelming barrage, right?
No, sorry, overwhelming barrage. So he should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Looks like
9,
he's
10.
on
You should have
10.
5 open resources now.
I don't know if he's not seeing this play himself, or he's got something better, maybe.
That's okay.
He's change of heart. Yeah, that's a way to do it.
That works as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
Now he gets to keep the Raider, so that's probably better.
That's better. And he gets both of the walkers back when he sacrifices it, and he gets to draw a card, and he gets to hit for 4.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And
So
now
this,
all of a sudden,
really changed the game. Yeah.
Yeah. So even though CAD is up to 25 damage on base, those last 5 damage could be really, really hard to get in. And yes,
I don't know what the CAD player is on. Yeah.
But I think this is a play mistake, because how could he afford to play all this?
Yeah, he didn't have the 6 resources.
No, he had 10 resources.
So and he played overwhelming barrage and forgot to use the
Yeah. So this is a play mistake here.
That
he should not be able to do this. That's a huge mistake, because
in this instance it wouldn't have done that much difference, because Palpatine could have attacked CAD and sacrificed the Raider and still.
But he would have had 7 damage on Palpatine, and he would have had no Raider, and he would have done more damage, obviously, to things, to the base as well. No, less damage, only 2 damage on
damage on the base,
and no Sentinel, Sentinel. So it's quite a big difference. This board state is almost impossible for CAD to come back from, whereas the board state, the way it should have looked, would be hard to come back from.
I think it would have been still very hard to come back from the other board state, but this is because
impossible.
he's gonna heal 6 this turn with the walkers. And does he actually have he's got
that would have been a surprise attack, then maybe.
Palpatine's got lethal on board as well, so he's gonna kill CAD this turn.
And he wouldn't have had lethal.
No.
If this would have been played out correctly.
The CAD player would have gotten one more turn at least to just one more, because the walkers do 12 damage to the base. So, but I don't think he would have gotten back from this either way.
Probably
but it's still a very big mistake to not use
pay for your things. He's basically shoplifting this win.
Yes.
I wouldn't say stealing it, because he would have probably won anyway,
now,
but shoplifting it.
And now this is also a point in the game where if I were the CAD player here, I would have just scooped up and let's play the next game, because I don't think they have super much time for the last game.
Nope.
So this could be a problem drawing this out. Might be a...
No, and given the board state, it's really hard to make. He needs to make 6 more damage.
Yeah, and Palpatine's gonna heal 3 more. With the next one.
And like you said, Palpatine's got almost lethal right now. He's got
lethals.
So they shake it. So that means we are going to the third game in this series, but I don't know if they have time.
No, could be a problem. Yeah, they really need to shuffle up and start playing.
Yep, most certainly.
But that was a very big mistake. strange that both players missed that he played an overwhelming barrage.
Yeah, and didn't
Not
pay for
paid
it.
for. Yeah.
No, well, I mean, it probably wouldn't have changed the outcome.
No, I don't think so.
No.
The CAD player might have had some outs, but it couldn't have been many outs.
No, I mean, without sneak attack for that raider, I don't think there was much else that could actually do this.
No. So hopefully the mistake didn't end up changing the game state.
No.
Or the conclusion of the game, at least.
Yeah. All right. So you guys do not have time to dilly dally.
No, you need to play. I'm getting stressed just watching the game.
Yep. So I'm not exactly sure when they started the time, but it must have been something like 35 past. And we are at 21 now, so there can only be a couple of minutes, like 5, maybe 10 minutes left of the round.
Yeah. From the chat, we have a question if there is any red Yodas around. Not that we know of, but there could be.
We don't have any complete list of decks, so we do have some insight into what some of the players are playing, especially the traveling players. We have some idea of what they might be on, but as far as the local players go, we only know what we've seen on stream.
What are they waiting for now?
Yeah, I don't know actually. There might actually be the fact that time might have been called, more or less. Here.
Or it could be that someone noticed at the venue that they did that big misplay.
Yeah, could also be the case, which could end in a game loss for Brage.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, that could certainly be ruled a game loss. I'll see. Do we have anyone on site that can help us?
Yeah, they're shaking hands, so it looks like the game's over at least. That would be my guess that someone noticed and talked to the judge.
Yeah, that could be the case. I have posed a question to the people on site, see if we can get any information on what's actually happening here.
Yeah, so looks like they're pointing at Jonathan as the winner, so we know that he got the win. So
he got the win, and that could be because of that misplay.
It could also be that they brought the misplay up, and maybe Brage chose to concede because they only have like 5-10 minutes left to play anyways. So
that would be the gentlemanly thing to do. I have such a hard time seeing that it was cheating. I don't think these players would try to deliberately cheat like that.
No, I don't think so either.
It's just in the mix of things you miss things.
Yeah,
doesn't mean that you are still to blame for your mistakes. You have to take responsibility for your mistakes like that, but that could be.
Oh, we get confirmed from Jason here that Brage did concede.
Head judge is happy with the situation.
Yeah.
Okay, so they just arranged for it themselves. So I think the reason for the concession would be the one we talked about, that he didn't pay for the overwhelming barrage, and then he was on 10 resources, so his next play was that he played a change of heart, and that gave him that gave him an even better outcome of that turn. He would have still been able to do a really good turn there, but that change of heart was really making it super strong.
Yep.
So yeah, a concession is the gentlemanly thing to do there. Let's see. We will be having very little time for a break here, but we are changing out who's on the stream here. So I will just jump to the wait screen here for you a bit, and then we will have Jonas with us in just a little bit. All right, see you around.
See ya.
Hello there. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you're doing okay. I've got a new friend with me here, Jonas.
Thank you.
Welcome. Welcome. Live from Copenhagen.
Well, yeah, Denmark is a small place, I guess, but
from close enough to Copenhagen.
yeah, for sure.
Now, you have been playing in both two Copenhagen PQs,
Yeah,
and
both.
also in the Stockholm PQ,
Yeah.
right? And you did bring the CadBlue deck to two of those games.
Yeah, the set 2 one and the one we had in Copenhagen for set 3 as well.
Right.
I played CadBlue.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of meeting you first round in the first Copenhagen PQ there.
Yeah.
Losing
you flipped a bit too many non-heroic cards off the top with your
losing to the humble fumble, as we call it here.
And then you died to my snog. It was a good time.
Yeah, it was good times. Now you chose for some reason to not bring your CadBlue to Stockholm. Do you regret this decision?
No. Actually, I don't. I mean, I went 2-4, which is fine. I played a little bad in some of the rounds, and then I got super juiced by a Han 1 yellow in one of the rounds as well.
Yeah,
but
he can do that.
Yeah, he can do that. But it was great learning experience. Every tournament is practice for the next one.
For sure, and absolutely.
When you're used to playing CadBlue, you have a completely different tempo in the game because all your cards. Well, they all have ambush, right?
Right, yeah.
Or they all have unplay effects. But Palpatine, his cards are a bit slower. So
yeah, generating more of a momentum as you go.
Yeah. I had a lot of rounds where my 5-drop was suckers, right? And I would really like to barrage my suckers, but the suckers was just never on the board the next turn, right? So it's just seeing it from a different perspective kind of helps you understand like what you need to bring to the table to beat some of these yellow tempo control decks that try to attack your board with bounce and your hand.
Yeah, no, I think it's super useful to change your point of view by playing other decks all the time, and so that's a good idea. Now, your good friend Steve-O is on the CadBlue deck still, and he is representing in Oslo right now, and he's doing quite all right. Let's bring up Melee and have a little bit of a look at what it looks like for the guys over there. So this is as much information as we got at the moment on what's going on over there. I do think we have a little bit of a lag as to what's happening here, but you were just in contact with Steve-O, and he was on the second table but did lose to Jonathan's super aggressive Bosk green deck here. How did Steve-O explain this loss?
Well, he said he got he timely intervention both a walker and a crate dragon, and he could not beat that.
Timely interventioning both of those would do a lot of legwork into winning a game, I think. Healing double or drawing double with the walker, and then overwhelming with a 10 ambush unit. Yeah, that's rough.
I mean, I've seen the early game. It's hard to tell like where it went wrong because you should be able to sort of build a strong board as the CAD player in the early game, and then just try and snowball it to your Avenger.
But since you're ambushing almost all your units in the CadBlue deck, they always have a little bit of damage on them, and then
exactly.
when you timely a crate dragon into it, there's a significant portion of I guess. Well, we didn't see that game, but we have some other results coming in here. Jonah did beat Alvin. Alvin was on stream for the first game.
Mirror, right?
That would have been a mirror, yeah. Alvin is a young Norwegian player. Jonah is also a Norwegian player, but less young.
Was Alvin there in Stockholm?
Yeah, Alvin was in Stockholm. He was one of the two really young.
Or
the two kids that were playing. The one that was actually going 3-3 and was doing pretty well. That was Alvin.
Yeah, I think he played against Muir, the Han Yellow, that in one of the rounds.
Yep.
I played against their dad in round 5.
Yep. So we also had Jakob Hultman having to face off against Jason, and Jakob did take down Jason's Quinlan TT deck there.
Oh, he's on Quinlan TT today.
Right. Yeah, Jason is on Quinlan, whereas Jakob is still on Yango Green, which has been his preferred deck even all the way since the Cantina Brawl. Then we
couldn't let go of Boba.
No, he couldn't. We've got Mikke Bondesson, McMike there, still winning. So he's up to a 2-1 record now, I think.
Yeah, and right.
Adam should also be at 2-1, winning this game. And we've got no more of our friends. I can't see any other Swedish or Danish players here. Now, we do have 3 players representing Iceland, as we've been talking about a little bit in previous rounds. So Haldur is doing quite all right. I think he is on a unbeaten record now, so he might be one of the players we get to
I'm pretty sure Steven played Haraldur last round and 2-0'd him.
Okay, yeah. All right, then. Then there are less unbeaten players than I assumed.
I mean, it's with 34 players. It's
yeah.
Fast,
and with us not getting to see any standing, it's harder to actually see what's what here. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to have the info link, but I can't seem to get it. All right. Well, we are still waiting for them to. Oh,
round 4 is paired.
Round 4 is paired now. Okay, cool. We might be getting Jonathan BB again on stream against Jonathan.
From that's CAD versus Boss Green, right?
Mm-hmm. That would be Jonathan's CAD TT deck against Jonathan's the Hyrax's Boss Green deck here on the top plate. Now
the Jonathan mirror.
Yeah, the Jonathan mirror. This will get confusing. So I will try and bring us over to the table shortly. I'll just update what we've got going on there a little bit. So we can see Jonathan with TH sitting down on the left side, I think. Yeah. And let's see if I can update the leaders here. So what do you think about this matchup? Django into we did see it in the round 2, but I think this Jonathan Django deck, he's slightly more experienced with it. Maybe. What do you think?
Aren't we seeing Cad Bane versus Bosk or?
No, is that Cad Bane? Yeah, that's Cad Bane. Yeah,
it was the Cad that beat the Palp, right? Or?
It's the one we saw just now. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. So we got the CAD leader against Boss Green then. What do you think about that matchup?
That sounds like a fun one to watch. I'm not sure how this one goes. I mean, I'm assuming the CAD player is the aggressor, right? But
should be, right?
The boss can be very explosive if he, I don't know,
gets to ramp a lot.
If the CAD player has some units that are weak to the bounties and the ping, then it can be a bit awkward with your starting hands.
Right. Yeah. You have to be careful, like we did see last time Jonathan was.
Yeah, he got the client out on turn 1.
Yeah, no, you definitely need to be a little bit careful with your opening plays against Bosk. So I bring us over here to the game table. They are still checking their phones and whatnot.
Yeah, they're probably waiting for the round timer shuffling off.
Yep. So yeah, I do think this is a favored for Bosk actually, because
I would assume so as well.
I don't think the CAD deck has enough tempo to close it out before the Bosk have had at least a really good chance of ramping
and he's
doing all
playing
that.
the reinforcement walkers as well, very important here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this might be favored for the Bosk player, I think, but the Bosk deck is a high variance deck, I'd say.
Oh, you don't think having 6 bounties total playable is a very high consistency?
I'd say you're gambling when you bring your Bosk, but it's a good gamble that can often pay out.
For sure.
Yeah.
But it is a bit weird with CAD, right? Because almost all CAD decks are sort of the control player in the first couple of turns until they can like explode onto the board with their more powerful like turn 4, 5, and 6 plays.
Exactly, right. And I mean, the CAD red obviously have a bunch of tools to get that, but I still think it does struggle in those first rounds unless you play weirdly into it. If you draw really poorly, obviously, CAD red can get a really huge tempo early.
So what do we think? We're thinking Basine and Ruthless Raider. That's what we want to see.
if
we're the CAD player,
if you're a CAD player, yeah, I'd say yeah. And if you're the Bosk player, you definitely want to keep double ramp in hand. Just
don't be greedy with your resourcing here. Definitely not.
Not against any yellow villain. It will always be hazardous to play against it, or actually any yellow deck, hero as well. Like the spark play is always there, and you always have to be a little bit careful playing into yellow.
You get Kira on turn, and they skip your turn. That feels very bad.
It does. Now they seem ready. They have resourced, and they are waiting for go, and they're shaking hands for that. Yeah, we do apologize a little bit for having somewhat poor quality on the stream at times here. It's not on our end. It's the feed from Oslo that is breaking up. So, for instance, right now when we're looking at it, it is somewhat sketchy.
I also can't see the Crafty Smuggler that was just played.
Yeah, exactly. It is sketchy, but a Crafty is probably quite good against Bosk. Having that shield,
yeah, it takes him 2 turns to farm the bounty with the bounty hunter's query.
Exactly. So that's not a bad opening play for CAD there, going into a Bosk.
Maybe he has a McClunky as well.
Yeah, with the McClunky, you get to save it and you get to do something with it anyway. So this is definitely a good stall into a Bosk play. I think that's as good as an opening play as you will get from the CAD deck here. 3 resources are tapped, and we get.
Now the 2 of them.
Oh, now the 2 of them. That's nice. Yeah,
okay, that's the start we need.
Yeah, that's definitely the start. The CAD deck will, and we can see that Yoda Killer is being quite happy in the stream there. McClunky can come up clutch here, but as CAD, I don't want to ever see Crate hit the board. No, I think no one does. I don't think just CAD. That's not just a CAD problem. That's a facing Bosk problem.
So, it's interesting how greedy the Bosk is going to get here. He played resupply, so now he goes to 5. He could potentially try and flip his Bosk before he claims the bounty.
He could, but that's also super scary because of the McClunky play, obviously. But I don't know.
Board.
Yep. Suckers on board. So he could just get a 4-loom in his face there. But they seem to have passed the turn here. Is that it? No. Yeah.
Well, they're starting the turn with CAD having the initiative, and now he pings it.
Oh, and he's not being greedy. He's doing it
a wise man.
Yeah. No, Jonathan is very experienced with this deck. He's been playing Bosk Green for a long time, and he knows what he wants to do. That's definitely part of what he wants to do, bringing out the Super Laser Technician for even more ramp.
That's the double ramp.
Yep, that's the double ramp. That's what he's been looking for. And if he can then start just actually more or less rushing with those huge units he's got in that deck, it might spell the doom for the CAD deck. CAD's only got 4 damage in at the moment, which is way too little to actually put any pressure at all on CAD on Bosk.
If he starts playing Maul or Vader into reinforcement warfare, this game is gonna end very quickly.
Very quickly, and that's the how stupid the boss deck can get. It can actually rush with 7 cost deck units. It's crazy.
I mean, I no, having not played the deck, I'm assuming that this might be a little bit of a high roll.
Yeah. Of course it is. Of course it is. But then again, is CAD going to start pinging those, like with the CAD ping? Are you going to give him free resources here? I mean, I guess that's worse than having them hit you.
Depending on like how many resources he gets, I think it is correct too. So
no, yeah, sure, for sure,
like,
he
but
needs
you have to count. Like now he would go up to 4 if he ambushed and pinged. That's a little rough.
Yep. Right. So Suckers gets 4. You're striking back for 5, and then
I can't
is that a crafty? I could not. No, that's Piet. That's Piet. Yep. Which is something that he needs to remove because
the walker is coming in soon.
The walker doesn't even need a timely when he's Pieting him. So yeah. And this is the conundrum here, right? You don't want to waste time and resources on removing a pesky little Piet, but you have to, because you can't allow walkers to double strike, like double both when played and ambush when on attack in the same go. That's 6 heal for just doing what you want to do anyway.
Probably draw some cards.
Maybe even, because he's only got 10 damage on that base yet.
And I mean, he has ramped so many times, he must be running out of cards in hand.
Yeah. Certainly. Yeah. So CAD's got initiative here, and he's got 2 cards in hand, a Raider, and what's that other card? Can't really make it out. 3 cards in hand. 3 cards. I
don't have enough pixels to see the hand.
Yeah. So he's opening up by removing Bosk. It's probably a safe play. Putting 2 damage on Forloom there. No, that's Suckers. Putting 2 on Suckers, getting another resource. So he's now up to 7 resources.
I guess that's a little bit delayed. He can't just play the walker straight away. He has to.
No, he can't. He has to actually ramp first. So he does remove Piet with another Forloom, 5 striking Forloom there, and then I guess you put another 2 in Suckers there with the second.
He could have chosen to ping it off as well if you wanted to save some damage on your Suckers.
But isn't that a Suckers? So he's 7 health now.
Yeah, he's 7 health.
So he can't just ping it down.
I meant the Forlum, the campaign could have pinged off if he wanted to have more HP on his.
He could have. But now you got 8. So he can play his huge things. I guess we're going to see a reinforcement walker or possibly a Maul or something come down here. But we do have a little bit of pressure on base at least now. We're up to 17 damage on base.
And we have, what do we have? 12 power in play?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. So that's not nothing.
And the boss decks usually don't play many space units, and we did see a Raider, right? So if we might be able to get there. We also still have our Tarkin Town if he starts swinging in.
He's been yeah. So Palpatine will be able to clear out both of those actually. 2 on Suckers.
No, he can only.
And then 4 on Forloom.
Yeah, but Forloom has 5 life.
No, he has to put 3 on Suckers.
Yeah, one of them lives.
Yeah, so one of them lives. Yeah.
So might have been pretty relevant to ping off.
To ping there, it could have been a much better play for him, I think. Yeah. Because having that Palpatine online now, he can start pressuring back, but more importantly, he can keep cleaning up the board.
Yeah, but okay. So what are we doing? What are we thinking? He takes initiative, swings with the Forlum, flips CAD, and plays a Raider.
Yeah, that's it. If he gets a sneak attack, then he pulls it off. But if he hasn't drawn into a sneak attack, he's going to end up with 26 damage on base or something like that.
What are we at right now? 17?
17, yeah. No, yeah, 17.
17, 21, 25, and then...
So that's now there's 2 of us. Okay, that's good. Getting Bosk, and he does hit Palp. No, he doesn't. He just pings. Or does he?
I'm very confused.
Me too. No, he doesn't see it. He doesn't ambush it. He just plays it. Okay. So that cost him 3. He's got 3 more. So he can't play the Raider now.
No, but what does he want to do with the
Bosk?
With the rest of his resources?
Yeah, I don't know. He must have an event in hand. That's the only way that can be a relevant play, right?
Yeah, but you can just swing the Palpatine over the Bosk, right? It doesn't even die.
No, yeah. I can only assume that he's trying to be greedy and he's gambling that he will strike the Forlum instead with Palpatine.
That hasn't been my experience when I play my Bosk.
I don't think so either, but why would he do this? Why
Maybe
isn't he playing the Raider? Why isn't he playing the Raider?
Did we not see a Raider in his hand?
I'm pretty sure I did. I could have resourced it, I guess, but that's a head scratcher for me. I don't know what we're seeing here. I guess, you can't play the Raider with now there are 2 of us, and he might think that threatening a play, because he might just gamble that he can't really close it out this round, and he'd rather threaten something and have the other guy have to play around things rather than just paying 6 for the Raider and go.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, no.
That's not good.
That's not good. Cleaning up the board. And having a 6 strength Palpatine there.
He has 8 strength. He can't even deploy CAD.
Oh, yeah, no. That's 8 strength. Yeah.
It is
maximum
punish.
You just locked it down there. So what do you do if you're CAD now? You pass?
You pass, or you use your 3 resources to play a 7th Fleet Defender or some spaceship.
Yeah, a spaceship is definitely where you want to go, but I think that's a Raider. He's only got 1 card in hand, right?
Okay, then I have no idea why he...
I think that's the Raider in his hand.
I think he tricked himself a little bit here.
I do too. I think he outthought himself. He just trying to be too smart for his own good, hoping to draw into that...
okay.
Oh, so he's sacrificing CAD there. Why though?
I think he wants to target down the Palpatine, right?
But yeah. Okay,
then
that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
And then
that's a Boba. That's a Boba unit. That's okay. Not.
Then I have no idea where that Raider went.
I could have seen. But I'm pretty sure I saw a Raider in his hand. Yeah. Well, I guess that was not a bad play. That was actually a good play. He got to play his whole hand.
Yeah, for sure. And I would just have swung with the Forlum first to get the damage, I think.
Yeah. I think he sequenced it oddly, but he didn't actually misplay it completely.
No, it's a good way to use your entire hand, right? Maybe he was probably afraid of the Forlum dying, I guess, so he couldn't use.
Yeah. So we get a timely for the Walker here, healing for 3.
He doesn't even want them all?
No, apparently not. And then another card and healing for 3 more for the Quarry there. I might have actually been tempted to draw that more, but sure.
Yeah, when you're getting another one.
Yeah, exactly. Why not?
You get the initiative, probably get to swing again.
Yeah. So that's... did we see what he picked up with Yabba there?
It's a McClunky on board.
Yeah, of course it's a McClunky. Obviously it's a McClunky. And that's 3-4 more damage, but not enough to kill the Walker.
Yeah, it has...
That is already used the ping also, so he's got 3 more damage coming in only. Yeah. No, that's not enough. That's not enough. Yeah, I think this game is over. I think
it is.
Hyrax
I think
got
it's very
this.
hard to come back from here.
I'd say Hyrax got this.
You would have to brick a lot. Okay, put the resource straight in the discard pile.
Something like that. Something like that. But yeah, no, 9 resources.
And he has the initiative, swings with the walker.
Oh no, that's even more. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Yes,
8,
11.
9, 10, 11 resources. Yeah, no. At this point, Boss Green has such a heavy top end. Cad does not.
Oh, here comes the dragon, or what are we thinking?
I guess he's
9. Yep.
Yeah,
there's the dragon.
Yeah. He's overwhelming for 2.
2.
Yeah. On a Yabba, taking 2 back, and you can't play anything now. No, yeah, he's just showing it. He's scooping it. That's, I guess, yeah, that's the right move. This game can only take 1 turn here. Now, what do you have in a CAD Talking Town deck that could boost your speed? Probably more sneak attacks, maybe. He might not have a full complement of 3 in his main deck. So
maybe there's a sneaky change of heart in the sideboard.
Could definitely be something like that. Could be really good. Yes, Yoda Killer. Next game, please save time. Yes, that's the correct. I agree. Now, but you definitely need to get everything that can speed up your play as the CAD player here, right?
Or somehow, like, if he was running, let's say, disabling Fang Fighters in the sideboard, that could also maybe help him out, right?
Yeah.
It's the perfect, like, you play the Crafty into the Fang Fighter, you have the perfect curve.
Yep.
Like either something to control the Bosk's, like maybe some bounce for the
from experience
discard.
From experience, though, I know that Jonathan isn't super reliant on his bounties. He plays them, of course he does, but that's not like his deck doesn't live and die by his bounties.
But that's more like that's the most explosive thing they can do, right? Like
exactly.
he ramped on turn 1, turn 2, and turn 3.
Yep. and twice on one of those turns, I think.
Yeah, but that was the turn 1 play, right? He got he got it from the bounty.
Yeah. Okay, he's showing us something, but I could not make out what that was.
Some force chokes.
Yeah. So he brought in force chokes. No?
I think so.
Yeah.
But yeah, he brought, like, Cad's unit don't usually have that much HP. It's only suckers that you can't kill.
Yep.
And the Jabba.
Yeah.
Oh, he showed some the spaceship, the punishing one.
Yep. And that's pretty much his only space unit. But the CAD decks don't always run that many space units either. They might have a few, but Raider obviously.
Usually some punishing ones.
Yeah, punishing one. Sometimes they run Phantom.
I mean, you could also see. I mean, they could play Sevenfleet or P38.
Yep.
If they
all of those are absolutely valid in a CAD deck for sure.
But they usually play more ground units. Especially he's playing now. There are 2 of them, right? So you can't play too many cards that don't enable that.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. So Pontus seemed to have been able to catch what he held up there. So he took 2 force chokes in and put 2 punishing ones out, and that would make sense. But we still haven't seen anything from the other Jonathan, the CAD blue Jonathan. Sorry, the CAD red Jonathan. So it'd be interesting to see if he manages to get something going here. So we've had some suggestions from chat. Obviously, Change of Heart could be huge in this matchup. Also, I do think if he's not running a full complement of sneak attacks in his main deck, that's definitely a card that could be super relevant here.
I usually see 2 sneak attacks in the main deck max.
Yeah. but bringing the third in just to get that reach, to be able to get those last damages onto base there could be super relevant. I don't know if you even in your side deck, you're probably not running a surprise strike, but he could.
Usually they have that stuff in the main, right? The blasters and the surprise strikes.
Yeah, exactly. So probably nothing of that sort to bring in that's not already there. And usually blasters, you're only running 1 or 2 in these decks.
Yeah, I think they run around 5 pump effects, something like that. A mix of surprise strikes and blasters.
You're right.
I know Seb, the Danish player that played Cat T at Copenhagen. He has like some control. He has mostly control stuff like force chokes and Cat Bane unit or force chokes, Fennec, stuff like that in his sideboard.
Right. Yeah, Fennec is probably relevant in a lot of matches, but this one not so much. There's not a whole lot of Bosk units that you can actually kill with the Fennec play.
You could take out. It can be very good if they leave, because usually they ambush their units in as well.
Yeah, that's true.
But the problem is that Fennec has a hard time. She dies to ambushed walker and maul. So, but if she's on board and you have enough different costs in your graveyard, she can really lock down the game. But getting to 7 is
right.
He died on 7 resources in this game. End of game 1.
So and the nasty thing is that he died on 7 resources, but Jonathan, he was on 11. It's just it's crazy.
You are not meant to win every single game of Star Wars Unlimited you play.
No, you're not. Ain't that the truth? So we're on with the second game here. We've got resources down from Hyrax, so he's ready to go. I can only assume that we got a mulligan. That was a mulligan from Jonathan, Cad Jonathan there, and he gets to. Okay, this is good.
I take nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Leave that as it is. So Jonathan must have mulligan, right? He could not have kept
no
that
way
hand.
He kept that. No. Especially after resourcing 2 cards as well.
Yeah. He must have mulligan. Yeah. So he claims. So this is actually looking pretty decent for Cad here. He could actually have some play into this.
If he has units he can play, like, he just needs to unit.
Yeah. Or I mean, if he's got a blaster in his resources now, to just put on Basine there, could be a play as well. Start hitting base immediately. Just go for it.
I think you want to, when you see that hand, you kind of want to build up a little bit and then
maybe
try to finish it with the blaster later. So you have it.
Slightly greedy from my end there. So we get the quarry, I think that was.
Quarry, yeah, I think so.
At least something. Now, I don't think Jonathan is going to use that last resource. So he's McClunking it. Yeah, perfect there. McClunking it, and then he can just replay it. Yeah.
But it's very slow.
It is. But if he can keep him off.
Is that a crate dragon he added to the hand?
Yeah, it is. It is a crate dragon added to the hand. Yep. So nothing for Jonathan Hyrax to play next turn either, unless he draws into it.
But you have to be a little scared, right? Because I mean, the boss player is getting 1 more resource every turn here, and you're hitting for 1.
Yep.
You kind of need to.
It's got to need to do something.
I would have preferred to play a 3-drop, and then maybe you could have McClunkied this turn and another 3-drop or something. So you.
Yeah, but because he's got 3 health on Basine, so he wasn't in any danger right at that point. He could have just waited for a little bit. Now,
but obviously I can't see what the guy has in his hand.
No, me neither. That might have been the best play he had. So we are at 4 resources apiece, which is more even than Bosk would like it to be. Now 1 for another query, and that query though is getting less and less relevant for every turn because it's a 3-drop that you get to bring out.
For sure.
Yeah. So
But
not.
Bazine is a unique unit, so you get to
Yeah.
dig.
Yeah, he's gonna find the one he wants, but yeah. What?
Forlorn?
I can. Yeah, it's a foil. All right, and yeah, because boss can't deploy this turn either. It's next turn.
Well,
So
if he's really clever, he resupplies here, deploys boss, kills Bazine, and then gets 2/3 drops, and then it's insane.
Yeah, that would be really good.
Oh,
but that's a
Piet.
Piet. That's a Piet. Yeah. Yeah, that's the kind of clever play that you could actually see from Jonathan Harax, though. He has the experience in order to play ice cold like that.
This is good way to stall with the actions, right?
Right, yeah, absolutely. So he's going to 5 resources now, which is deploy turn for him.
And he had a barrage in hand.
He did. Now, granted, Piet is not the best target for a barrage that you can find, but he gets to flip and then play it off of.
If he does that, he might regret it.
Yeah.
If he gets suckers, then I think he's a bit screwed.
Certainly. But he's not leaving that Piet there, is he? No, he's going to base, so he is leaving it. So then Harax can stall. Harax can stall and just do another ping, hit with Piet to base,
Or you can guarantee the ping if you want to swing the Piet into the Bazine.
There. So, he is flipping.
Okay. Show me the boss. Show me suckers. Show me suckers.
This is suckers.
Okay.
This is suckers indeed. Getting punished for the greed. Getting a ping on Piet and killing Bosk right on the flip there. This start of this game is looking more and more CAD friendly. I'd have to say. Oh, yeah. I realized I have not updated the scoreboard. No, yeah. So let's do that.
Your opponent not playing anything in the first 2 turns of the game is
it seems to be a good thing. Yeah. Who would have known that would actually be good for you?
I usually lose those games as well.
Yeah. Me too. Right. And a board state that is just atrocious for Bosk here. But he does get to trigger the quarry here, and it's still looking 10 deep, even though he can only bring out 1 unit. Poor Bosk.
Maybe he finds something he can barrage off of.
Could be.
Kill the suckers at least.
Right. Yeah.
But he could do that with Piet actually. But
yep. Oh, could he though? Oh yeah, he's got 4 damage on him already. Yeah, so he could. I can't really see what he's got there. It's really not. The image is a little bit pixely to actually make that out, but the
actual stream on YouTube is looking better though.
Oh, that's good. At least YouTube gets to follow along better than we can do. Oh, so he's bringing out a ramp, and that makes so much sense. He needs his ramp, obviously.
Yeah, Cascade is also coming out next turn.
Yep, he is, and making for some damage on base.
Let's see if he plays the barrage, or if he drew something else.
Yeah, that's the barrage off of.
You get 1 on the Forlum.
Yeah, that's fine, because essentially you're bringing the Forlum down 2 HPs anyway. By killing the suckers there, and already that alone makes the board state a lot less problematic for Bosk.
You still only have 7 damage on base. He's not gonna rush you down, but you do get the maybe the Ruthless Raider into the to the CAD flip.
Yep. That is certainly an option. At this point, I think hard playing the Ruthless is even better than sneak attacking it, because you're so far.
Sure.
You're so far from actually.
You need the sneak attack for the second Ruthless Raider.
Yeah, exactly.
And you need to kill Piet soon.
Yeah. Oh, certainly. Piet cannot stay on the board here. Yeah. It's an interesting game still, this, because we're at the tipping point of the game. Hyrex have made no damage on base at this point, but he hasn't ramped yet. Here's the first ramp from the Basque player.
Interestingly, the CAD player also still has his Tarkin Town, so the first ambush unit has to be a little more calculated.
Yeah.
Like if he ambushes Vader in, he just Tarkin Towns it. You don't.
No, you have to be a little bit more deliberate here, because Jonathan, the CAD Jonathan, TH Jonathan, whatever you like, has been really good at keeping his Tarkin Town as a threat, keeping it viable.
I'm assuming we see the ambush, then we see the Tarkin Town, and then flip Cad Bane and hit Force of Base.
Yeah. Okay, so I've got some issues here. Hopefully the stream is doing all right, but my computer just did things to me. I'll try and log on.
Is smoke coming out the back?
All right, yeah, everything seems to be running smoothly, apart from this. There, now. All right, a little hiccup there with my machine, but I think everything is back to normal. Right, so another ramp there.
Okay, so what? He's a 9 now?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8
Okay.
or 9. I can't
Swing
really make
CAD.
that. I think that's 9.
Yeah, I think he has 9. He swings with the CAD because ambush units are scary. Oh, here comes the Walker. Yep.
And I think this is just a repeat of the last game then, because healing 6, possibly. Oh, he did see something interesting there then, because he's...
Oh, he wants it.
Yeah, Hyrex really wants that. And I mean, he's only at 21. He gets to flip another card.
It is a bit dangerous.
He did draw it. He did draw it.
He did draw it.
And then he hits CAD for 6, removing it. And he's looking at another card. And he wants that card as well.
Don't be greedy. Don't be greedy.
He wants it. But he wants it bad.
Like the Ruthless Raider if you do it.
You know he is. You know he is. So, I mean, it looks nice. You got 9 health left on base. That Ruthless can only hit for 4 at this moment. But then you have the sneak attack raider coming in for 8, you know?
I mean, he could, if he has sneak attack, he can sneak attack almost anything in and kill him.
Yep. Don't draw it, Jonas. Hyrex, you can't draw that card. The greed is real. Jeff, who's actually going to join us for the top cut then later on. Wait, don't kill me, from the Bothan Network. The greed is indeed real. He does.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a walker. It was another walker. I understand that you want that card, but you can't take it. You have to heal.
How much are we missing here? 12?
Yeah, he's down to 18 now, so 12 damage.
Still dead to
Sneak attack Ruthless is game. Sneak attack Ruthless is still game.
But I don't think he has it because he's looking at his card.
Yeah, if he would have been much more confident in just hitting with that Ruthless that's standing there now, if he had it, I think. But also, he said the stakes are high here. he needs to take 2 games in a row, so he can't make any play mistakes. So he might just be double checking that he's not making any play mistakes.
For sure.
Yeah.
Cad Bane unit would be a good one here.
Yeah, yep. Cad Bane unit could be really good for him, just getting that Walker offline. Having seen another Walker go down the discard pile, that could be a really good play here for him. Jonathan is all tapped out. Hyrax Jonathan, that is.
I don't think the boss player has that many cards that can defeat a Cad Bane from the empty board. It's probably only Maul or something timely interventions.
Yeah.
And you probably saw one of those.
Yep. So that is a sneak attack, isn't it?
Attack. Okay.
That is a sneak attack. Does he have a Raider for it? No. He's got a Cad for it.
Yeah, that's
a Cad. That's game.
That's game. He's missing one, right?
Is he?
I think he's missing one, right? He was exactly 12 off, and this is.
But why isn't he capturing the Walker? He doesn't have to.
The Cad
he doesn't have to.
Oh, he kills the Walker. Okay, interesting.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Since
smart.
he was one off, that's really
smart.
He
was one off.
Yeah, so that's really smart. But why did he die from the Walker? The Walker only hits for 6.
He dies to sneak attack.
Oh, yeah, he dies to sneak attack. Silly me. So then there's no reason to capture the Walker anyway. So my bad. That was definitely the right.
A ready Walker with full HP,
Yeah, exactly. That was definitely the correct play. I'm just being stupid here. Björn Lebowski here is pointing that same thing out here in chat. Yep, would have been really stupid to capture.
Great line by our CAD player. Good find.
Certainly. He found an out there, and he's still managing to threaten.
This is definitely not a sign of strength.
Nope.
He is regretting not bidding the first card and then drawing the Walker.
Yep. Definitely is. I don't know what that first card was that he drew. Could have been this waiter. Then it's a really poor decision. Yeah.
Can you see what that card is? It the 3/3 Sentinel?
Yep, it is. It's the
Phase Dark Shogun.
Phase 3 Doctor.
Strike.
So that's another 4 damage on base from the Raider.
7. He plays a Rise Strike.
Oh, he did.
So that's
so he's one off again.
One off, yeah.
He needs one more damage here.
Now he has to claim.
Yeah, Hyrax needs to claim so he can start playing out things. What's that?
Cloud Rider.
Yeah, Cloud Rider and a sneak attack, and he wins.
Is that a sneak attack, Crafty Smuggler?
Yeah, it was sneak attack, Crafty, and that's game.
Well,
second game down. We go to third here. That was really cool. I liked that.
that was a fun one for sure.
That was a fun game with lots of clever lines from Jonathan Cad Red there.
You were definitely right, though. It was the sneak attacks
that
did it.
Yep, sneak attacks. It's that reach, the reach that you need.
For sure.
Yeah. Yep. So let's see. I don't think either of them will do any more sideboarding here, and they do have a fair amount of time. Both of these games weren't fast by any means, but they should have a bit of time left in the round, right?
Yeah, I think so. They're playing pretty fast. But yeah, Nikiva is pointing out in the chat that if he had just swung base with he would have, after the heal from the Walker, he would still only have 4 HP left.
Yep.
But
yeah, no, I think that was still a good line. Just being because there could be a Salacious Crumb or something just putting you out of range anyway.
It's usually it's very safe normally to make your opponent have no units if you have a plan in hand.
Yeah. No, I think this might not have been the only way to victory for him, but it certainly was a safe. Having those sneak attacks in hand as well, I think that was the safer play. So Pontus has been keeping time. So they've been playing for 38 minutes, which means that they have 17 minutes for this round. It's not
that's the
plenty of
exact
time.
average, right? You need to have 17 minutes per game for 3 games ish.
Exactly. So that's not a ton of time, but it's plenty of time. Both of these decks are very capable of finishing in that time.
For sure. Like once you get to 6 or 7 resources, someone is gonna die.
Especially since the Bosk player is not the one getting to just 7 resources. He's a little bit ahead of that. Usually.
Cheaters.
Yeah, they are. It's interesting how important resource advantage is in this game. Like in most games, card advantage is the big thing. And obviously here as well, card advantage is still huge, but it's nowhere near as important as resource advantage.
For me, card advantage in this game is more about choice. You improve the quality of your hands if you see more cards, and you can resource less conservatively, like keep some cards for later in the game that you know you'll need, but maybe it's too aggressive to not. So yeah, I like drawing cards, but also the rate on the card draw cards they're not very good.
Nope.
So yeah.
I mean, we do see some card draw effects that are very efficient. You do have
I mean, they're attached
Pershing,
to and they're usually attached to blue heroic units.
Yep.
Like
or Palpatine, obviously being a very efficient draw machine. But outside of those, card draw, especially like if you look at red, they seem to have had the notion that they wanted to make aggression a card draw color, but the card draw in aggression is not stellar.
What happened here? Did they just skip? Did our CAD player skip turn 3?
Oh yeah, I wasn't paying attention, but
they are playing very very fast.
Yep, they're playing fast, and he did
I think
the
they
ramp.
both skipped turn 1, right?
Yeah, and then they ramped. I think CAD might have Hyrax might have just passed, and then we got a claim, or the other way around.
I'm assuming maybe the CAD went first, and then he passed into the hoping that he would play something.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
very dangerous to do against the ramp deck.
Exactly, because the ramp deck doesn't necessarily need to play anything early.
They would actually usually rather just take the initiative, play their resupply, and then have priority on the 5th turn.
Yeah. So this is kind of what happened here. And then we got a force choke on Succus there. And 3 damage coming in from the what's the name?
Gunship.
Yeah, exactly, the gunship. And then Bosk hitting base for 4 here, yeah.
Good thing about Succus is that you can't double claim a bounty off of Succus with the boss because of the 6 power.
Exactly, yeah. So we are going to 7 resources, 6 resources.
I think Bosk is going to 6, and our CAD player is going to 5.
Yeah,
he used his turn 4 to now there are 2 of them. The Succus. But we have initiative for the Bosk. If we have a barrage here, it's looking good.
Yeah, that would clear out the board. And he is flipping all 6, so that's not it. It's a Ruthless.
That's also very good.
Also very, very good. Getting rid of the Succus and putting 2 on base there. This certainly are looking very good for Bosk.
I'm saying like a 4-lum.
Yeah. Which could not even take out the Bosk at this point. He's only got 1 damage on. Oh yeah, he could, because he could ping.
Yeah.
No, the ping would go on the radar.
Gunship into the radar, then do targets on, and then.
Yeah. But he could sequence it in such a way that he got rid of it. But that's not what he's doing.
Just play another Succus.
Yeah.
Or that is did he just play 5 for 4-lum? Yep. Okay. I'm pretty sure. Oh, that is Succus. Never mind.
That is a Succus. Yeah, that is a Succus. So Bosk is just going base here. Interesting. They are basically racing here. Do they think they have less time than what they do, or would Pontus be off by some measurement there on the time?
Maybe they just want to go to the toilet.
Yeah, it could be. Because they are definitely just base racing here. And that is not a good thing for the CAD player. Because he's got way less health on his base.
I'm wondering if he should have taken the initiative.
Yeah.
Instead of swinging the mercenary gunship.
Yeah, I think
like
so.
He's missed out on some swings with the succuses.
Right. Yeah. No, I definitely think he should have taken initiative there.
But he like both rounds, like 2 rounds in a row. Okay.
Yeah, Hyrex is definitely just racing here, and why wouldn't he? He's got more damage presenting, or equal amount of damage presenting, but then once the Ruthless dies, it'll do 2 more.
He's also up. He's also
yeah. He has more damage on the base, and the base has less HP. So obviously, I see no reason not to base race at this point.
This must be the nightmare scenario for a Tarkin Town player. Like you haven't got any value out of it, and it's just you might die without even using your base.
Yeah.
But yeah, they are committing to the race.
It seems. I wonder if the time is off here, so that they do actually have way less time than what we think they do, because they're certainly playing in a way that it seems that they are stressed.
But I mean, it might just be their best line for both players, right? Maybe the CAD player doesn't think he can win unless he races, like swinging into Bosk that has already attacked and getting attacked by Ruthless Raider. You have like 8 life left, and you have to beat all of the 7, 8s, and 9s in the Bosk deck.
It's
hard, right?
It is. He's got a CAD in hand there, but he's only on 6, right?
Yeah, like that could be his out, right? That he captures some stuff with CAD next turn, and then swings for lethal before the boss player can do it.
Yeah. If he can indeed get up to lethal, though.
Maul helps.
Yeah, for Bosk.
You have to remember that we're cheering for the Bosk player to give Steven better tiebreakers.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay, yeah. Also, because Hyrex is a friend of mine, but sure.
Oh, for sure. That too. Fair enough. And there we saw the Tarkin Town on the Ruthless Raider after swinging in the mercenary gunship.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Lurker.
The Lurker. That's not like, that gives him a little bit of an option, I guess. But yeah.
How did the Maul die?
Surprise strike, maybe.
Where?
Yeah, I don't see it though.
I'm not actually sure what happened.
No, at Tarkin Town.
But how did the Ruthless Raider die then? Did he? Oh, he surprise strike the. He must have surprise strike the mercenary gunship into the Ruthless Raider.
Yeah, that could be it. Right. Let's see. Now,
sorry,
he has a lot of damage left. He's only made 12 damage on the base, so he's not even halfway there. And he himself is at 17 damage on the Tarkin Town base there. So he needs to keep Jonathan off the board while
he only needs
racking up quite a lot
turns,
of damage.
right? If Jonathan plays something slow and it gets put under a Cad Bane unit, and then he swings 8 to base, like Lurking Tie is usually a nightmare for green red villain players.
Certainly. All their removal are damage based, so yeah.
And the bounties do nothing.
No, exactly. So yeah, it's
Chad is telling me that it was indeed a surprise strike.
Yeah, cool.
But it's unfair because they have at least 4 times as many pixels as I have.
Yeah, I don't know why our stream is so bad here, because, like you say, it looks fine on the out there.
It's like reversed. Before it was bad on the stream, and good for you guys.
Yeah, I guess.
That's a good start, but that can be put under a CAD unit.
Yep, it can. No, it can't. 8, and it's got 9 HP.
You trigger CadBlue first.
Oh, okay, cool. You're
yes, here
right.
we see it.
Yep.
Mechanics.
Yep. And then that's it. He gets 8 more damage in.
And now you have
he's presenting lethal.
15
he
is
on the presenting board. Lethal by far here. And Jonathan has to claim there and hope to draw an answer. What could that answer even be?
Timely intervention, something.
Yeah, but the lurker.
Oh, yeah. But does he have lethal? Like, he'll get the walker back, start swinging, maybe?
Well, the walker can't swing immediately, but... so you got both CAD unit and the lurker there. You need to take the CAD unit off the board because
maybe a Vader and a Sentinel.
Yeah, that could do it. Because he's at 17 now. Plus 4, so that's 21.
He has 15 on board.
Yeah. He needs to do something because he is presenting lethal, but what can he do? He's smuggling a timely here, maybe? Is that it? No.
I think he's just counting. Okay.
Oh yeah, no, he's paying for something. Was that 7 or 8?
Yeah, there's the Vader. Okay,
and he's hoping to find. Yep. Yeah, he's hoping to find a Sentinel, I assume.
This is extremely dangerous, obviously, because CAD has 1 million ambush units in his deck.
Yep, he does. But he might be his only out, right?
Yeah, he finds it.
Yeah, and he removes CAD leader. CAD unit, however, is still there, and CAD unit together with the lurker would be lethal if he can remove the Sentinel with an ambush unit. So he can. And so again, Jonathan is set for lethal, and he's only got 2 resources open, which is too much for any of his units, really.
Does he only have what is he on? 17? Doesn't he have 13 life left?
17, so he's got 13. Oh yeah.
He only finished for 11. So the game.
Yeah.
No, that's 13.
That's 13. That's exactly 13. Right. So that's it then. That's the game.
Okay, I mean,
they are playing it out.
This was a great matchup. This looks like a really fun game to
play.
Unfortunately,
the stream froze there, but they did shake on it there. So yeah, with the smuggled blaster there, he gets to shoot for just lethal, and Hyrex can't do anything about it for only 2 resources. So yeah, that was a really interesting series. I thought that was
a really slow start to the second game.
Mm-hmm.
But then CAD kind of Tarkentowning it back, right?
Right, yeah. Tarkentown was really
really good value out of it. He killed them all.
It's so fun because we were debating there, even if the way they were playing was going to make it so that the Tarkentown was moot, but in the end it showed to be the very key thing that enabled him to get the tempo back, right?
For sure.
Yeah. I enjoyed that game so much. Let's see if we can see what other games have been called for us here. I'll bring up the melee for us. Let's see what we've got here. So let me refresh that. Round 4 pairings.
Steven won.
Steven did win his game, and Jacob Hultman did win his game.
I
Micke Bondesson keeps winning, so he's also going strong there. We've got Void Noob keep winning here. Void Noob is one of the Icelandic players. He was in the first round. Yeah,
the Moff Gideon, right?
I think so. Yeah, and I think he's on. He's he is 2-2 now. All right, yeah, he's only 2-2. Jonah Nicholas is also 2-2 now. He did win this game. I'm So Humble Adam is at 2-2 as well. No, he's actually won. So he's 3-1 now. He's 3-1. He only lost to Jakob Hultman. So right now we would have Jonathan BB down to up to he's undefeated, whereas Hyrax is 3-1. And then let's see, Matthias Berensen would be 3-1, and Tower Hillier, the other undefeated player. Yeah, all right. So only 2 undefeated players at this point.
Oh, and the round is finished. I guess we'll.
It seems, yeah.
Oh, there's
Stefan and Delphir, there is not.
That's the one
reported.
they're waiting for. Yeah.
Alvin got another win. The young player we had on for game 1, I think, or game 2 against Hyrax actually. And what other players do we have here that are of interest? So it's looking like we're probably getting Jonathan, the CAD Red player, Jonathan BB here, back on the stream next round against Tower Hillier, which we have not had on stream yet. And not sure what he's playing either.
God damn, he has played a lot of Star Wars tournaments.
Yeah, it seems like. Interesting. Well, we still don't have any standings, I don't think, for round 3. Or has that been repaired yet? No. So there are still issues with the melee. Yeah, melee is still acting up here. No standings presented, but we managed to work it out ourselves here. I think we are going to take a little bit of a break here. It might be a short one because there's not a lot of time left in this round, but we'll be back in 10-15 minutes or so. All right. See you all in just a little bit. we are back online then. So we are seeing people shuffling up, and it looks like we're getting table number 2, which would be a good friend of mine, Mikael Bondesson. Known him from all the way back when we both were playing Game of Thrones a lot. He's a really good card player, and he's on Sabine ECL as is his usual MO. And then to the right we have, who have we got there?
Is the Django ECL, I think. That's what you've said,
Django.
right? Or is I honestly I can't tell, but I'll have to look at the.
Yeah, we will try to see what that could be. Just in a moment. I will update the overhead here for you and transition there. So this will be.
No, it must be a Talking Town.
It must be, yeah. Could be a Talking Town. That, and what is it? Django Talking Town, right?
Yeah. It's I can see it's a Django showcase, but I like the base is a little too pixelated for me to make it out.
Yeah. Let's see.
It
Can
looks
I find me a Django leader here for the update?
It's a Talking Town.
Right. Good.
So this is a very meta-relevant matchup.
And let's get the names right of the players here as well. So who was that on Django? Did you see?
I can check for you on the mail.
Jesper.
It
Jesper.
is. What was MC Mike? Was that the Sabine player?
Yep. Mike is Mikael Bondesson.
Then it's
from Norway.
Jesper BW.
BW. Okay, we got that there. I will just realign that a little bit so that it looks better.
I literally just got a PM from Steven with a picture of him playing against Adam on the Han showcase.
Okay. Yeah. Come on now. Why are you doing me like this?
I'm sorry, chat. You'll have to bear with me because I have very few pixels to work with here. But it looks like they're already ready to go.
They've shuffled up.
Yeah, they resourced and everything. So
they're just waiting for time to be called here so they can start, I think. And let me get Mikael right here as well.
Unfortunately, this is these are not the type of decks that I play. So
I am at heart.
Sure.
I am at heart a Sabine player. But,
that's true. With the Krennic branch.
I just did a hard right turn for this set. But looking at the new set, I might just be right back on Sabine for the next set.
Yeah. Red planes and some pilots. Let's go.
Indeed. Now, Micke has been a Sabine faithful. I mean, obviously he does play other things sometimes, but mostly just casually. Whenever there's anything at stake, he brings his Sabine. And he's a good player. Oh, I should update the score as well. I think
we're starting with a 2-1.
Yeah, I think we are getting ahead of ourselves there. So let's get this right. They are not getting any handicaps. So they are ready to go. They've already played their first units out, and that seems to be a
it was a Battlefield Marine versus
Battlefield Marine
smuggler, and then a P-38 to ping off the
and the crafty Marine. And the crafty lost its shield already there. So Sabine only got the ping off on his own base, but managed to do at least 3 damage to the Django base. And this might be a quick one, but because both of these decks want to go fast, right?
I think so. I think it can be hard. Like if you don't know this matchup very well, I think it's hard to know who is the aggro player at any given time.
Right. And it might switch just back and forth.
Exactly.
Because both of them can tempo each other out. Like this play here from McMike playing the red 3 could be brilliant because it can bait Jesper to go for it rather than the base. But then he could just go face, and then they they both race instead. So it's
You're
really
thinking
interesting.
he's not going to take out the red 3?
He should, but it
Red
depends.
3
I
is a
mean,
lot of damage.
it does. But no, he's thinking about it, you see, because it's not obvious. It's not obvious. And he does go face. So this is interesting because you're not going face with you're not trading with the red 3. You're going face here. And hopefully you can get Sabine to have some extra, and he might have something interesting in hand here as well, Mikael.
Assuming he wants to try and tap down Sabine, or
yeah. But that's the crafty, yeah.
Oh, he wants to.
So he's still got crafty up. He can still do that.
I guess it depends. I mean, if he's planning on using triple, yep, okay, base it is. If he's planning to use triple dark raids, maybe he's praying for.
So many ways to do it, But then Sabine can also action stall, like.
But even if you passed as the Django now, wouldn't you be like fine with Sabine claiming? You are.
Oh yeah, certainly.
You have more power on the board.
Oh yeah, obviously. So that's why you're not trading, right? Because you want to keep this position.
And Energy Conversion Lab looks not the best into. That's a good one.
Yeah, but also like. Now all of a sudden, claiming as the Sabine player looks a lot better. So he has to actually play his triple dark raid here.
But if he finds the raider, this is disaster, right?
Yeah, I guess it's not good.
He kills the Bright Hope.
Yeah, it's not good. But again, he kills the Bright Hope. But he didn't do any damage to base apart from the 2 from the initial ping, right?
That's true.
And that's only assuming that he has a. Is that a raider to the left there?
But it's also about unlocking the space arena, right?
Yeah,
because he mostly has space cards, so he has to get through the Bright Hope at some point. Okay,
no,
that can't
he didn't.
Be good.
I don't think he saw a raider there. It could have been a raider to the furthest left.
There's
but
no
then
way
he
saw a raider. He would have slammed
it, wouldn't he? Though. So. Yeah, this is definitely not what he wanted from this play.
Because if he has to swing in the 7th Fleet and then use the Tarkin Town, then Sabine's ECL becomes much more enticing because now you don't get instantly countered by the Tarkin Town.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think from Mikael, this is the absolute best position he could be in. Like this, he couldn't have hoped for anything better than this. Being able to actually swing with Sabine without being tapped down. This is just where he wants to be in this game. He's at 12 damage. He's got at least 2 units live after this.
So now the question is, how do you want to sequence now? Do you want to take initiative, then swing in with your P38 and tap something down on the next turn?
Yep, probably.
Would you want to Tarkin Town now?
No, I'd save the Tarkin Town for cleaning up whatever ECL comes in, because obviously being able to tap Sabine down with the P, and that's probably the best play he can get right now.
Unless you want to put 2 damage on the red 3 to maybe set it up for a Ruthless Raider later in the game.
Yeah.
This matchup seems hard.
It is hard, and these intricacies are going to be very important. They're not just small things. This is how you win or lose the game.
I can only imagine that it's very close, especially when, like, if they ambush into your leader, all their cards have 3 HP, so then you can counter with the Tarkin Town.
Yeah. So Pontus in chat asked what was my favorite house in Game of Thrones. So for 1.0, the first iteration of the game, I was exclusively playing Targaryen. But then for 2.0, I was jumping between different decks a lot. I played a lot. I really, really liked some of the Greyjoy decks were really fun. Some of the Baratheon decks were fun. And yeah, I played a lot of decks in Thrones. I wasn't faithful there. I am now. All right, so this is an interesting board state.
We saw a Daring Raid on the Sabine, and then he did in fact use the Tarkin Town to clean up the Bright Hope, giving the Sabine player the initiative.
Yeah.
And having very little to counter ECL Poe.
Yeah, very little or nothing.
But
I
he will,
don't think
yeah,
there's nothing in his deck to counter it really.
he will probably be able to have more actions before he's forced to play cards though on this turn.
Yep. And also, like, ECL Poe is really strong here, but it's not necessary. So he might just not do it.
Yep,
He
you can
might
save
keep it
for
for
Wrecker.
Wrecker. Yeah.
Rebel Assault, the perfect.
Yeah.
Mass produced.
Yeah, that's the gas he's looking for. So that's 4 + 5. That's 9 damage on base, taking him into 21.
Okay. I don't think he beats Wrecker.
He
or
probably
even like a
doesn't need
K2.
Wrecker, but then having Wrecker as a threat, because
Yeah,
Wrecker on his own next turn will just win the game.
Exactly.
So I just if indeed he's got a oh yeah, he used one resource now. So playing a K2 to the board now.
Brutal.
Yeah, indeed. Or just if he can also ECL a K2 through the crafty.
And then he has 1 life left.
Yep, and claim.
That can't be that's
can't
probably
be good.
not winnable.
No. Against Sabine, you don't want to be at 1 life.
Okay, I think I would have wanted I want my Tarkin Town back, and I want to swing the P38 in and tap something on this turn.
Indeed. I don't see how Jesper comes back from this. So that's okay. Yeah, that's not as good as a K2, but it's still very good.
I feel like anything is good enough at this point, almost.
Almost. Yeah. When you're 4 damage away from a win in a Sabine deck, you smell blood. You can. There's so many ways in a Sabine deck to just make 4 damage onto a base.
Like, he kind of has to kill Sabine, but he also kind of can't kill Sabine.
Exactly.
Because the red 3 will just swing 3 to base, and then you're dead to the ping, right?
Yeah. Yep. So Mickey claims, puts 3, kills Sabine, and yeah. Yeah.
I would appreciate some style here. I feel like I need the game to end with ECL Wrecker.
Yep. Because that's also an option. Just ECLing Wrecker straight through Django. Putting 5 damage on Django and then overwhelming for 5 onto base. Yeah, this went fast. I think we can start considering sideboards at this point. Not sure why Jesper just doesn't scoop here, because
I mean, it doesn't matter, right? They're never gonna go to time.
That's true.
So might as well just play it out.
Yeah, certainly. Right, so we have we do indeed get a 6 resource turn here. What's in the hand of Mikael there? I couldn't really make that out.
I can't tell.
Yeah, he was shuffling a little bit too fast for me there. At least the quality of the stream is really good now, so I can make out whatever.
Yeah, I've been looking over sometimes to double check.
So yeah.
Okay.
ECL. Wrecker. Straight through. Yep. Hitting base for 5. That's going out with style. So we are indeed going to sideboard here. What do you have in your sideboard as Django for the Sabine matchup? Because I can't imagine he doesn't have anything. He's got to have something, right?
I mean, when I play, I usually don't have that much in the sideboard for Sabine because it's all in the main deck.
Oh, you're pre-boarded.
Yeah, of course. It's hard to win 2 games on after sideboard against Sabine.
Yeah.
One misstep and then you're dead.
Yep. So
maybe some force
chokes. Yeah, force chokes would make sense. Anything that could clean off the Darksaber or General's Blade from a leader unit, like maybe confiscate
disabling Fang Fighter, confiscate, maybe some no good to me deads.
Yep, disabling Fang Fighter coming in, 3 of them.
Fang Fighters and a Vambrace Flamethrower, and then maybe
Vambrace is really good.
I don't know what the last event was.
And no, I think it was the bouncy ship, the 5-cost yellow ship.
Another Jonas patrol fighter.
Jonas, yeah. So he's going up to the full complement probably.
That one is very good.
Yeah, against Sabine it would make a lot of sense. Being able to bounce if Sabine wing leaders a wing just to get that 5 strength every turn hitting for 5, then being able to bounce it with the Genoses is really strong.
He showed us 2 lurkers and
the lurkers aren't very good against Sabine.
Did he show us phantoms as well?
Yeah, he
showed lurkers and was it fetch fire sprays or
maybe I couldn't tell. I did see him taking out the phantom, the lurker, the Thai phantom lurker, because that isn't very good into Sabine.
No, I can imagine, especially when ECL is up.
Yeah. And he doesn't have any ways to put experience on it anyway, so it dies to pretty much all space units that Sabine is playing. So it's not very good at all. It can, if it's preemptively striking the A-wing, obviously it survives, but even the wing leader gets to kill it. So
yeah,
3 fire sprays came out, and I think 2 or 3 lurkers came out.
It was 2 lurkers, 3 fire sprays.
Yeah, that would make sense. The fire spray is slightly too slow against Sabine because you have to stabilize before that anyway. Obviously, if you bring it out with Triple Dark Raid, it's good.
I'm thinking it's also very awkward into the Bright Hope.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So Sabine's answers to the space of Django is still good against the fire spray, while they do fold into Ruthless Raider. So we're good to go for game 2 here.
Is this? Do we think this is more of like the classic, like the American Django Tarkentown, or do we think it's the
Swoop Racer? No, I don't think it's the Swoop Racer.
I think it's more of the American style.
Yeah, I think so too, because we did not see any ground.
Yeah, we didn't see the Stormtroopers or the Greedos.
No. So
I'm
the Swoop Racer
matchup.
Yeah, the Swoop Racers play a lot of those droid events and 1-cost units on the ground. So the Swoop Racer version is trying to swarm a lot more.
It's just a lot faster, right? You put all these 3 power units on the board. Like
if you
put 9 power on the board on turn 2.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's absolutely disgustingly fast. But it does have problems into Overwhelming Barrage because that cleans the board pretty much.
But look on the bright side, most Overwhelming Barrage decks are sitting at the X and 3 tables, and if you're winning,
yeah. So yeah, that's why the Swoop Racer deck is so strong, I suppose. There's very little in the meta that really hurts it. I guess Bosk.
It must be weaker to Cadbane as well.
Yeah. The ping,
I feel like I would love for to play against the guy that has 15 1-power, 1 HP units.
Yep. No, for sure. I think Cad generally have a bad matchup into Django, but that specific Cad deck might struggle.
They can't deal with the ships.
No. Yeah. And I think the Swoop Racer Django also super strong into Han Yellow.
Yeah, that's what I've heard as well. Like they also die before they
can. They just can't control it really, and the tapping down from the Django just makes it so that they get the tempo they need.
I mean, it makes sense, right? You put 12 power on the board, and then you start leveraging your tap ability to tempo them out.
Yep. Starting with the silencer here. It trades with anything Sabine can play in space anyway, so that's pretty good.
Oh, it's the Kylo ship. Okay.
Yeah. The TIE silencer. So what's Mikael got for an opening play here? Is he going to lane dodge here?
Show me Battlefield Marine.
Yeah, that's probably good. What's the Sabine unit, I guess?
Not the A-wing.
Oh, the A-wing. That's
okay.
That
is
yeah, because now the silencer can trade with it and live. Yeah.
He just declared bankruptcy.
Yep, he did. This is already looking better for the Django player. Jesper is certainly
Do
at
you
some
mulligan
advantage
as a Sabine player if your only turn 1 play is an A-wing
against Django?
on the draw?
Yeah, maybe. I might
This
actually.
seems very
It's
hard
too
to win
dangerous.
now.
Yeah, it's really dangerous.
I mean, it's the same reason they never play it against the Han player, right? Because if they play Falcon turn 1, then you just like almost automatically lose the game.
Yep. No, yeah. That's why he took his time to play it, because he knew how bad it was. I think you ECL there. If I'm the Sabine player there, I ECL.
You might have to.
Yeah. If that's my only option, I'd probably ECL it. It's not good, but it's what I have to do. Oh, come on, into Fleet Lieutenant, into the void. This is.
You can see the emotion. He's so sad when he plays his card.
Mikael is not happy now. He's not happy now. This is horrible start for him.
Did you see what the other plane, the Django player played?
Yeah, he played a 7th Fleet there.
Okay, it's like
no P. The P.
It's a P38.
P38. Still, he's presenting 6 damage in space, and Mikael is presenting 3 damage on the ground. That's not where he wants to be.
Turns out the initiative is a good thing to have.
No, yeah, it is. It is when you're playing rush decks. Obviously, initiative is important. To be honest, though, into the Sabine mirror, I prefer to go second.
Okay, because you want to leverage like ECL or stuff. Yeah, that makes sense.
I want to be able to determine for myself when I want, because most Sabine players will just go face if they are on the play. So I will just assume that that's what they're doing, and then I can wait for the pivot and just pivot when I like to, without have to worrying too much about them.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but in this game, I'd rather go first. And so this is what we're seeing. We are seeing Django pull ahead a little bit here, and he still haven't used his Talking Town, because why would he?
Yeah, he passed there, so I guess he's either saving for triple dark rate, or he would probably have played if he had the droid event, he would have played it, right? Then,
no, and I don't think he's playing it. I don't think he's playing at the doorstep. I think this is the other version. So at 4, he's certainly looking to triple dark raid, but he might not have it, or he has it. That is, that's a triple dark raid.
They always have it.
Don't they? They
in
always have it
as well, of course.
Yeah, of course.
That's
why he has it, because if you it's OP to play hyperspace versions.
For sure,
they're so much better, easier to draw, easier to hit the raiders with. Yep, that's the raider.
Okay,
getting rid of that. Yeah. Why didn't he lift the Fleet Lieutenant though? If I was the Sabine there, I would have lifted the Fleet Lieutenant.
Really? You don't want the power on board?
No, I'd rather have the buff.
Okay.
He needs to catch up here.
But I mean, if he has like a rebel assault on the next turn or something, then that's a good way to do it.
Yeah.
He needs this unit.
Yeah, you're right. That's definitely true. But
you have to play for some sort of upside now, because you're probably a bit behind.
Yep. So he's removing the Bright Hope there, and Sabine hits for 3 and claim. So I mean, this isn't hopeless for Mikael, but
The bright hope really.
The bright hope play there being removed that way is certainly a problem.
But just also the amount of damage that it prevents, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Django would have much rather seen like a K2 and then swung 6 to base than he's so far ahead. Now it's
for sure
closer to even.
For sure.
Like one more bright hope, and then
And then he's leveled up. Yeah.
If he maybe a rebel assault and a bright hope here, and then
yeah.
Right?
That would be really good.
And we're about to
would
do
be
it.
Really good for Mikael.
Of course.
So we get one
Swoop
cost.
Down.
Yeah.
Kills Sabine.
Yeah.
I think that was what he was citing in actually.
It could definitely be.
Because it was a hyperspace card and it looked down like an event.
Yeah. Swoop down is really good here. Getting Sabine off the board. Now Rebel Assault is not online. But the Darksaber on that very, very sad
I like it. All in.
Lieutenant.
Let's see if he
now,
has
a triple dark raid again.
He wants to find another.
Yeah. If he finds another here and taps that poor little fleet lieutenant down,
that's E38 is probably good enough here.
Yeah, right? Anything that pings is good enough here.
Or Geonosis would be the.
Okay. Yeah, Geonosis would. No, it's 2 cost. Geonosis.
No, Geonosis is 3 costs.
Yeah. It is?
Yeah, it's 3 costs.
Oh, so
that's why it's so good.
Yeah, it's really good. But this is good enough. This is certainly good enough. A raider coming in, swinging for another 6 damage to base, and then he's got 2 in hand here.
Yeah, he's gonna.
Yeah,
tap
this is the absolute opposite of last game.
Everything going right.
Certainly. The background music is louder than you guys talking. What background music would that be?
I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, Tony Montan. We don't have any background music here. I don't know where you're getting your background music from because I certainly can't hear any. Let me double check the stream though.
I can only hear you on the stream.
No, I'm pretty sure that Tony Montone has his own background music on. We certainly aren't broadcasting any music here.
Game 3. Let's go.
Let's go. So these have been 2 very, very uneven games.
Not close at all.
Not even a little bit. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens for game 3 here, because it seems to me that it's all about who draws the right cards. Granted, Mikael really fizzled out with his draws here. He had some terrible draws there.
I mean, we're also talking about a Django that hits Ruthless Raider on both his triple dark raids, and in the first game he completely whiffed his triple dark raid, and we saw the rebel assaults like into a second right hope, right?
Right. So yeah, that's certainly where this game is at. If he can hit those, like Django Talking Town is also one of those high variance decks, because you are gambling when you're playing Django.
Especially this version of the deck, right?
Right.
Where you are more focused on the big ships.
Yeah, certainly.
But I guess it's. Did any of them use their base this game?
I seem to have not updated the round map here. We are on round.
We're around 5, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I need to get that fixed. Someone alerted me here. We are actually on round 5 now, and this is the 3rd game of round 5 starting. So yeah, sorry about that little miss. This is a 6-round event at this point, so we are going to get one more round of Swiss after this, and then after that we have cut to top 8. And both of these plays still look really good. These are not undefeated players, but
they're
both of them.
3-1s.
Yeah, they're 3-1s. So, but they both look really good for top 8. If you win this, you're almost the winner of this game is almost guaranteed a top 8, and whoever loses can still have a really good shot at making top 8 by just winning the last game.
We're gonna have quite a few 4-2 players make it in.
Yeah, there are only 35 players in the tournament.
Yeah,
and an odd number, so there's a number of buys having been dealt out as well. So the players with lower strengths of schedules will have much lower strengths of schedules. Okay, so Sabine.
This is like the complete opposite, right?
Yeah.
This is the horror scenario the other way. You know, the
Yep.
Sabine unit just kills the Greedo.
Yeah, without taking the damage, unless it flips an event, obviously. But
then you still have to like.
Yeah.
Then you have to have a P38 or some other ping or like a ISP agent.
Yep.
But if he doesn't flip anything, you know, it's.
No. Yeah. This is. Yep.
Win the dice roll.
Yeah.
Number one strat.
When it looks like this, do you trade with the Greedo here when you get the chance?
If I'm the Sabine player?
No, if I'm the.
Oh, he hit the base.
Oh, he hit base.
Okay, well now we have a game, I guess.
I guess, yeah. Mikael seems to be playing from the motto: "If I see face, I go face."
Yeah, I was about to say you probably just play your 7th fleet and then you can react first action next turn.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I'm pretty happy if I'm the Django player right now.
Yeah. That's definitely, certainly the lesser of evils.
I can't believe he didn't kill the Greedo.
Yeah, me neither. That's really weird. But he went face. I guess it's not really weird. Like, again, it's a Sabine deck. Just getting those 3. If he decides to trade with the Greedo, you don't have anything on board, so the ping is irrelevant then. Oh, sorry, the flip is irrelevant. So you just got 3 base to nothing, really. And he did have a Cassian to play, which is.
I feel like it's like some of these small edges that can really mean something, right? Because if he misses on the Greedo, or he doesn't have the ping, or he has to use his Tarkin town, right? Then you're generating a small amount of value.
Yeah, certainly.
Or potentially a lot of value.
Potentially. Oh, he does play on the doorsteps.
He does.
That's interesting. He does play it. Did you notice his fighter as well, which he did side in more of, is exploit.
Has exploit 2.
Yeah, so he can play it for almost free for only 1.
I think it has exploit 2.
Yeah, it's exploit 2.
That's my strat for my set 4 Vader deck. You swing in with your fighter, bounce their 3-drop with the token plane you make with Vader.
Yep.
Let's go.
Let's go. Yep.
I can appreciate this Django player. Showcase everything hyperspace.
Yep.
It's some great style we have on the board.
Yeah. He's got the bling. It's win or lose, you still bring the nicest deck. So he's ECLing Rekka into one of the tokens.
That's a K2, but yes.
Oh, sorry, the K2. Sorry, the mini Rekka. Rekka's younger brother.
So does Django take initiative? I'm assuming he will.
He did.
Okay.
Or maybe I think he did.
I hope he does.
He pointed to it.
Oh, he's waiting for Sabine to flip, I think. Yeah, no way he's taking initiative yet. He's gonna. Yeah.
Okay, he's just doing it. Yeah, exactly. It's not like Sabine's not gonna flip. He's obviously flipping.
Are you obviously flipping?
Obviously.
I mean, I feel like if you go into the next round with.
At least you're flipping.
The Rebel Assault or something. But yeah, maybe.
Yeah, well, no, you are. You are definitely flipping.
Great use of actions by the Django player as well.
Yeah. So this is why you're flipping.
Then you get the
this is why you're flipping, because you get the initiative.
Yeah.
So it's super strong.
I feel like it is a skill that some Sabine players. I have had, Kevin not flip on 4 when he was playing against me because it was to his advantage.
Oh, yeah, for sure. There are points where you're not
Yeah.
flipping, obviously, but
this layer
was
you
not
are
it.
flipping.
This was not it.
Nah.
Either you get to claim and have 2 units on the board, or you get to strike with her.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
both bases used as well. So this looking, is this the was it the Rebel Assault or no?
it
It's the
must
Fleet
be,
Lieutenant.
right? No, Fleet Lieutenant. Okay, it's just outside of our viewing field of vision here.
Yeah, he's swinging with 1 unit and putting 5 on base. So
yeah. So Sabine has now 19 damage on the Talking Town base, which is it's getting scary because obviously he can tap down Cassian here with the droid.
But he has to clean almost everything up, right?
Why is Django?
I don't think Django is exhausted.
He shouldn't be exhausted,
He just
right?
forgot to unexhaust him at the start of the round. So
yeah.
he fixes it.
Because he needs to sacrifice the droid into Cassian here, I think, because otherwise he is presenting lethal for next round. If he gets to strike with Cassian, yeah, exactly. That would have been.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
But I'm not sure how he gets all these units off the board.
That's another problem.
If he has another, like, what is he going to play? A Battlefield Marines?
Yeah.
How do you?
No, this is looking really, really problematic for Jesper here. He needs to claim here, obviously. There's nothing he can play that can prevent any of this.
There's no way he can claim without flipping his leader and spending his resources. Right? He has to.
Oh yeah, no, sorry, this is flip turn. Okay,
he has to flip his leader and get something insane. Like he has to get the tank. He needs to find the tank or something.
Yeah. But shouldn't he flip first? No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's all.
Sabine is claiming the initiative after this action, so
for sure. For sure. So what's that?
That is the P38. Oh. Yeah, that's definitely not good enough.
That's a whiff. Yeah, that's nowhere near good enough. So at this point, Mikael is presenting 3, 6, 9. He's presenting 12 damage on board.
Sabine will probably, he's going to kill something with the Django.
Yeah. And he's going to ping one more with this.
Maybe if he had if he had like a Vambrace flamethrower, then he could have done something.
Yeah. This is way too little, too late.
He takes the easy actions first.
Yeah. Tony Montan just wrote in the chat, as a Django player, this match is the hardest for us. I guess it depends on the version of Django, though, doesn't it? I think there are a lot of Django decks that struggle into Sabine, but then there are a lot of Django decks that have a decent matchup.
Is this one of those matchups where, depending on who you ask, they're they're like 80-20 favored?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. So Jonas is exploiting this one. This is good. This is good play from Jesper. He is cleaning up a lot of the damage on the board here and bouncing. He's actually not in lethal range anymore. No, yeah, he is.
I mean, he will be able to tap one thing down.
Yeah,
right?
And he might be able to kill the other thing.
This is going to be so anticlimactic when he just slams a Rebel Assault on the board.
Yep. Or ECL's something really big into it. Like a Poe here, ECLing and doing 2 damage.
They've already used their base. So
they already used ECL. They already used ECL. But, he strikes with one of these units. That's 22. And then for a cost.
Or just 2 rounds of Sabine ping, right?
Yeah.
Django has to go real fast now.
That would do it too. And so that's 20. 2 on base. So Django needs to kill Cassian here, or he needs to find an answer to Cassian at least. Tap him down or something.
How much does he need to do? He needs to do 13 damage to Sabine. Can this be done?
He can.
Can we sneak attack a Ruthless Raider in here, or
sneak attack a Ruthless is 8, and then he needs
plus
3
6
plus
on board.
3, so he's got 6 on board. So that's enough. But he needs to deal with the Cassian first, so he needs to sneak attack that now to tap down Cassian and then make that damage. It could work. And again, if there's a Wrecker in hand for Mikael, he can just kill Django straight up.
True. It's also hard with the.
No, he doesn't have it because he goes into Cassian there. He should be taking 3.
He can just play units that hit for 3, right? And eventually,
and
take
he hasn't pinged with. Oh, that's the 4 of course. That's the 4 of course. So 1, 2, 3. That's it. That's it. Okay, Mikael did take it down, and he has been doing real well all evening. He's only got 1 loss at this point, so he's looking. He's a shoe-in for the top 8 then. Whereas I still think Jesper has a pretty good chance of getting in there as long as he can pull this last game out.
Yeah, you need decent strength of schedule, and then you definitely need to win your last one for sure.
He should have a good strength of schedule, though, having gone. What's that? 3 and 2 now.
3 and 2 now, yeah.
So I would assume that his strength of schedule is at least decent. All right, so this was table 2. Let's jump over to the melee and look at what we've got. So right now, I need to update this. This is old. Let's see. We've got round 5. Here we go. Do we have standings? No, we still don't have a standing. So there are still issues with melee. For those of you who haven't been with us all day, we had some really horrendous issues with melee in the beginning of the tournament, and all of it hasn't been fixed yet. There are some lingering problems. So we can't see standings in melee. But
we can see the reporting games, though.
We can. So it seems that Adam and Steven was matched up here, and Adam did take Steven down.
I have some reports from that game. I was informed that DJ is a fun card.
Oh, it's fun. Yeah.
Apparently DJ is a very fun card.
Oh yeah, especially if you're not on the receiving end, or if you are on the receiving end of it, that's when it's the most fun, right?
I do believe that is the case.
Yeah. Because like sharing is caring, and if you can share your resources with your opponent, then you know.
This was actually the matchup that Steven wanted to play. We played it Thursday at our locals, and I played Han Yellow, and then I won like 80% of our games, and then I told him that we should swap decks, and then I still won 80% when I was playing CAD.
Oh, poor Stevo. So Stevo is representing Denmark in this PQ, and he's on CadBlue, if you didn't know. And I'm so humble, Adam, who won the Stockholm PQ, is on that same Han Yellow deck that he did take down the Stockholm PQ last weekend with. So Humble is now at 4-1, so he's pretty sure to get into the top cut. Stevo is at 3-2 then. So he's got a good shot. Hyrax did pull out this win, so Jonathan Hyrax is on 4-1, and has a really good shot at making the top cut. Jakob Hultman, Rakob, is also on 4-1 here. He did pull out a win here, and he hasn't actually lost. He's only the record comes from a draw in the second turn, where they went.
That's bad.
Yeah, it is. But he still has a really good shot at making top cut. Yeah,
he probably has to win his last game to make top cut.
Probably, but 5-1 he's guaranteed in. So if he do win his last game here, he's guaranteed.
4-1-1 is awful.
4-1-1. Yeah, that's loss. A
double
lot
loss
less good.
is very bad for your breakers.
Indeed, it is. Let's say Jason is actually not reported yet, but he does have. Let me see. He's 3-1, maybe. Hard to say.
Jason lost. It just got
Oh,
reported.
he lost. Yeah, okay.
He is,
I'll update there.
He is 2-3.
He's 2-3, so he's out. Who else have we got here? We've got. So Void Noob that we did see a lot of in the beginning has had a couple of worse matchups here, so he is down to 3-2, with decent tiebreakers. Maybe
he has won against people that are sitting, or lost to people that are sitting against table 1 and 2. So if he wins the last round, he could actually make it in and try and lock it in.
He could. That would be interesting. That would be
fun to watch.
Indeed.
Do we know what the undefeated guy is on, like the tower?
Let's see. Jonathan. It looks like Jonathan lost.
Yeah, he lost. So
yeah.
But do we know what the?
But he's on. No, we haven't seen. He's one of the Norwegian players, I think, and we haven't seen him on stream all night. So I have actually no information on what he could be on. If anyone in chat knows what tower Hiller is on, please let us know. We might be looking at his game though for the. It seems appropriate to have him on stream for next round. Now I think. Pontus says that he thinks that Adam might tweak the deck since the Stockholm PQ. I'm not sure. Maybe, but he might have upped the number of Jar Jar Binks in his deck just for the fun of it. But he was on Jar Jar Binks in the sideboard for the Stockholm PQ, where it actually matters. He actually teched Jar Jar Binks against the Swoop Racer Talking Town deck.
Really?
Yeah, he did. He did.
In sideboard or?
Yeah. Only the one, but he did bring it out in against every younger Talking Town deck. He never played it because he never saw it, but he did bring it in. He also teched. He did tech set 1 Chewbacca against that deck.
I heard that.
Which makes so much more sense than playing Jar Jar, but yeah. Also, Adam is an avid prequel fan. He and I differ in that way.
Sure. Play the cards you love. That's my strategy as well.
Yeah. All right. I think at this point we're going to take a short break and get back to you when we are closing in on the last round of Swiss. So we are still waiting on an updated timetable for this whole thing, but eventually we are going to figure out when what is going on. So I'll leave you with a pause screen here for a little bit and see you soon for round number 6.
Spicy lists.
All right, so we are back here with the top table. We have the undefeated Tower Hillier on the right side. He will be facing off against Jakob Hultman, who is at the moment 4-1, and they are both playing Django, but very different Djangos.
Tower is on CadBlue.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Yeah. I need to update that. So Tower is on CAD Red, Talking Town, and Jakob Hultman is on Django Green.
I'm interested to see what green cards he has included.
So I'm intimately familiar with this deck.
Okay, so you can explain it to me. Nice.
I have lost to it many a time. So these are testing partners of mine who consistently beat me up. Oh, you know
at least
the
you
feeling.
get good practice. Yes, yes.
Yeah, you know.
It's way better to lose in testing than it is to lose at the tournament anyway.
Indeed. So I'll actually bring up a sheet of their. I do have their deck lists, so I'll bring one up. No, certainly not. Only the Django Green deck. But I'll bring it up just to be able to get you as accurate information as possible.
Are we ramping? Or
yeah. Oh yeah. We are ramping.
Yeah, we want to go from 3 to leader flip.
Yeah, they played it in ECL for the longest time, but they had to move away from it just in order to deal with the very, very fast decks that they were facing. So at this point, it's actually going quite late with a decent amount of top end, like the green top end. Yeah, so you got
all Vader walkers.
No, 3 Vaders, 2 Mauls, and 2 Devastators.
Okay.
Obviously 3 Fetz Fire Sprays, His Patrol Fighters, Elite P-38s, Bosks, Cad Bane Unit, 4 Looms, and then
that's a lot of top end.
It's a lot of top end. It is indeed going quite late, and then you've got some really small units to sort of stall out that early part of it.
So it's all the yellow units in the start, and then some ramp, and then just all the green top end.
Yeah, they do play Salicious Cramb as well.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, and Yularen.
Okay, we're going there as well.
Oh yeah, and Shore Troopers. So they got a little bit of everything.
That's a lot of green.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And then you got Resupply, obviously, and now there are 2 of them, which is the most surprising include to me because it doesn't work that well in this deck. I don't know why they're still on that, but they do that. I guess they want to do.
Can we go from 2 to 5 with anything?
Not really.
So we're trying to go from leader flip to 7, or
yeah. They try or from something to Vader. That's what they want to get, Vader or Maul early. That's the.
Yeah, but you can't pull Vader with the leader, right? Django is an underworld card.
No. Yeah, so you're trying to pull Vader from having something like a Yularen or a Shore Trooper or something out.
That doesn't seem like that stable of a strategy.
Yeah, that's the part of the deck that I'm most suspicious about. But both Jacobs are claiming that it is good.
But I mean, it would make sense if you ramp on 3 resources, you flip your leader, and then you just nether 2 of them into Maul.
Yeah,
that seems good. That seems good.
It's probably very good, actually. So Basin opening play here. There's 2 of them in hand, and he might just remove that. That's an event. I can't really make out what an event that would be. That's on top there. That could be. What was that event?
I can't see it.
Yeah. Huh. Surprise strike, maybe.
I'm getting reports from the chat that it is indeed for Cad and Maul on turn 3 after ramp. Makes sense.
Oh yeah, okay. So that's the other Jacob, the two players that.
We're Tarkin towning the Bothan. That's very aggressive.
Very, very aggressive. Not sure if it's the right play though.
Yeah, I mean, usually I just swing my crafty smuggler into the Bothan.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I mean, we'll see. Tower Hillier is undefeated, so he must be doing something right with this deck. We can only assume that he knows what he's doing here.
Okay, he decides not to ping.
That would make sense, I guess.
Maybe it makes sense, I guess, when you have the shield on the smuggler.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's also can be worse to let them have the 2 damage from the.
No, for sure. But you don't know what 1-drops he's playing, so you might not want to give him that resource now.
Oh yeah, but usually, I mean, you will get the initiative then. Cad Bane is usually very good against whatever 1-drops.
Yeah. So, resource decisions. This is where you win and lose so many of the games.
Yeah, that's where only having like 4 cards in hand is very hard to.
So removing the shield there, opening the crafty up to be tapped down. So at this point,
I feel like we're seeing now there are 2 of them real soon. This is looking like some mall action.
Yeah. So at this point, it certainly does look like Tower Hillier is getting to have his way. But Jacob still got all his resources open there. So he might have some surprises.
Doing some barrage action? Or
yeah, could be the barrage. But a barrage here wouldn't be super good, would it? That would explain why he just flipped there, because he might have wanted to barrage off of him, but barraging now seems a lot less good. And he's certainly taking his time considering this play.
Maybe he wants to set something up for next turn instead?
Yeah, could be. He definitely has a barrage in hand there.
All right.
So that must have been the event I couldn't really make out. That must have been the barrage. So he is playing Salacious Crumb here. Healing 1. Just probably stalling for time, I guess. That could also be the only other card except for barrage that he had in hand. It's absolutely possible that that's the case. Did Jacob claim that? Yeah,
that is the grenade strike. Then it was a grenade strike. Someone in chat mentioned it as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, he claimed.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm not really sure. Maybe he just had nothing.
Could be. Could be. He had a barrage in hand, and then he had Salacious, and between the two, he'd rather save the barrage for later. I can see that.
At least his barrage is a bit better now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Kills everything.
Yep.
Oh, I see a Fennec in hand. That's nice.
Mm-hmm. That could definitely do things somewhat. Not yet. Yeah, he's resourcing it right now. Okay.
He wants that McClunky.
Yeah, he must. But what is he going to McClunky?
That's the question.
Yeah. So 3, 4, 5 for the barrage, I guess. No. Oh, Jonas. Yeah. That's good.
Okay, surely we're just gonna see base and then play suckers.
Mm-hmm. Jacob claims, and we see indeed the suckers come down with the ping. I guess he put it on the Geonosis here. Yeah, indeed he does. And now the barrage is looking, I'd say, important.
You wanna tap everything down?
Yep.
It doesn't strike me as the best. Like, you're not killing You're not killing suckers, so you're letting CadBlue build a very large board.
Yep. But what else is he doing here? He can't let sucker strike. He can't let sucker strike here, right?
Maul, Vader, something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, Vader.
Yep, Vader. That's good. That's really good.
Vader, ambush into the crafty, pull a P38, shoot the suckers. Something like that.
Yeah. That would be ideal, I suppose.
What does he pull from the front? Oh, P38.
Yularen's there. Another ramp is there. A P there. Yep, the P is probably the most important piece he could pull there. Another crumb would have been good as well, obviously, here to pull out, but with Yularen for a double heal.
You can't pull Yularen from Vader.
No, yeah, he's mono. He's not. He's not villainous.
Yeah. I like this better. Now you have good presence on the board. You have a lot of units. You have some power.
Yeah, and you can tap down suckers from the ping. Oh no!
Yeah, he just ambushes into suckers, taps it down, and then he kills the crafty with the.
Yeah. Okay. Good. That's a good play. And there's another grenade strike.
Oh, he's really getting he's getting hit hard by these grenade strikes.
Yeah.
How fun.
Cleaning off the Vader and hurting him.
It's very interesting in a deck like CadBlue, right? Where you're spreading some damage around with your pings.
Yep.
He's gotten some decent value out of it this game.
Yeah. Certainly has.
Not sure.
I don't know that it's worth it.
I think can you hit space units with grenade strike?
No, it's only ground units, I think.
Okay, then I'm less into it.
Yeah, it's interesting more than it's good. So CAD flips. He taps it down.
That makes sense. Django still lives.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably the best move there.
You can actually use grenade strike on space units. It's just that so he could have killed like both the space units with grenade strike, for example.
Oh, didn't know. So he plays out the punishing one here, and then Jacob needs to put 2 damage somewhere, and he kills the P there. Not sure why he didn't kill the Jonas.
What did he ping? Did he ping anything? Oh, he pinged.
He pinged. Yep. He pinged CAD, the leader.
Okay.
I probably would have gone for the Jonas there and saved the ping for opening here. Just removing punching one here with with
swinging the P38 in.
Yeah. But I don't know.
Maybe yes.
Let's see. More. Nice. So he will get 2 overwhelm. And he actually puts the damage on more here. It's only 2 damage, so why not?
And Targeton has been used already, so I guess it makes sense. Yeah. Like you don't want to kill off your Django for free.
No. Especially since it's open and can still do some good in this turn. So it looks like Jacob is somewhat stabilizing here.
Oh, do you see how he's stacking his discard pile? He's probably Fennec counting.
Certainly is. I'm sure. So now at this point, Fennec is starting to look more and more juicy.
Does he have 4 different in the?
3 different, I think. Oh, I'm not. I shouldn't swear on that because the 2 events could be same costed, but I think that 3 different.
All his 2s are like in a pile. Yes, definitely a 5 and a 3. I think he's missing 1. Otherwise, he would probably slam it.
Yep. He can still. I mean, he can still kill Django without taking any damage back, but he can't kill Maul.
Yeah, but this is good for our Django player. Surely he has the better late game, and he can just
yeah.
begin to swing Maul over Fennec now with the initiative.
Obviously, no, yeah. The Maul player has a huge late game. Like we talked about, he's got got Devastators, and he's got some huge things in there. He's got Cad Bane units also. He's got no, yeah, not that much more.
Devastator is so hard to beat for these decks that rely on Ruthless Raider to end the game.
Yeah.
Or you do that.
Or you do that. That's actually not bad. Just
That's
clear
a good
out.
one. Now we're back to set 2 mana, barraging some Mauls.
Yep. Waylaying. All right. Yeah. I mean, that's not your favorite unit to waylay, though.
Nah, usually like plays like this, he's declaring bankruptcy as the Cad Bane player.
Yeah. That's more of a necessity play than a favored play. Oh, a crafty is not what he wanted there. he needed something bigger there.
I mean, look on the bright side. At least it has a shield.
Oh, yeah, certainly does. But the Boba unit does not. I think we might see a Maul slam into Boba.
I wonder if our CAD player kind of misevaluated the matchup a little bit. They have both been playing kind of controlly.
Yep. They have. No, yeah, I think the CAD player should have definitely been running here and not trying to control the board as much as he has. He does have a blaster in the pocket there, so he might get that onto the crafty or the because I don't see the Boba unit surviving this round. I
Probably
think
not.
it is not long for this world. We see, oh, okay, yeah, okay. Surprise striking here first makes sense. Indeed, does make sense. But
now the Boba unit can actually kill the Forlom
without taking any damage back.
I wonder if that's what he's asking about here.
Yeah, probably. It's definitely the play he should make. Yep.
Yeah, there we see it.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna see Maul, or
then Maul can wait. It's not as he doesn't have to hurry with it. He's doing something. 3.
There's also
what could that be for 3?
he's pulled Maul to the front. Okay, the P38s.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Priming an even better Maul strike for next turn.
Is he gonna have a lot of unused resources on this turn?
Might. Might. Or he's got something else mid-sized to play. He might have another Forloom in hand.
That would be good.
That would be good. He could have some event or something. He's paying 2 for something. No, a short trooper. All right. Yeah, that's fine. Just setting up next turn anyway.
It's not the best on this board.
Definitely not. Definitely not. But he's taking 4 back. So.
Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah. Jacob's
we are building a big board on the CAD side. We know he has the Maul, but the Maul is also quite vulnerable afterwards.
Yeah, indeed. He'd rather slam them all into something smaller. He was probably setting up the crafty for something, and then that blaster is
the only thing he can slam into without being in Ruthless Raider range is the Boba unit now.
Yeah. And that's also the one where he's overwhelming the least and removing the least amount of damage from base.
Or we just race.
Yeah. You can also that works. He is ahead.
Does he have more lethal now?
Yes,
he has very more lethal. He has to. Yeah, there's no.
He can just go through either, but probably the
boss has to 1 HP left. Yeah, he dies here.
Yeah, so this is game for. So the first game to Jacob, playing Jungle Queen here. I mean,
Yeah, Chad pointing out that maybe the Talking Town was a little bit aggressive.
I think
I would
so.
tend to agree.
I definitely would agree. As we did point out at the time.
Yeah.
He would have had much more use for that Talking Town later in the game. But I think, like you said, it doesn't. Also, that play doesn't line up very well with him trying to be the control player, because if he is indeed trying to go control in this matchup,
the getting the value from the crafty swing is much better.
Yeah, certainly.
We'll see if he adjusts his game plan for next, or if he continues with the same plan.
So I'll bring up the sideboard from Jacob. He's got another. He's only running one Hotshot Blaster in main, and he's got one more in sideboard. He's got 2 Waylays, none in main. He's got 2 No Good to Me Dead, and he's playing none in main. And he might bring in another 4 Loom. He's only playing 2 in main. He might bring out Palpatine's Return, but I don't think so. He can bring in a 3rd Cad Bane unit, and he can bring in a 3rd Maul unit.
We're taking some top end out. He wants to go leaner.
Yeah,
that makes sense, I guess.
It does. So he's taking out both of the Devastators, and he
Do you see that Doku unit?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Doku is actually a really interesting unit here. So he is bringing one Maul out.
No, I think he's bringing them all in, right?
Yeah, that would make more sense. Maul is probably really good in this matchup. So getting it up to 3 would make sense. That means that he's leaving the now there are 2 of them in.
100%.
He could be bringing in more rush here, like another Hotshot Blaster could be interesting.
But surely he is the control in this matchup. Like he just needs to live, and then he'll win. Yeah, okay.
Waylay,
he thinks he's the control as well, bringing in Waylay.
Yeah. And it looks like Tower Hillier is removing. They are doing this openly. That's interesting.
No. You see, they have their deck boxes like.
Okay, I didn't see that.
They're like screening their cards.
Yeah,
for us, basically.
But it's good for us. Yeah.
He's bringing in. They're both bringing in Waylays.
All right, interesting. They still both assess that they are the control.
They're benefiting at least from the tempo.
Yeah, I guess. I think that the Waylays make more sense from Jacob than from Tower Hillier, because of Tower Hillier has way less ambush, right?
Really?
It felt like it.
I mean, maybe he just didn't play them, but I'm assuming Cad Bane has the full range of Bosk and Forlum, and yeah, they're pointing out that you swap the leaders under their names.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll fix that. This should be a Django. There we go. And this should be a CAD. And I have CAD here. All right. Now we are right. So I should also update the score. So game 2. And I guess this game is a lot less interesting to Tower Hillier because he's already in the top cut.
He is for sure the top cut.
Whereas I think that Jacob might actually need to win this to get the top cut because of that early draw.
Oh, the draw?
In the second game.
Yeah.
So for Jacob, this might be really important.
But it looks like a pretty decent matchup for him. He's just like a little bit bigger than the Cad Bane.
Yeah.
But then again, we didn't see any Ruthless Raiders or anything like that, which could be a problem card for him.
Mm-hmm.
Surely we're not going to see the target town this time.
Not as early.
Never mind. We see the target town immediately.
Oh, then okay.
Okay.
Well then, I do think that Jularin is a much better target to Tarking Town away because it's much more problematic. A Basine that's already been played isn't very problematic.
Oh yeah, I mean, you have the crafty on board.
Yeah.
And then you're playing events this turn instead of building a board against the ramp player. It's a bit.
Yeah.
I think I usually, I feel like if you're playing something like CAD, right, you want to like find the right moment to swap into the playing events to do damage.
Yeah.
Like if you like around the time where you flip your leader, right, then you stop. Then you have maybe 2 or 3 units in play, and then you start playing the events to like get through to the end.
Yeah,
you're kind of like.
I didn't mean to say that it was a good Tarking Town here. I just think it was a lot less problematic than the last Tarking Town he did.
At least this Forlum into Django. That's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he actually kills the Django if he with a smuggler now.
Yeah,
if he wants to.
With crafty, if he wants. No, he doesn't ambush here.
No ambush.
No ambush.
He is aggro. He's going aggro.
Yeah, he's going aggro now.
This seems extremely risky.
Yes, I agree.
Like if he gets now, there are 2 of them now. I think.
Yeah. No. Yep.
Oh, boss.
That's a boss play. That's good. Removing the foreloom and staying on the board. That's perfect.
Yeah. Now you guys. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. This is looking good for Jakob.
I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah. He has ramped. He's got a more or less undamaged Django on the board, and
he thinks he's so far ahead that it's time to race.
Yeah. Apparently. Yeah, because that could have definitely been time to claim. and just
or you could have killed the smuggler.
Yeah. But I do think it's killing the smuggler would have been a little bit risky because going to 3 damage, then he's in range for a foreloom or a Bosk. So staying at only 1 damage on leader makes sense to me.
For sure.
Especially when he's got only that unit out.
Yeah, you have to set up some sort of plan for the CAD flip next turn. But at least you will be on 7 resources if you have like Maul Surveillance in hand. You can probably handle it.
Maybe. So that's what's that?
That was McClunky on the
McClunky. Okay, yeah. So 4. And with the foreloom, he could remove him now. So what is the answer then? Do you just go for 3 on base and?
He's not going to play anything massive, right? You can just, if he has some big unit, he can just, or he can swing with Django.
Yeah, I don't see a foreloom in hand though. Is that a Bosk though? He
has 4 resources left.
Yeah, so he can't play the Bosk anyway. Huh. But he is threatening the foreloom, making Jakob have to think about it.
It's the grenade strike, surely.
It could definitely be a grenade strike here. So Jakob does decide to play something.
Surprise strike.
Oh, surprise strike. Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah, indeed. Going to 9 damage here.
Yeah, because CAD can't pass now.
No.
Yeah,
he needs to do something. A crafty makes sense. It can kill Django next turn.
Still has 2 resources for his grenade strike. Do we want to smuggle Basine, or what are we looking at?
Maybe. That certainly is an option.
It's a good turn to smuggle Basine when right before they go into leader flip. You can take the best card.
Yeah. Yeah. Now he has claims. Huh. Okay.
Oh,
no good to my dad. All right. Yeah. Well, I mean, that kind of shows us that he didn't have any power plays there.
That seems like a very, very weak turn 5.
Yeah.
Especially when he's decided that he wants to surprise strike base on turn 3.
Exactly.
It's like, I feel like the game plan confuses me a little bit here. We're going like a little back and forth.
Yeah, certainly does. I would Yeah, I don't know.
Oh yeah, and here comes Vader.
Yeah. Do you even ambush with Vader here if you don't get anything that could ping off the shield? I don't think he does have that much that could ping off the shield.
I think it kind of, it's probably a good idea to take off the shield so he doesn't like get to put an upgrade on it or something before, so you have to swing into it twice.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, the scene. Oh yeah,
That's very good.
That's very, very good. Yeah.
Also, if you take off the shield, then if he tries
Yeah.
to kill Django, then you can.
Yep.
Is Django supposed to be exhausted?
Yeah, because of the no good to me dead.
Oh, right, you're right. Sorry, my bad.
So you do remove Dooku here, right?
Do you think he wants to exploit the crafty smuggler?
After he strikes, yeah.
Sure, makes sense. Then I wouldn't ambush. Okay, yeah, he does take off the shield.
He takes off the shield as well as remove the Dooku. So flipping CAD here, claiming, yeah.
Hopefully we found some sort of ambush units off the top, or
yeah, he could have. So you sack Crafty into Django anyway, right? You must.
Yeah, probably. Well, I guess you see where he pings first, like where he puts the damage. You probably on.
So I will put it on Django here.
Really? Then Django dies.
He dies anyway.
Yeah, but then the crafty smuggler also dies, right? Or he puts some damage on Cad Bane. You usually want to put it on your least valuable unit, right? You want to have the Salacious Scrum for the next turn, and then.
Yeah, but the crafty can kill Django no matter what.
Yeah, but then at least you get then you get the crafty off the board, and now you.
Yeah. Okay, this makes sense.
And then you can, tap down suckers or something with your Salacious Scrum.
Yep. And we've got 5 damage on CAD already, so he can also just trade leaders here.
You can also, if you have a maul in hand, the scene would love to take some damage.
Yeah, I think so. She told me yesterday that she really, really wanted to take some damage. Or you can do this. Yeah, Barrage is still fine. Tapping both of them down.
It's gonna be 3 and 2, right?
Yeah. Killing CAD and tapping down.
It can be so annoying for a CAD player when you kill their leader and they can't use the ping.
Yeah.
Because he goes back exhausted.
Yeah.
Okay, we're
That's
playing a lot of exhaust effects in this CAD Bane deck.
Indeed. Outmaneuver. Jacob just claims, and we get a Phantom in space. I mean, this game is still wide open. Jacob's got 9 damage onto the Talking Town base, but Tower Hillier's only put 4 damage yet. So Tower Hillier needs to build a board soon.
Or he needs to control the ground and then hope that Lurking Tie wins him the game. We did see him take out the Devastators.
He did. I don't know what other space units that can really contest space. So he's got Fire Spray in there.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, he showed P38. He showed us.
And Genosis, obviously. The Genosis TIE Fighters. So you can still bounce the Lurker. Yeah. The Genosis is really, it can come from nowhere as well, since you can.
You can just exploit all your cards.
Yeah.
That's
so
Vader.
The stream is a little bit is lagging a bit there. So we got Vader that can take out the suckers there.
I just have this feeling that our Django player probably has on average better top decks than our Cad Bane player, considering what we've seen them play so far. Is he not even going to ambush?
Not sure.
Well, I guess it's the only
He
thing
might just tap him now.
Yeah.
He might just tap him now. That's certainly a valid point way to do it. This here.
Okay, he does ambush.
Oh, he does. Okay. And now he's got an answer for the P38. That's for the Phantom. Sorry.
Yeah. And if he really needs, he can just start bouncing his Salacious Crumb to heal a bit. It's a bit awkward here because he has to start killing his own units.
Yeah, because the ping is not a voluntary thing.
Yeah, it's not a May trigger.
Yeah, it has to be done. So there's a lot of damage coming down here. That's 6 damage, taking us to 15, and then we got another. I guess you just strike with Salacious here, so that's another 2 damage there. Yeah, oh no! Oh well, he taps one of them down, and then you probably just claim, right? Jacob should claim it.
He has 5 resources open. Surely he's gonna, like, you're so far ahead.
Oh, okay,
surely he's gonna play something, right?
Right. Okay. So that's probably not a risky play from Jacob then.
It's crazy to think about that this Django has been in play since 5 resources and he ramped.
Yep. That's weird. But if you can't really take care of it, you can't. So Tower Hillier is struggling here. He does not have the board he claims instead. Does leave those 4 or 5 resources open.
I just can't imagine what he's looking for to like stabilize here.
CAD unit.
Grenade strike would be great, actually.
Grenade strike would actually be really good here. But a CAD unit would capture everything but Django there.
Okay, what does he shoot? The Vader, yeah.
He shoots the Vader, and he... Obviously, you're always looking for Ruthless Raider. If you got Ruthless Raider in your deck, you're looking for it because it's such a great unit.
I just feel like he's like too far behind for Ruthless. Yeah, he swings with the ship, so he can't get traded into, and then he's just gonna race.
Yeah. No, at this point, Django's just racing him. He's got 6 more damage to do, and he's got 5 of those on board. So you claim now? No, you have to play some. You play a threat. You play a threat, and then you claim.
Well,
Django is immortal. Yes, Moy. I do think Django might be.
Cad Bane actually has to claim, right? He has to start have the initiative at some point. Like he has to kill Django.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, no, he's just dead, right? He has 3 life remaining, and there's 2 units that kill him on the board.
No,
What did he smuggle out? Blaster?
Oh, no, Blaster on Salacious' game. So Jacob does take it down to 2-0. And that means that Jacob is through to the top cut. Tower Hillier was already through.
Is that Lux Bonteri on my screen?
Is that? Yeah.
I think it's the guy.
It is.
This list is crazy.
Yeah, Tower Hillier is certainly bringing a different flavor of
spicy list.
Yeah, very spicy. Now, Jacob did get this game, so yeah. The little monkey with the gun.
So he's 5-1 now.
So he's 5-1. Tower Hillier's 5-1.
Both these players are in the top 8.
Mm-hmm. They certainly are. Let's just jump into to the melee and see what we can glean from that.
Adam is.
Is Adam?
Adam is also in the top 8.
Yeah, he is. I'll refresh this, and we'll see what we got. We've got both of Tower Hillier and Jacob are through. Humble took down Jonathan BB that we saw in the last game, so he's through. Hyrax and McMike hasn't been reported yet. Whoever wins is certain to be through. Whoever loses has a decent shot at getting through.
No, I don't think that's true, right? They're 3 and 3. Mike is X and 2, but Hyrax would be X and 3.
Hyrax is
Oh, never mind. Oh, sorry.
No.
You're right. You're right. Sorry.
Hyrax would be, if he
huge
wins
point.
his X and 1, if he loses his X and 2. So Hyrax would have a pretty decent. I think Hyrax has a good shot of being through either way.
Yeah.
McMike would be, also X and 2 if he loses, with probably good.
Everyone in the top
good.
has like lost one game to each other. It's like pretty crazy for breakers.
Mm-hmm. But I do think that Hyrax has the better tiebreakers than. So McMike is more reliant on winning it. Stephen did pick up his last game here, which makes him X and 2, right? So he's got a decent shot. He's faced Humble, and he's faced Hyrax, and he's faced Matthias Berensen. So he has faced some decks that has done decently. He could be through. Jonah Nicholas.
Table 4 is usually a good sign, right?
It is indeed. Jonah Nicholas is down at table 6, and he has he's X and
he's X and 2 as well, right?
X and 2 as well. Yep, but he should have decent tiebreakers maybe, because he has faced Jacob, and he's faced. The other ones aren't as well. He might have worse tiebreakers there. Jonah Nicholas might not be making the top cut here.
This seems very hard to tell. Like all the people that are 4 and 2 have like lost to people at the top, right?
But Jonah hasn't lost to that many of them. Jonah's only
lost to Jesper. He lost to Jesper, which is
Jesper,
and then he lost
Jacob.
to Jacob as well.
Yeah, so those are the only two top. But then he's won over a lot less formidable opponents, so that might be a problem. Yeah,
it's exciting for sure. Like I think you need a degree to decipher who's going to the top 8 here.
It would be so much easier if we could actually get standings from last round, but as you can see, there are no such thing in the melee at this point. Because of the problems we had early on, we are not getting any of that UC information. We have to sort of glean and figure out what we can from what we see here. So I think this is where we tap out for a little bit and leave you to it. And when we do get back, we are going to present the top 8 for you. So we don't exactly know when the top cut is starting, but I'm trying to get information on that. Let's see if we have anything. 12 minutes left in this round. So you probably have. Okay, so we will be taking a little bit of a break here, and I'm trying to bring in our next co-caster here, which is Jeff Creasy, Wait, Don't Kill Me from the Bothan Network, who's going to join me for the quarterfinals here. And then we are looking forward to an amazing top cut with Jeff and also Loopee joining in. Loopee from Late Night Gaming. To help me cast those games.
And we're all going to be cheering for Steven, of course.
Of course, we're all cheering. There's so many great players. I can't but cheer for Jacob, obviously, since he's my teammate. But I would love to see Steven do well. I would love to see Jonathan Hyrax do well, and also Mikael Bondesson, old friend of mine.
Doing the casual back-to-back, why not win two weekends, 2 PQs?
Yep. No, I'd love to. I'd love to see so many of these players do well here. So I think I'm set up for a top 8 of people I will cheer for. Well, like I said, I will leave you for a little bit as I get everything sorted for the top cut here on our end. We might be back in something like 20 minutes. I'll be back. And thank you so much, Jonas, for helping me out with this.
It was a pleasure.
Yeah, it's been a good one for us. Now, see you in a bit. We are back here. I'm joined by Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network. Wait, don't kill me. So please, how can I introduce you the best?
You just did. That was great. Hi, everybody. Yeah, I'm Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network. You'll sometimes see me on Discord as Wait, Don't Kill Me. And yeah, I'm super excited to be here. Pumped for this top 8. Get to see some real European action due to the time zones. It's not always easy for us to catch it live until we get to the top 8 and stuff. But yeah, I'm super excited to see this top 8.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's been a ride here with some delays, and we're certainly getting on with the hours
Yeah.
here. It's getting later, and I think definitely for this top cut we might actually have some attrition on the, like, just the brain power, having
Oh,
to
absolutely.
work this out. We are having players settled down on the tables now, so we might actually be having have pairings ready. I'll
Yeah,
just
looks like
bring
we
up.
got a Django Green sitting down here.
So that would be Jacob
Mhm.
Hultman. So let's see if indeed we do have some pairings in melee here for you. Would that be the quarterfinals?
Yes, yeah, that'd
Matches.
be the quarterfinals.
Yep, but we don't have official pairings for them yet in melee. So we will have to just assume that they are sitting correctly.
Yeah.
But that does indeed look like Jacob Hultman, which we saw in the last round, who is shuffling up his deck there. He's playing a Django Green deck that he's been working pretty much all set with. After the Cantina Brawl last November, he switched from Django Red into this Django Green deck. Originally, I think they were on ECL, and now it's been 30 base because of fast decks, I assume. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I was going to ask about it because I've seen a lot of Django ECL, but I haven't seen a lot. Well, a lot. I've seen it pop up in recent weeks, but I haven't seen as much of the Django 30. So that's interesting.
Yeah, no, I think it was a call they made like a couple of weeks back for the store showdowns around here, like maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago. They're two teammates of me, both named Jacob, who's been working on this deck, and they decided to switch to the 30-point base because of the resurgence of Django Talking Town a couple of weeks ago, and then also like some of the very top players in the Stockholm meta, especially around here, are Sabine players. Like we've got Kevin, who took down the Finnish PQ, the Helsinki PQ. He's a really strong Sabine player as well. So this enables them to kind of combat those really fast decks and give them a little bit more time to get into larger units. Like we didn't see Jacob play any super huge units, but he does play Devastators in this deck, and full complement of 3 Vaders, 2 Mauls in main deck, and obviously Fire Spray, and
wow, nice. So that's a lot of top end. That's
cool.
It's
a lot of top end in this.
So imagine just trying to bank on resupply and super laser tech to ramp into those.
Certainly
and
does.
Things like overwhelming barrage with Django deployed to kind of buy him time to get there.
Exactly. That's the game plan. They also run 3 of now there are 2 of them. So if they do fall behind on board presence, they can punish that, bringing out an early Maul or Vader to punish that sort of people trying to keep their board small. I still haven't got the faintest what Jacob is paired up against. And melee is not giving us any clues yet, is it?
Yeah, it's wonky sometimes with the top cuts where basically TOs seem to kind of make their own tournament brackets. I don't know. I've seen melee be pretty wonky with the with once you get into top cut. So
yeah, and especially today when we've had so many problems with melee, I expect that might be the case.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at least I've got one side of the table fairly accurately set up here.
Yeah.
With Jacob still sitting on the left there, and we're just waiting to get confirmation on who he's going to play. We might get some. We do have some crew on the ground, and we might get some reports from them. So, side note, yeah, no information. Alan plays double blue Obi. Oh, we get the double blue Obi-Wan deck
Oh,
on screen.
interesting. Okay.
Oh, did it make TopCon? So
Mono
we've got,
Obi versus some Django Green going on.
this is going to be interesting. Have you seen this deck before? I certainly
I
haven't.
haven't seen Mono Blue Obi. One of my teammates, Falafel, has really has put up some good results with Obi-Wan and has been playing it since this set came out. So I've seen
Right.
Obi Red and Obi Green, but I haven't seen Mono Blue before.
Yeah, no, I don't know at all. I've seen Obi Green a lot, and I think that's actually from the same source.
Yeah.
But and I've actually played that deck a little bit because I really liked playing it. It's really fun deck to play with Riken, General Riken,
Yeah.
the ECL Riken into
ECL
things.
Riken in, and you can
Yeah.
do some cool things with XP and everything.
Yeah, but this must be something else though, because Mono Blue, you won't have some of the really key ingredients in that deck are green.
Yeah. Well, I'd be interested to see, because I could see you could potentially lean into things like Bendu and playing Vigilance for cheaper in some of the neutral units.
Right.
You could
Yeah.
also just be playing that mostly to get Vigilance for 4. That's one where I'd be pretty interested to see the deck list. I could see it going a few different ways.
Yeah.
And it's really quick
Certainly.
for Pontus in chat saying they don't see the table. They're not set up
Yeah.
on the table. We only
No.
have one deck on the table. They haven't started yet,
Yeah.
so that's why we're not on that screen yet.
Yeah.
We'll make sure you see the action once it actually gets ready to go.
Exactly. No, we are just trying to figure out what we are actually going to show you here because
Yeah.
this is going to be interesting. So there's been talk all day about these mono blue OB decks. So they must have been doing well all throughout the day, especially when you have a deck that is this much off meta doing well. That's always fun to get on stream as well. So we get okay, so the players on the ground can also not see any standings or anything from the melee. So it would seem that even in the store they are having the same kind of problems we have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe we should just bring you over to the table here, maybe, because I don't think we have anything to show you from melee or anything else here at the moment, since it is acting up. Let's see, just refresh that one more time and see if we can get something. I mean, I guess we could show you the final results from round 6. Let me do that. So these would be the final results of round 6, and they, as you can see, this is what we've been doing all night long, trying to figure out who's on what, so I can hover over a player and see their matchups to see what points they are actually on. So we do have both Tower Hillier and Rakob on going 5-1, and then you got Jonathan BB going 5-2. I'm So Humble is also 5-1, only losing to Rakob in the first round of the game, and then just taking everything down. We got Hyrax, who's been on stream a lot today. He's also 5-1 with his Boss Green deck. And we've got McMike, who was briefly on stream, who's 4-2, and might have the strongest 4-2 schedule, I think. Probably. And then we've got Stevo, who's also 4-2, but with probably really good tiebreakers, I would guess.
Yeah, and so we had 32 players at this PQ. Is that correct?
35
tables. 35. Okay.
35 table players. Might have had some drops later on. Yes, we might have indeed had some drops.
That would make sense. So it looks like there should be one undefeated player, 4, 5, and 1. So 3 of the 7 4 and 2 should get in. So over half of the 4 and 2 should get in based on the tournament calculator.
Right, yeah. So we don't actually have any undefeated player since Tower Hillier lost in the last round to Rakob. So unfortunately,
so it should be 5, 5, and 1 and no undefeateds. So
right, yeah. Well, let's jump over to the table because they have at least set up now. So they are. It's Alan on OB double blue, and then we've got. So that is that the shield base? Which base is that?
No, I believe that is the base that your leader has an extra health. Pow City.
Oh yeah.
So
That would make
26
sense.
health, and then now Obi's going to be a 4/8.
Yep. That makes so much sense. Okay, so this is really interesting. Both of these decks wants to go fairly late. What kind of top end do you have outside of obviously Luke in a double blue harm deck?
I mean, I'd be interested. You could always play something like a Zillow Beast for 9. I think that's the biggest one. And especially if you're doing that, that makes things like Bendu potentially more appealing. Because you could always play Bendu on 6 into attack and then play Zillow Beast for 7. Because you
That
get
would
the
be
2 discount
interesting.
on it.
Yeah, that could definitely be a good play. That's probably a line that I'd be trying out.
Yeah.
If I was trying this deck out. Well, I mean, we will see shortly because they seem to be getting ready to play here. We haven't seen any dice or anything to determine the initiative.
Some tournaments play where the higher seed always gets initiative going into game 1, but I don't know if they're doing that here or not. It seems to kind of vary by tournament.
Right. I think like at least for the PQs we've had so far, the judges are very conscious to try and follow all the tournament regulations. So is there anything in tournament regulations?
I don't think it's in the specific tournament regulations. So mostly you'll see that at things like the Star City Games Opens where they're cash tournaments, not official FFG events.
Yeah.
Because I don't think the tournament regulations have anything for that.
They don't even stipulate how to do it. Yeah, no. So they are now starting to check out each other's deck lists. And I think you have what, 5 minutes normally?
Yeah, so 3 to 5, somewhere in that range, just a few minutes to look it over. For me, at least, I usually don't need that much time.
No.
They might need more time with something because both of these decks are kind of off meta, so they may want to take some more time to double check.
Yeah. But I mean, you do know your own deck, and when you get a deck list for something like this, you're basically trying to scan out what, or at least me, I'm trying to scan out what would be my problems. What problems do I have?
Exactly.
Here? And that's what I'm trying to glean. And it's not like I'm gonna forget. Like I don't have to memorize that. If I can spot like 3 or 4 units that are problematic for me, I'm gonna remember.
Yeah, so if I'm Django right now, when I'm looking at these deck lists, I'm saying, okay, he's in mono blue. What removal package does he have? So is he playing Rivals Fall, Fell the Dragon, Takedown, like the ratios of those cards, you kind of know what to play around there. And then what's his top end? You assume he's playing 3 Lukes. Is he playing the Zillow Beast? Are there Bendus or Obis? So that's what I'm looking for if I'm Django. And if I'm Obi, you probably have fewer things to look at. You just double check and say, okay, he's playing a ramp go big deck. So then Obi, as the Obi player, you have to try to decide, can I afford to take this late game? Do I win the late game? Do I have to try to apply pressure early? What's my win condition here?
Exactly. But do we do a mono blue Obi-Wan deck have the potential to go fast?
It's gonna be tough. They could potentially, especially if they're on like a full complement of Jedi lightsabers, they could do something like I would imagine you're gonna have Queel in there to draw cards. So if you go, I would imagine if this Obi deck can go fast, if they do something like Queel into Yoda into lightsaber on Yoda and just use those to push damage. But I would imagine it's not the natural state of this Obi deck. And they're probably going to be comfortable taking it late. But it just depends on what their top end is.
Also, like you with the Django deck, you need to keep track whether or not they're running a lot of space units, and
Hmm.
this Django deck isn't. So
Yeah.
that's probably some of the information he's really keen on, which
Yeah.
makes I'm just assuming here that a big blue deck would run the Arc. So an early Arc might be a great opening
Yeah.
play into this deck. Maybe that's the sort of thing I'd be looking for.
Yeah. I would imagine Queel and Restored Arc are the main turn one plays you want for this Obi deck for sure. And yeah, Restored Arc is another way to potentially race in space.
Right. Yeah. Just actually swinging for 3 every turn might be really relevant.
Mhm.
I think, and this Django deck doesn't run a ton of early damage. It does run some, and it does have. Oh, we did get some deck lists here.
Nice.
Interesting. In the Discord, we do have some deck lists here. So those are handwritten, so that might not be too easy to
Trying
read.
to see here. All right, so let's
Yeah.
see. I'm looking at this Obi deck now. Oh wow, actually that's pretty easy to read. Okay, so the Obi deck, we have 3 perilous position, which makes sense. 3 equalize, which is really
Yeah.
interesting.
3
2
fell.
midnight repairs and covert strength. So they're really banking on just keeping their units alive.
Yeah, it seems, which again makes a lot of sense. It
Hmm.
does. But I think if Django can reach that late game with mauls and such, it might not be enough.
Yeah, because looking at this list for the Obi deck, it looks like their goal is to keep Obi alive at all costs. So we see 3 Electro Staff and 3 Jedi Lightsaber and 3 the Forces with me,
Mhm.
along with a bunch of healing.
Yeah.
So it seems like their plan is to survive
Yeah.
and flip Obi, and then just keep Obi alive and completely lock out the ground arena.
Right. That would be that would be if he can get enough size on Obi, like
Hmm.
he does need to get probably 2 of all those buffs on him,
Yeah.
then he can probably do that because of the inherent heal within him.
Hmm.
It'll be really hard to remove him after that. And Django
Yeah.
isn't running any actual removal outside of Overwhelming Barrage.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'd be really hard to get him off once he gets too big. Uh,
Hmm.
but outside of that, I don't know if he can compete with the top side of the Django
Yeah.
deck.
It's really interesting too when you look at the base decision and you see that Obi-Wan is playing the 8 health base,
Yeah.
which means so Obi's going to deploy with 8 health, which
Mm.
means he is outside of the range of Forlom Zuckuss ambush, which is the usual
Yeah.
way that Django would want to kill these leaders because that only does 7.
He's also
Um,
outside the range of more.
yeah, exactly. So you're not going to be able to one shot this Obi-Wan with ambush,
Yeah,
which
no.
means that Obi's always going to be they're always going to have an action to either heal with something like the
Hmm.
Midnight Repairs or play the forces with me to get him a shield
Yeah,
or Electro Staff or Lightsaber or whatever. There is no one-shotting Obi-Wan in this
no,
Django list.
definitely. Like if he's already got a huge unit on the board, he can overwhelming barrage.
Yeah.
That's the way, but that's the only way to
Hmm.
one shot it. And
Yeah.
I don't know if Jacob is alert to that fact. He is a good enough player to possibly be alert to this and already been strategizing for that. But
Hmm.
this wouldn't be a matchup he's played that much in
Yeah.
preparation. So even playing against Obi-Wan at all might not have been
Yeah,
a thing that
and
he'd
even
done.
then he can only one shot with overwhelming barrage if he has a 6 attack unit on
Exactly.
board.
Yeah.
And that's going to be tough for him to do because he's not going to get his Cad Bane units out.
No.
He actually could do it with Bosk. So
Boss
his
could,
biggest
but
play because Bosk will barrage for 6
and
and
then
then have the
2
2
ping.
damage from the
Yeah.
Bosk ping.
Yeah. That
So
could
that's
work.
the only that's the only thing that Alan has to worry about is if there's
Well,
a Bosk on board when he goes to flip.
he does ramp.
True.
So he could have a fire spray in the space.
Hmm. Oh, it looks like we are going in game one.
Yeah.
Spent too much time looking at the list.
Yeah. No, we are set. So we have had Yularen first
Wheel
turn
into Concord
for
Dawn.
Jacob, and then we got a Q straight from Alan, and then in turn 2, Jacob pinged down Q with the P38, and then Alan answered with the Conquered Dawn. So we're going into turn 3 here. And I'm not entirely sure what they've been resourcing. I can make out some of what's in the hand of Alan there, but I'm not recognizing all of the cards. So,
Yeah, there's a lot of wonky ones here.
yeah, but I
Chat
think that
asking
might
about the
be a
space.
Midnight Repairs in his hand there, because there's an event that I don't recognize, so that could be it. Jacob strikes base with Yularen here, which is obviously
Interesting.
yeah, no, but why not?
Well, I feel like you need to prioritize getting this Queel off the board, because in a mono blue deck, it's just going to draw a card every time it attacks, and
for
it's got
sure,
restore anyway.
but it is tapped down, so
Mhm.
he just keeps pinging it, and
Yeah.
as long as he can do that, he doesn't have to worry about the card draw, and yeah, he can remove it later.
Yeah.
But how did he tap it down though? He hasn't spent any resources. He
That's what I'm trying
did
to
strike
figure out.
it with.
Yeah.
No, I'm baffled. I'm not sure how Jacob managed to
Same.
tap him down. Maybe did
Oh, I
Q
think
strike into Yularen?
well, I think first action Obi healed. Maybe no, yeah, that doesn't make sense either. Yeah, I'm not sure what
Yeah,
happened, but
because
I
there's
think it
only
was.
one damage on Q,
Yeah,
and he,
I don't see what he would have used to tap it though. For one.
yeah, and there's 2 damage on base, so Yularen certainly did hit base. Or maybe that's from last turn. That could have been last turn, maybe. Possibly. So we do have a Kanan coming down there, and Jacob must have traded the P.
Yeah, so
38
he attacked
into
in.
the
He attacked P38 into Concord, which
and
deals
pinged the
3, and then
Concord.
used the death trigger
Yeah,
to kill the Concord.
yeah, that makes sense. So that means that I don't understand why. Yeah, okay. So this is what must have happened. Yularen must have hit Kuyu and tapped him down, and then he healed Kuyu.
Yeah, he could have healed with a card. No, because he played Kanan for 4.
No,
but
he had tapped. He did tap down Obi, so he used the Obi trigger, and then he played Kanan for 4. All right, so we are going into turn 4 here. Jacob has initiative, and he is thinking about what to play here. He might just want to tap something down, though.
Yeah. So TM Dallas in
5.
chat saying that Yularen attacked into Queel to tap.
Yep. That must have been it.
So that just means that Queel should have had 2 damage on him. So I'm not
No,
sure
he
how he
did.
only had 1.
He healed him with Obi-Wan then.
So he healed him again. Okay.
Yeah, must have been what.
So he must
Because
have healed
Obi
him
was.
twice with
Yeah,
Obi-Wan.
I think he healed him both turn 2 and turn 3.
Okay.
Yeah. So we get to heal twice from the base. So the base is hail again. And then we get Django coming down. But
Ooh, perilous position.
perilous position. And there's 3 of those in this list, I think.
Yes.
So he will be doing that a lot. Yularen for 2 again to base. And with Kanan on board, that's not necessarily sticking very long.
Yeah.
And Q's also got restore, so there's a lot of restore in this deck. Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking good in the early game for Obi so far. Obi just makes all this trade math tough. Normally, you could say, okay, Django plus Yularen to kill Kanan, even without not considering the perilous position. But Obi just heals in between that, and you need to find another damage.
Right. Yeah. It is trickier than you think. And again, like, not sure, did the stream freeze there? No. It's just Jacob sitting very still.
Look, he's deciding.
It was really still with Van there. No, yeah. So we are going to 6 resource turn here, which is flip turn for Obi-Wan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we might see, and also Django with a perilous position on him is not very useful outside of the ability to tap.
Yeah. So we could see something like, because I think it's tricky too. Even if he has something like an overwhelming barrage, he probably wants to try to wait for Obi flip so that he can get that tap as well. But that lets the Kanan attack in. He does flip the Obi now, so he's a little bit open if there is to an overwhelming barrage on the Yularen. It doesn't look like he has it though.
No, he would have played it there for sure, right? And then we immediately get a lightsaber on Obi. This is actually looking really, really bad for Jacob, I think.
Yeah, we see another lightsaber in hand too, so we might get a double lightsaber on the Obi. He does get to tap him, so maybe we see the second lightsaber go on the Kanan.
Yep, that could make sense. Both of them can utilize the on attack, so it might be a good against a deck that consistently taps things down. It might be a really good idea to spread out your damage. Yep, indeed, that's what he's doing. And with the heal as well, he'd be healing at least once on base here. But fire spray, okay, interesting. So this is really interesting.
I don't think Django can win this race though with
Kanan
and the saber, Obi and the saber.
No. Certainly not if he's just straight up racing, but he does have a fairly secure unit in space here for brushing off of.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm thinking. Going 5 to base, obviously, and then Alan just claims. So
it's kind of interesting that he chose to take out the Django. I'm not sure which one I would have done. That's what I was trying to decide. But basically, to me, he's showing a lot of respect to the barrage tap your board versus just getting 7 damage on base.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which one I would have done. It's just an interesting decision point of getting the damage on base versus getting Django off the board. So now we can only tap 1 unit a turn.
Exactly, but also like because he did claim if he would have been able to remove Django now as the first action, Django can't tap any units this turn.
Yeah. So and Django only had 3 health left as a 1/3 at the time. So
exactly. So I kind of think I would have probably gone face there. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not in the top cut, am I?
Yeah, me neither.
No.
It's also interesting because there's so much health on these Obi units that barrage on fire spray can't kill either of the lightsabered up guys. So yeah.
Which is amazing, like barrage off of the fire spray is usually very potent. But here it's not enough. Now 7 health on Kanan is just a lot. Well, actually, he could kill.
There's 8 on Kanan.
8 on Kanan, so he could kill Kanan.
Well, it would be one short, right? Or fire spray's a 5/6, right?
Oh no, it's a 5/6. Yeah, it's a 5/6, not a 6/5. So yeah, barraging off of fire spray, just like we talked about. Surely you just remove Kuhl here, but he did draw into another Kuhl.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
He already attacked and drew with Kuhl.
Yeah.
And then you get to tap one of these units.
Yep. Surely
probably
that must be
Kanan.
Surely that must be the Obi though that he taps, right?
I don't know, because I don't think you're too worried about the Obi healing a unit, but you've got the Kanan healing base when all you can do is attack in space.
Right, true. But
so yeah,
that's what we're going for. But Obi can he move the damage to a space unit?
Yes. So he could. Fell the Dragon coming out to deal with. Oh wow. So the Obi's got exactly what he wants here.
Yeah. No, this is looking really dire for Jacob. Certainly don't know how he's going to try and respond to this. Obviously, Alan has been drawing exactly what he needs to draw. And Jacob hasn't seen the kind of gas that he would need. He hasn't been able to do more than 1 ramp. He probably needs to double ramp here.
Yeah.
And at this point, I might just scoop if I'm Jacob.
You could. I think the only time I wouldn't is if I have something like a Cad Bane ready to go, because you could capture the Kanan.
Or if he's got a Devastator
or a
in hand.
Maul.
Yeah. But the Maul isn't doing a lot here.
The Maul will kill the Obi because he has 5 damage on him already.
Oh, it will,
right?
yeah, but it will die immediately. So
Yeah,
it's
he'll
not
die
sticking.
to it, but it's not,
It's a removal spell basically for 7.
Yeah, exactly. It's a 7 cost Rival's Fall.
Yeah.
More or less.
Yeah. And since Obi is also on high resources here, he doesn't have that huge of a resource advantage. It's going to be rough, isn't it? And also, Obi is drawing cards sometimes.
Yeah.
He's been
Most of the
drawing
time, I
2
would
cards.
say. Yeah.
He's been drawing 2 or 3 cards already. Jacob's only got 2 cards in hand. I don't know.
Yeah, looking through the list, I don't see any neutral or just hero cards in the Obi deck, so I think Queel is guaranteed to draw.
Yeah.
With it, no matter what he hits.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And he's got a Joda online as well now. So the heal, like it's really
restoring
rough.
3 to 4 a turn.
Yeah.
Hard to fight through.
Yeah. It is.
But step 1 is kill the Obi right now, and then step 2 is you need to have a follow-up that can deal with Kanan. So like a Maul into a Cad Bane, something like that. That's what I think the Django needs to get back into this game. Something that'll let you get into the Devastator.
But Kanan is at 7 health now, so he would only be able to capture the Kanan.
Exactly. Yeah, you would only be able to get the Kanan with Cad. Not the best, but at least makes the lightsaber fall off.
Yep. So
he has them all into Obi. So step 1.
That's step 1, yeah, and he actually gets a little bit overwhelmed there. But there's plenty of restore.
Yeah.
And then
it also lets him keep his patrol fighter alive, because if Obi attacks, he gets to kill it for free.
Yeah. So you heal the Kanan for 1, and then you heal base for 4. I think that's it, right?
Well, you can't. Oh, sorry, with the redemption. Yeah. I don't know if I'm too worried about healing Kanan, because you can do that with Obi action next time. I think I'd just keep the health on redemption instead of that.
Then he can take a strike from the Jonas patrol fighter and just stay alive.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, he's gonna heal for another 3, possibly 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jacob's just claiming here.
I like the claim here, because then worst case you can just attack and tap down the redemption next turn, and if you draw something like a barrage, you could kill it and tap the Kanan.
Right.
So I definitely like the claim.
Definitely. I think anything but that claim would have been really weird. Killing the Jonas here by attacking into the redemption doesn't even kill the redemption.
Yeah.
It's just a waste of an action.
Yeah. He's also he's got 20 damage on his base. The Django does at 22 now, so it's
he needs something.
He's pretty close to just dying to the damage anyway.
Yeah. So what's that? That's Vader. That's not enough. That's not enough.
Does not kill the Obi.
No.
So we'll have to see what he gets here. He could kill the Yoda just to take the kill that he has, but that also lets the redemption attack now. I mean, you could attack into the
you need something that
pings. To tap him.
He needs something that pings. He needs the P38 or something. Oh, he didn't get it.
Looks like he's scooping up.
Yeah, he's scooping. So if he were to get a P38 there, maybe he could survive another turn, but just barely, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could P38 tap the Kanan and then Vader ambush into the Yoda.
But then you still got the redemption.
Redemption
hitting for 8. Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. That's
really
rough.
Good draws. Really good plays from Obi.
Yeah. And it really it went so much faster than I thought it could go. But like you said, the key was the attachments on the unit, so that he really ramped them up in the damage output, which is kind of counterintuitive into a Django deck with the tap abilities.
I like I like basically with these kinds of decks saying, whenever you're against any Django, just building up big units and saying you only have so many tap effects, and you kind of put Django on the back foot, even against Django Tarkentown, where you say, like I did it a lot back when I played Anakin Blue, where I would just be saying, okay, you have to claim now or you're going to die because I have this, 10 attack unit and you just have to claim and tap it first action every turn, and you can't afford to get it. You can't afford to get offensive because
No.
you have to spend the whole game answering everything that they're doing
Yeah.
before they can attack. So
yeah. Jacob is removing all 3 of his now there are 2 of us, and it looks like a 4 loom is coming out there as well.
Yeah, and just bringing in more top ends. He's bringing in the 3rd Maul and the 3rd Cad Bane, along with 2 Palpatine's returns. So he's saying this game's going to go long, and it's going to be about who has the biggest units.
Yeah, certainly. And just getting bigger units early won't really do that much to him. So now the 2 of them is probably not useful to him anyway. So this makes a lot of sense to me. I did not see what Alan was bringing in or out there, so I'm not sure what kind of adjustments he made. But looking at his deck list in his sideboard, he's got.
I don't really see anything. So his side he has 2 evidence of the crime, which I don't think you need because you're not playing against and Razor Crest. I don't think you need because you're not playing against Upgrade Hate. Sugi for another Ground Sentinel. I don't think
Possibly,
he needs that.
But
Takedown, I don't think you want because everything goes around the late game big units. And Obi-Wan's Aether Sprite, but this Django isn't that heavy in space. So Obi might have just not sideboarded at all.
It could definitely be the case. If anything, the Aether Sprites. But I don't think that. No, he probably didn't sideboard because I couldn't see him do anything that could looked like anything he brought in. So maybe. All right, so we have opening hands there. I do think we see. Is that? It's hard to make out. There's a little bit of glare there, but I do think we have a 4 loom at least in Jacob's hand that he's keeping.
Yeah, I think we saw him resource a Palp's return.
He did. And you don't want to see them this early. They do nothing this early. But with Kanan, they can actually do something later on.
That's a good point.
He did mill 1 Vader for him last game. So
you're bringing in more force units with the 3rd Maul. So now you have 6-7 cost force units that Kanan could potentially mill.
Yep. So exactly the same start last turn, and
I'm gonna try to pay more attention this turn.
It's exactly the same place.
we were looking at the deck list so much we didn't see it. Yeah, so Obi heals.
This is the exact same play that we had last turn, and then
he does go to base, so he doesn't.
So
get
if we have a Concord, if we get Concord Dawn here, no. So this is the first deviation.
We have a new game.
We have a new game.
As they would say in chess, we have a unique game here finally.
Yep. Which is, I guess, in chess, it does usually takes more than 2 rounds to get a unique game.
Yeah, for sure. But chess doesn't have Obi Blue and Django Green. So
do they? No, they do not.
They're still on set 1.
Yep, they are. So this is the kind of place that Jacob did not see last time. So 4 loom, he kept that in hand for this. He could have taken out the Yoda, but I don't think it's as prioritized here as taking the Q out because he really wants to get those card draw offline.
Well, I was going to say that you can get punished more heavily by not taking out the Yoda, which we do see with the forces with me here. So Yoda gets the shield, pops. So he kills the 4-lum, and now you have a 4/6 Yoda to try to kill.
Yep. Which is harder.
It's a tough choice. I think you have to kill the Queel there just because every card is a card draw. And say if you have force payoffs, whether it's a lightsaber or the force is with me, then that's just going to be good.
Exactly, but you got to make him have it.
Exactly, I think so.
So I think Jacob did the correct play there. He's just
I agree.
There's so many force payoffs in the deck in this deck that it's a rough bargain. But if he doesn't have it and he gets kill online, he's going to draw into it.
Yeah, I agree.
So it's definitely the correct play. And that's
I
also
think that's also an important note for anyone who's just starting out in card games. Just because you got punished for a play you made, it doesn't mean you made the wrong play. And you can't start when you start thinking that way. That's when you start making bad plays. You say, well, last time they had this, so I'm gonna play around what they had last time instead of just making the objectively correct play.
Yeah, for sure. And you have to be very aware of that. That's not how chance works.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got to play to your outs, and the best out he had there was that he doesn't have a force payoff because the card draw is so much worse for him. We talked in a previous round a little bit about this, that in this game card draw is less important than resourcing, but that's not like card draw is not nothing. It's still very important.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So we do see the perilous position again on Django, and I think that's basically neutering Django, and putting him in range for a lot of things that could take him out. He did not side in his takedowns, so it's not in range. He doesn't have that, at least.
Yeah.
But still, Django isn't that impactful on the board. So if you play a perilous position on him, he is pretty worthless. Like, he's not. Obviously, being able to tap several units is really good, but
this is a really interesting play. So we see the Bosk, and you see Jakob debating. I think he was debating whether or not he wanted to actually ambush. Because if Boss stays healthy, then your things like the your overwhelming barrage get a lot better.
Like we talked about. Yeah, go.
So he does do the ambush, and then there's the covert strength for the
healing
for the heal there, but that lets him claim. So now if he has a barrage, he could kill the Yoda, but he can't threaten the Obi flip because I would assume that Yoda's first action would be to attack into the Bosk. So you could do something like you could throw away your Yularen to tap the Yoda. If Jakob does that, to me, that would signal that he has the barrage and is waiting for Obi to flip to deal that 8 damage.
Yep, certainly. And you're not expecting any ambush from a double blue deck, but he does have a ton of removal. So a perilous position would just clean anything off,
Yeah.
So
and that's where it potentially could have been better to just not ambush, because then your Bosk would survive the position. You wouldn't be able to kill the Obi still through that, but
I think you're
decisions.
absolutely right there. It's a rough play here. It's so hard, and especially this tournament going so late. We are already at almost 8 o'clock local time. So they are taxed. These players.
Oh, absolutely. And to be clear, I think ambushing was the correct play. Mainly because then anything that Alan does gives you initiative.
Yeah.
So I like that Jakob took a second to think about it. I assume that's what he was debating with himself, was, do I do the ambush or not? And I think that he ultimately made the decision that I would make, which is you do the ambush because it damages your Bosk, but either you get initiative or you get to kill Yoda, one of those two things. And he ended up with initiative. But yeah, it's just interesting to think about the possibilities of what could happen if he didn't ambush, and the pros and cons of that.
Right. Yeah. No. Definitely. And I mean, he is threatening now, so Yoda might have to go into that Bosk anyway. So he does survive it though, because he's
Yoda's beefy for sure. I wouldn't be surprised even without the barrage, just to see Yularen suicide into Yoda to tap him here. Just to keep because that just keeps Obi scared as well, and saying, okay, I have to do something else. You have to make him a little bit nervous about the flip.
And indeed, that is what Jacob is doing here. But Alan can just stall. Use Obi-Wan here to heal one. No, he is playing. Okay.
Oh, vigilance to kill. That's good.
That's really good. And I assume he's shielding. Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
That Max. Or isn't he?
He's healing the 5. Interesting.
I would have definitely taken the shield there. Not that Jacob
Yoda's
is actually threatening that much, but
Mhm.
you know.
Yeah, and I think I like the heal base there because there's not much that can threaten Yoda in one action anyway, and you've already
Mm,
shown that you have the late game. And yeah,
mm,
so when we see the lightsaber, that
yeah,
makes
yeah.
the heal
Then
decision
it
make
makes
a lot
sense.
more sense.
Yeah, it does. Definitely does. I mean, obviously, it would have been absolutely golden to be able to put the shield on Obi-Wan, but you can't risk him having the. Oh, that's not.
Oh, it's an
That's
electro staff, not
yeah,
the
electro
lightsaber.
staff.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Nice of Alan to show us because obviously
Yeah.
we assumed it was a lightsaber, but the
Well,
electro staff is. It's,
really interesting there. So
yeah.
Django only has one attack. So if
Hmm.
Django attacks into Obi, he can't tap him because he won't deal any
Yeah.
damage.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
yeah, so Obi is going to get his attack in here
Yep.
due to the electro staff plus perilous position.
And he just cleans out the Obi.
Hmm. And he gets to heal ping there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again, this is not looking good for Jacob. Board
Yeah, we
stake
saw.
wise, it's not as dire as it was in the last game, but it certainly isn't looking good.
Yeah.
But the electro staff only works on actual attack damage, right? So if he barrages, it doesn't save him.
Yeah, correct.
I mean, it does because he's got
He's got a
10
boatload
health.
of health.
He's got 10 health there.
Yeah, 10 health total with 1 damage on him right
Yeah.
now. So I think and we've seen a couple of spots here where if Jakob had the barrage, he would have been in a good spot, and he didn't seem to have it. And that I think that's sometimes just what yellow green villain comes down to. That's their best removal spell. When do they get it at the right time?
Yeah. So he barrages off Yoda and puts a little bit on Obi
And gets to tap the
tap
Obi.
him.
So
Yeah.
that's really nice.
Yep, it is. It is. And that Yoda was definitely asking for trouble. So
Oh yeah.
makes sense. Is that another removal? Oh, what is
That
that?
is.
What is that even?
Oh, that I believe that is the oh my gosh, what's that card called? The Equalize,
Oh yeah.
where he gives -2, -2,
Yeah.
and then
A -4. Isn't it -4?
it gives a unit -2, -2. Then if you control fewer units, you can give another unit -2, -2.
Oh, it can't be the same.
Yeah, it can't be the same unit.
Okay. All right.
So he should have only been able to give those single -2, -2, because once the P38 dies, he no longer controls fewer units.
Oh,
So he
it
should have
doesn't
still
resolve the
taken this
whole card.
7.
It doesn't
I
resolve
don't
the whole
believe so.
card.
I believe I'm not 100% sure, but I believe the unit dies
And then
before
you
the
check.
card finishes when he gets to 0. But that would be a judge question that I could be wrong on. I'm not 100% on that one.
All right. Yeah.
I know how the timing restrictions would work in other games, but I'm not 100% sure on this game.
So I think the general rule is that you resolve the whole card before anything that is pending can get resolved. So I don't think the unit dies. I think the
Okay, if that's
unit
the case,
actually
then yeah, the
dies
fire spray
after.
would get -2.
Yeah, I think that's how it works, but I would not bet my life on it. So that's another redemption play here. And he is probably healing the full complement, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, YOLO dog in chat pointing out the obvious. If you just target fire spray first, it doesn't matter. So
Yeah,
you get
all
the
right.
fire spray -2, -2, and then the
Yeah,
P38.
yeah.
So either way, yeah, he should have been able to get the full value out of it.
Yeah, yeah. So it seems to me that he's considering doing the full complement of 8 heal, but
I think you do, because if you heal anything, then you still die to the fire spray. So you might as well just get all the healing you can.
But I can only see 7 damage on the redemption here. So he's respecting the ping, I guess.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, sure.
Something like a P38. You don't want to die to a P38 play.
No.
You want to make him attack with a fire spray.
Yeah, certainly. So if you're Jacob, Salacious Crumb can only ping ground units, so you don't even want to ping.
Well, you can tap the Obi again.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That's probably your best bet right now. It doesn't cost you anything. It's just getting OB offline.
Yeah.
For this,
and then you replay it with the crumb loop here. You can you're basically telling Alan every turn your first action has to be attacked with OB or it's going to get tapped.
Yeah. So that's exactly what Jacob's doing here, right?
Yeah.
Replaying it, healing for 1 as well. It's not nothing. But he still has the same conundrum what to do about the redemption here.
Yeah.
Alan's tapped out. So
Alan claimed already, I believe.
Oh, he already claimed as well. Yeah. So Jacob has to sort of figure out what to do here. Because I guess if you're Alan, you don't really care whether or not you're striking with the redemption or with OB. They both hit for 6. No, redemption actually strikes for 8. No, 6.
It's a 6-8. I believe it's a 6.
Yeah,
9. It's a 6-9. Yeah,
6-9. So it does strike for 6. Both of them will hit base for 6, whichever gets to actually hit. So he mauls into there and puts the damage on Salacious.
So he doesn't have the tap loop anymore, but he's still threatening to kill the OB with the maul attack next turn. So I think I like that. You're giving up your tap loop.
Yep.
But you've got just a straight up bigger threat that he has to have another Fell the Dragon or something like that for.
Yep. Well, I mean, then they are fairly small hands. I think Alan was at 2 cards there, so he
was. Yeah, he had a Queel, and I couldn't see what his last card was for Alan before he drew up.
I think that might be another redemption. It definitely got a forces with
That's
me
what
in
I
hand.
thought it was. Oh,
Yeah,
forces with me is huge here,
that's
especially
huge,
with initiative. Yeah, you just kill them all, get the shield.
Yep. Yeah, that's very problematic for Jacob.
Yeah.
He might even do. He could do even worse. He could play it on the redemption, and since he's got a force unit out, he can get the whole effect on redemption with the shield and kill the fire spray instead. But no, he's.
I think I like killing them all more.
You do?
I think I do more than the fire spray. It represents more damage and overwhelm, and you really want to control the ground arena.
Right. Yeah. Certainly a fair point.
Yeah, fire spray is already sitting there, and it didn't attack last turn, and it's either trade with redemption or just sit there. And now Jakob is once again in the barrage waiting room.
Yep. That's the only thing that can do any significant change to this board at this point.
OB with 6 damage on him does still have 6 health left.
Yep.
So
that's the crazy truth of this. But a barrage here would clean out that board because the redemption only has 7 damage on it, so he's only got 2 HP left. So if he does indeed have it, he doesn't. But he can capture.
There's a CAD capture. Okay.
Yeah,
that's it lets you get in the fire spray attack.
Yeah, it does. And also, OB can't survive actually striking the CAD. Can he?
No, OB has 6 health left. So if OB attacks into the CAD, he dies. Or if CAD attacks,
no, he doesn't because he heals before. He heals before he attacks. Oh, and now he's
healing now anyway. But but if he healed before he attacks, because he doesn't get the Electro Staff buff when he's attacking, so he would have been at 7 health left.
Right.
But now with the heal, all that's out the window. He has an extra.
Exactly.
He has less damage on him and an extra health.
Yep.
So now OB's at 13 health with 4 damage on him. So he has 9 health left on OB.
And can just smoosh that.
He can just sit there. He can just attack base and say, "What are you going to do with your CAD?"
Exactly.
You can't bounce the OB or anything.
No. So Jacob claims here, which is absolutely the correct play. He needs to find answers, and he doesn't
needs to find a barrage. Exactly. A barrage on CAD will kill the OB, and he had to claim because if OB attacks first, then barrage on CAD no longer kills OB.
Exactly. No, yeah, but then he's got a Q online again, which is very significant when your hand size is down to 3 or 4 cards.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, and Jacob's only got the 3 cards in hand as well, so they're both running low. Yeah, I don't know. 3, That's not enough.
And it's not a barrage.
That's not a barrage. It's a P, I guess. Yep.
It's still a
Tapping
tap,
down.
so
Yeah.
it gives them another turn to find the
Mhm.
barrage.
Yeah.
But you
Yeah.
really can't attack with CAD into this
Nope.
Obi.
Nope.
And you probably can't attack with Fire Spray because you can't afford to lose initiative.
Exactly. You need to keep initiative here. Are you... Is there any world where Alan just claims here?
Well, he has
No.
the forces with me, I
Ah.
saw, or a redemption, because I
Yeah.
think you
I
just want
did
to
see
take your
that
Obi
redemption.
outside of barrage range.
Yeah.
So
No,
that's
but
the only
that's
thing you're worried
exactly
about
what
right
happened
now.
there. He heals up that Obi, and so obviously Jacob at this point claims, right? He can't do anything. He got 3 resources. No, oh no, sorry, he's got plenty
He's got
of
a
resources.
lot of resources. He has
He's
7
got 7
resources up.
resources. Yeah. But what could he possibly do? A Vader that doesn't ambush, maybe?
He could do that. He could do something like Maul plus Cat attack. That would deal 12 to Obi. That wouldn't kill him.
No.
Because
And
Obi has
now the
13
Cat
health.
attack is looking a lot more juicy with the redemption already out.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's going to be a fully hail redemption coming in, but because that's a when played ability, so he can't trigger it again.
Yeah,
So
he wouldn't trigger it again, but he would just keep the undamaged redemption. So yeah, so you would go from having a 6 damage redemption to a 0 damage, basically.
But if indeed he has a Maul and he can actually remove Obi with that play and draw 2 cards, that might be it, right?
Well, the problem is Obi has 13 health, and Maul only ambushes for 6 because of the Electro Staff, and same for CAD. So those only attack for 12 total.
Yeah, he can't even remove the Obi with this play.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is not making that much sense then.
Well, he can put 6 on Obi. Then he has to have a barrage, and he can barrage on the Fire Spray for 7, and that would kill Obi for 13 exactly.
Yep.
But it has to be exactly that sequence.
I mean, neither of them have any significant amount of damage on their base, so there's plenty of time.
Yeah. And since Alan attacked, Jakob could claim if he doesn't have the barrage to try to find it before Obi gets to attack.
Yep. I mean, he kind of have to. If he doesn't have anything that removes the Obi now, he needs to claim.
Yeah. And I like the Cat attack. It was a desperation attack, but I think these are desperate times for Jakob. And he's what I see him doing is playing to his outs. He knows what he potentially has to get.
Yeah. We do see another the forces with me in Alan's hand there. So if he can't kill immediately, that's not enough, Jacob. That's not enough.
He could ambush in and just have the Fire Spray take the damage, and then you're threatening Obi. He may see that as a more likely way to kill Obi than trying to draw a second barrage.
Right, yeah. Possibly.
He could also do it with no ambush.
But then Alan just claims.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he did. So he did no ambush.
And Alan claims.
I think I would have rather seen him ambush and kill the Fire Spray with the damage, but that's we're
that
grasping at straws
sense
here for what are the what are the play lines to get him back in this game.
Yeah, certainly. Now, this is a tricky board position.
Oh, very much so.
I think, I mean, it's not super clear cut for Alan either. He needs to keep his tongue in the right place, but he is responding. Jacob is the one trying to find answers. Alan is just holding.
Yeah. Alan is just trying to not lose his board advantage, and Jakob is trying to crawl back into the game.
Exactly. So he hits base here, right? With Obi-Wan. And
I'm not. It's kind of interesting because the shield is not that impactful because he could suicide the P-38 to kill the shield.
Oh yeah.
If you go base.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot about the P-38 being on board already. Yeah. So then maybe you just take out more.
I think I would just take out the mall, but it's just the safe play. Like
Yeah.
you're very far ahead, and if I'm Alan here, I'm thinking, okay, what can Jakob do to get back into this game? And it starts with ping off the shield into barrage on Maul into attack with Maul, and if you hit the Maul, then you take that away.
But he did
He
indeed.
does go base.
He did indeed go base here. I wonder about that play then. I mean, when you look at it immediately, it looks
It's hard to
pretty
pass
good.
up 11
Yeah,
damage on base. I get
isn't
it.
it? Yeah. But Jakob is doing exactly what we talked about, what you suggested there. He's pinging off the shield there. Maul is nowhere near being able to remove him, and even a barrage off of Maul wouldn't do the trick.
Yeah, it would have to be barrage off of Maul into attack with Maul.
Yeah. But maybe then you put the damage on the fire spray.
Yeah, then you get to keep your Maul around.
Yeah. That would make the most sense, right?
Regional governor. So now he could just name barrage.
That's
That's what I would assume he wants to name in the dark.
If he's that's got to be it, right?
Either that or Devastator, because he is at 10 on Jakob. So I think it's got to be one of those two cards.
Yeah, and I mean they do know the deck lists here. We've seen one barrage, right?
We've seen one barrage, yeah.
So there's two more in the deck, and there's two Devastators in the deck. So they're equally likely to be drawn. Now,
and that's what he's asking. He's asking how many barrages are in the discard pile. So he's doing that. Alan is doing that for himself as well. I don't know if we have a way to know what he named.
No, unless they write it on something.
OB, there we go. Wow.
Thank you.
This
is what we like. Yeah,
well,
this is what we like. Yeah. You got to love that. That seemed to actually be like a judge or someone sitting next to the table. So that's someone being very helpful to us here. So overwhelming barrage. If indeed Jakob has drawn into a Devastator, then he's back in this game.
Yeah, and I think it's something that Alan may have ruled out because maybe it would have made sense to play the Devastator earlier.
But Jakob is on 10 now.
Yeah, I mean earlier this turn.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But I don't.
No,
I think
this is the first action. Jakob hasn't made an action yet.
True. Yeah, that's right. Because the first action was it. So yeah, this is his first action here.
Yeah, and this would explain the shield on. Oh, so it's not the first action; it's the second action. Actually,
after he attacked, he suicided the P38 to get rid of the shield, which you would have to do whichever card he had.
Yeah, exactly. So that makes sense to do for both of these plays. But Jakob is indeed suiciding something, probably the fire spray here, and that means he doesn't have the.
Oh, he's suiciding them all in.
Oh,
interesting.
Oh, very interesting. This means he doesn't have the
he doesn't have the Devastator.
Devastator, because obviously he would have played that if he could.
Yeah, he could have a second Maul.
Oh, he does have I think I saw Palpatine's Return in his hand, though. I think I saw one. So that could be the play here.
Yeah.
For 6 and finally get OB off the board.
Yeah.
But that's a very expensive play, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
That's almost too expensive to be using. But this is correct. He's sequencing this absolutely correctly to be able to heal a little bit here now. This is certainly the way he needs to be doing this. So the fire spray might actually... would you rather keep the Maul or the fire spray in this position? Because
I would rather keep the Maul because the fire spray can't attack until you draw a ping or a barrage anyway, and you can't barrage until you kill Obi and then kill regional governor. So
I'm just thinking,
I would keep the Maul.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking that redemption is going to start hitting base.
Absolutely. So I think basically if you're Jakob here, you say, okay, I keep the Maul, kill the Obi, and then next turn you draw OB, Maul attack regional governor, OB to kill redemption. And I think that's kind of you need some kind of line like that.
But that's not what he's doing.
He does kill them all.
Yeah. And I think in my head at least that makes
yeah, surprise strike. Okay, so that makes sense then. Yeah, he can kill the redemption anyway. So now we're back even, more or less.
Yeah. Well, it's not
A
even.
lot of
It's not
cards
even
out.
close to even, because there's a
It's not.
Yoda and a kill on the
Yeah.
on that, and there's a regional governor stopping the barrages, and Jacob's just got that poor little Yularen sitting there.
Yeah, we're back to all big bombs off the board.
That's
There's
true.
no longer a 13 health OB. There's no longer a maul or a fire spray.
But there's card draw and there's restore.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Jacob asked to see that, and that was the equalize again, I think. So Yularen taps down Yoda, which is certainly the correct play here.
Mm-hmm.
And then what have Jacob been able to draw into? Because like this is the turn he has to have a bomb, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he needs to have another one.
He needs to be able to capitalize on it. He's going back here.
Looks like they're backing up the attack.
Jacob is backing up that attack. I do see some ship in the hand of Alan there. Not sure.
Redoing the attack.
That is redoing it. It does make a lot of sense.
Definitely.
So Alan plays. Oh, it's an arc. Yeah, that's the ship I saw. And then Jacob's playing a shore trooper. They are both stalling for time here, right?
Yeah.
Neither wants to show their hand.
Yeah, and the big difference is Jakob doesn't have as big of a hand, so he could very much just be playing the cards that he has.
Mm-hmm. Certainly. And also there is a certain amount of pressure on Jacob's base at this point.
Definitely.
Oh, that's a really clutch to get to remove that the Luke there. That was really important. That would have been absolutely devastating if that Luke had hit. Yeah. Kanan is bad, but Luke would have been devastating.
Luke would have been worse.
Yeah. So killing off the Yularen. So
I like the killing the Yularen.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
He really needs to get a Devastator. If he gets a Devastator, can kill Kanan and have a space presence, then you're forcing Alan to have something.
Yep. But then Alan might just play all his removal spells.
He could. This Queel has drawn a lot of cards.
Yeah.
Alan has a lot of options.
I think he's sitting at 4 or 5 cards there. I can't really make them out because he's shuffling a little bit too fast for me. But Jacob certainly doesn't know what he's got. So he's got to consider that there's probably answers to be had. So Vader. That makes a lot of sense. Can take out Kanan and possibly bring in something significant.
Yeah.
Maybe the P38 again. That's usually what he's looking for. Oh, Silicious Crumb. That's not bad.
Crumb and another
yeah,
Bazine.
That's
another
actually,
Bazine is nice.
Yeah. Why is the Bazine?
Because it's a legend rule. There's already a unique Bazine.
Oh, yeah. But he gets to trigger it. He does get to trigger.
Still gets to trigger.
Yeah. So
looked like that was a Fell the Dragon going down.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's see, trying to see what else was in there. There's another Kanan. It's hard for me to tell exactly what those are. There are a couple of blue removal spells. Tough to tell which ones.
Yeah. No, they do look a little bit samey, don't they? Especially when you're shuffling a little bit quickly like that. And we do have a slightly grainy picture here as well. So it's slightly hard. It's a lot hard actually to
that was a fin. So he drew a fin off of the Queel that time.
All right. Yeah.
The first time I've actually seen a fin be played in a deck. So it's exciting.
Yeah. So, I mean, time is ticking. So even if Jacob somehow manages to pull this out, how is he ever going to be able to finish a third game? So it's going to come down to tiebreakers for that game, probably. So
I mean,
which
I
deck
think
has the better possibilities to rush, do you think?
I think Obi is in a bit of a better spot to rush just because he has the electro staffs and the lightsabers that he can put on any early game unit, whereas the Django has to get to the high resource count.
Right. Yeah.
But I think
So,
Jakob can't afford to think. He just has to think, how do I win this game? How do I
right.
get back
Yeah.
in this?
No, I mean, if he loses this game, he's lost. So
Yeah.
it's he doesn't have any other options then to try to push through.
Yeah, he really needs to find some time. I feel like he's gone a while without seeing any of the top end. We know
Yeah.
he has. I
He's
think
got
he
2
rescored the
Devastators.
Palps return,
He
and
might
he
have.
played the other one. So I
Yeah.
don't think he has any more Palps returns, but he's
No.
got the Devastators, Vader, Maul, more of those to get
Fire
through.
sprays. He's got a few fire sprays, and the Devastators are really the card that he needs. But the longer it gets, the more answers are going to be waiting for that Devastator.
Yeah, and we saw Bazine take what I believe Bazine took a Fell the Dragon. So I mean that just continues to show that Jakob understands his outs here. Like he doesn't have the big units, but he has to draw them and have them stick. So
no, certainly Jakob is a very accomplished player. He hasn't been winning anything big yet, but he's consistently making top 8s in big tournaments. He did make top 8 in the Malmö Game Week, which is to this date the largest tournament in Scandinavia, with 70 something players, and he was just on the cusp to top 8ing in the Cantina Brawl, and he hasn't actually played any other PQs this season, so this is his first PQ. But he's won a lot of store showdowns and done well in those, and fairly large ones as well. So he's certainly an accomplished player.
Yeah.
And like I mentioned before, he has a background in card games and doing well in card games. So yeah,
wow,
I mean,
the full cost Geonosis patrol fighter.
Yeah. Yep. And I mean, it's very much too little, too late.
Yeah.
This is not the answers he's looking for. It's got what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ready resources, but that pesky regional governor is still blocking his OBs.
Yeah.
Another Bazine here,
Ooh,
just to make sure that he's staying relevant, I guess.
Yeah.
Is there any removal spell there that could take out the Devastator? I don't think I see one. What's that even?
Philip in chat saying to go next. Well, this is game 2 and Alan won game 1, so there is no next.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't updated the score. I should do that. So yeah, Alan is at 1-0. So there's no go next here. Sorry, Philip. If you're bored.
I think he took the Electro Staff, I think. With
that could have been it. Yeah. So
lightsaber on the regional governor.
Yeah, that's just why
yeah,
not?
When government
Why
officials get guns, we're in the late game here.
Yeah, certainly is. But
I don't even know if Devastator would be enough anymore. No. I think he still gets it.
No, the board is so wide now on the OB side. They're not huge units, but they certainly are enough impactful for it to be very hard for Jakob to claw his way back. He is on 26 damage here. Alan is presenting many times over lethal here.
Yeah, so he has to kill the regional governor and the Kanan here.
Yep.
So he needs to get something, or if he gets a pinger here, so if he gets a P38.
Yep.
That would give him another action where he could kill the Kanan and tap the regional governor. But
the Geonosis could do it, maybe.
Well, he can't get Geonosis off of Vader.
Oh no, he can't use. It's written cost, right? It's not actual cost.
Yeah, well, it also has to be a villainy unit.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But yeah, so Jakob scoops it up.
Yeah.
Really well played by both players, I think.
Oh yeah.
Jakob just really needed it. There were a couple of turns where he really needed a barrage or a devastator and didn't have one.
No.
And then Alan played really well, I think.
I think
victory.
no actual play mistakes from either player. It just came down to who saw the cards they needed, and I do think from having seen how the Alan's deck actually works here, he had certainly more options into Jacob's deck than the other way around.
Yeah, Jacob was always looking for a couple of specific cards, whereas Alan said, okay, one of these 8 cards is going to do well for me. You know, one of these 12 cards, or just the ability to go wide and draw cards with Queel. So yeah, really impressed by this OB Blue deck.
I was certainly. I have never seen this deck perform before, but it really impressed me. So that was the quarterfinals here. We are going to bring in Loopee for our semifinals, and then you will be back for the finals to call it together. And looking forward to that. It's been a pleasure to calling this game with you. I'll just put us on a hold pattern here for a little bit as we prepare the cast for the next co-host here for a bit, and then we will hear from you in an hour or so, I guess.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, great to have you, and see you in a bit. All right, we are back, and I'm here with Loopee of Late Night Gaming. Welcome, great to have you.
What's up, Victor? Thanks for inviting me to do a couple rounds of transatlantic coverage.
Yeah, no, it's amazing to get great guests on here and just see some faces, familiar faces for those of us that do follow streams, because you are no no beginner to streaming Star Wars Unlimited.
Yeah. I'd have to think for a second how many PQs we've been involved in, but we've had some hand in probably 10, trying to get coverage out there, and it's really kind of cool seeing all of the channels that are doing it. I know Nordic Takedown has done them before. I think McClunky is doing their last one of the season.
Yeah, they are doing it right now. For I'm not sure which one. Right, Winnipeg maybe.
Right.
Yeah, so we do have this season. No, this set, because next set will also be part of this season, I think. Right.
Right. Yeah. Everything up until the first Galactic Championships is season 0, so we'll have quite a bit of set 4 during season 0. I think the Galactics is right on set 5, right after the Open or so.
Yeah. That's what I heard. That's how I understand it, anyway. So yeah, we are finishing up this season. It's been a ride, because this season, much in contrast to last sets meta, we have had some really interesting changes in the meta throughout. Even though the top 2 decks have been fairly stable, we've seen. Beneath that, we've seen so much movement in what decks are popular, and like we had an OB Blue just move on to semifinals here.
Yeah, and I think we have that match in the semifinals. It looks like we have OB Blue, piloted by Alan, against a Cat Tarkentine deck piloted by Magnus.
And I think that might be the Tower Hillier that we saw earlier. The Magnus is the real name we got this time. I think that would be the same guy.
Well, you can't have a PQ in Norway without a guy named Magnus.
Could you? No, exactly. That makes so much sense. It is hopefully the same guy. We can't really tell, because Melee is still acting up and lagging around. They're doing deck checks for both of the 4 semi-finalists, but it looks to me like they're done with that first deck check, at least. And no, or maybe they're just bringing them away for that deck check. It's hard for me to tell. Now, so you were talking about you doing a lot of PQs this season. So you're doing PQs together with other people like today, but you're also doing them with your own channel, right?
Right. So Late Night Gaming, we have quite a bit of the actual tournament coverage, and then we also do master classes. We also do shorts, basically about every card. McBobber's shorts have been doing great. So, yeah, it's a free community. Certainly come hang out. I know we have a couple of people from your podcast there, but we like being in touch with, and a place that hosts some of the other content creators. And if you've watched our coverage, we work with quite a few of the different channels as we accomplish it.
No, I think that's also telling of this community. Like, even within content creation, people are certainly cooperating rather than competing, and that's been the spirit kind of the whole thing. Even though it is a competitive game, so we're obviously competing, but there's such a camaraderie in whenever you visit a PQ like this one tonight. The feeling in the room is just a lot of welcoming and warm and camaraderie among all the players. That's at least my experience.
Oh, that absolutely. We were just at the Minnesota PQ, and it was great energy. It was, I think, 112 players in the middle of a blizzard.
Yeah,
the weather did not cooperate, but most of the people ended up coming, and it was a great time.
Yeah, and that's the experience, right?
Yeah, no, at least the ones I've been to in Chicago, Minneapolis, it's been exactly like that. Yeah, and I'm sure it's the same way in Oslo.
I'm sure. I've I'd be happy to be there, but this time I got to sit behind and do the casting. But the community, even though we are spread out over in Europe, we're spread out over different countries. Well, in the US, you're spread out over different states, but it's still, people like to travel, and when you do, you do see familiar faces from other. From online or from other tournaments, so it's really nice.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It really is kind of a open community. It's going to be really cool seeing everybody at the Galactics. You know,
Yeah.
I know that part of the prizing for sectionals and regionals are plane tickets to Vegas.
Yep.
You know, and that includes all the European ones. So, you know, at least some people are going to have a free ride on FFG.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, flying out is actually quite a significant cost. So if you can get a free flight from Europe, that's definitely going to help. Me personally, I'm going to go either way. I already got my tickets, but I wouldn't be sad if I got to get the flight slightly cheaper. So yeah, we are looking at a CadBlue Talking Town deck into the same OB blue that we did see for last game. What would you think would be the way to beat either of these decks, and who is actually favored here?
Well, I think, you know, I hate talking about favored or unfavored. I mean, unless it's some very, very specific things, because you can have the same deck that's built in multiple different ways, and it techs a little bit differently against what your opponents are. But I think OB is overlooked leader. I think we had my friend Phil from Bothan Network plays OB ECL very well. I think
he does indeed.
The Atlanta. I play that deck. You know, I think it is a good answer to a lot of the meta. I've done it with the ECL, so I'm looking forward to seeing this blue deck exactly how it rolls. 4-cost Vigilance is very, very powerful.
It's very potent.
Yep, and I'm 100% certain that the deck list includes 3 of those. CAD, I mean, his thing is pings.
Yeah.
OB is kind of the anti-pinger.
Right.
I mean, so that's one thing. But he has some, you know, powerful top game. And I mean, it comes down to some of his hand management too. I mean, Bazine at the right time is very important for the SCAD deck.
Yeah.
You know, try to get the key cards out of OB's hand. If the game goes forever, Double Blue will win.
For sure.
Eventually.
But also the way we saw that how Alan is playing this deck, he's running a lot of upgrades, lightsabers, electrostaffs, and for the forces with me to be able to double experience his force leaders or his force units. So he is buffing up units, and you'd think that would be weak to the tap down and ping effects of a Django deck, but he did persevere. Yeah.
And look at what, you know, we can see from the deck check right now. If you look at the screen, I know people aren't there, but there's a disabling Fang Fighter, you know, flip top on Cad Bane's deck. So he might have those main deck.
That could definitely be something that could play a huge role here. The disabling Fang Fighter being a good tempo play into a lightsaber or something like that.
All right. So we got some questions for the chat. So URL to Loopy's channel. Loopy's channel is Late Night Gaming L8 Night Gaming. I'll put an invite there in the chat. What decks do you enjoy the most at the moment before set 4? So interpreting that as what my favorite set 3 decks are.
Should probably mean that, yeah.
Yep, I have you know, the 2 decks that I have sleeved and ready to go to a PQ would be Vader and Quinlan. And Django. I like Django Red a lot too.
You used to play a lot of Sabine though, didn't you?
I did. You know, and I still do. We're lucky enough to have my wife and son both be able to go to the Minnesota PQ, so we only have, you know, bullets for 2 Sabine decks, so I can't play the 3rd one.
That makes sense. The Sabine deck is not the sheep deck it used to be in set 1.
So, you know, so here's the thing, folks. I mean, I think that the meta is addressing Sabine ECL more than any other deck. I mean, the decks that actually are popular, it's all yellow, and it's all to find something that regularly beats it. I mean, the second that stops being played as much, you'll see a bunch of new things, pop in, too. But all of these Tarkatown decks, they're trying to pick on Sabine. That's what's going on.
So we do have players sitting down at the table, so maybe we should move over to the top-down view here.
Let's do some gameplay. It looks like the deck check is over. They're doing a face-up shuffle over on CAD side, probably off the size of the screen.
I mean, they do have open deck lists at this point, so there's no actual reason to try and hide your main deck from your opponent. You might as well do that. Magnus is shuffling his deck the wrong side up. But why not? We have possibly gotten some deck. Yep, we do have deck lists here. Can you see the OB blue deck as well in the channel there? Because we do have a deck for the CAD player here. So
I do. I see both. So Alan has this Obi-Wan. It's Powell City is the name of the base. It's the health leader base, I think.
It is. It is.
And then the Obi list is about what you would expect from a mid-range, double blue deck. As you said, it has a lot of lightsabers.
A lot of force synergies.
Only 2 copies of Luke. I wonder if he just doesn't have a third copy of Luke, but maybe he just, doesn't want to go that far.
That could actually be the case. Luke is probably one of the more expensive and somewhat hard cards to get a hold of, since it was the supply was really poor for set 1 there for a while, but it's getting there.
Yeah, and we have 3x equalized main deck. Which is a wild card, and then we have Midnight Repairs. So just if you're gonna go double blue, go all in on double blue.
Why
all
not?
The heals.
Yeah, why not? So the CAD red is running a few unorthodox cards. It's running 1 disabling Fang Fighter in the opening in the main deck, which could be important, and it's also running 1 Fennec Shand main deck. It's running 1 Outmaneuver main deck, which is interesting. 3 times now. There's 2 of them. It's kind of usual in these decks, I guess. He's got 1 Lux Bontery. I don't know how to pronounce that, but the guy, the separatist guy.
He's like anti-exploit tech.
Yeah,
he lets you ready a unit if they pay less than the full cost for their thing.
Yeah. Which I don't think will be relevant.
It is. This is a pretty wild CAD list. I'll tell you that.
It is.
It's
Grenade Strike. We saw them being used very effectively in the first game against Jacob last time. I don't know.
One Cad Bane unit.
One
Cad Bane unit in the board. Got Count Dooku in the board. The spicy. Only 1 Jabba. 1 Jabba's in the sideboard. Jabba.
Yep. No, it's an interesting deck. It's certainly not the most orthodox version of this deck that I've seen. But
it's got a couple of Vader Sabers in the board too.
Yeah.
But against that Obi did list that we just saw, I mean, this has 1 dedicated anti-upgrade card.
It's and he doesn't have more to bring in, so that's going to have to do some heavy lifting probably. They are. It looks like they are looking at the deck lists as well right now, because
now both of these players started with 50 cards in their main deck, so they're not going the European way.
No.
For 260 or whatever number.
I resent that sentiment, because that's not the European way. That's the British way. Us Europeans, we actually know how probability works. So we keep to 50 card decks if we can. But those Brits, they did used to run that weird anti-metric system that you guys are on, so they might not have all the maths down here.
I think it's called the Imperial system.
Oh, that's what it's called. Yeah.
You'd have to travel many furlongs to get to some place that uses it.
Indeed. Even the Brits have actually started giving it up.
You know how many rods are in the furlong? I think it's actually a rod is 4.5 feet. So
beats me. I have no clue. I've only ever used the metric.
So there's actually some deck lists in the pod if you're able to flip those up on the screen using your host. We can demonstrate them while we're doing this.
Maybe. Where did you find that? In the pod?
So they're in the PQ. So you save it as an image and then you use.
Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, this one. Yeah, for sure. I will see if I can post that somewhere where we can show it. Maybe we could do this way. That will probably work. Maybe? No, it did not. Let me try it this way then. This would be the CAD deck. I could show that in here. This is the CAD deck. If you're able to read that off of your screen, maybe. I don't know how small it is when you're actually looking at it at YouTube. But I think we might actually be getting some gameplay starting here. They are shuffling up and they seem to be drawing opening hands there.
It does, and I see that Magnus has initiative.
Yep, Magnus got initiative, and I'll just enlarge this a little bit for myself. Magnus has yet to decide on his resources. No, he seems to have made a mulligan there.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
Looks to be the metal KTOD initiative. Over on Magnus' side. Not sure which of the players came with it.
That could be it.
All right, so we have the game open with OB playing a restored Arc 170 into the space arena.
And answered by Crafty. And a ping.
So he's going to do that. He elects not to Tarkin Town, so Cad will go in with initiative.
So he healed it immediately with
right.
OB.
So undoing the ping prevents the Tarkin Town, but makes it so that Cad has initiative.
Right, exactly. Which might be relevant, but also having a space unit into a deck that is kind of light on space might be very relevant. Being able to swing effectively for 3, like 2 on base and healing 1 every turn could rack up.
But Cad does have the punishing one, which is the primary 3-cost space unit that he has.
Yep.
And
Perilous position, removing the Crafty there and a ping.
So we'll see if he decides to Tarkin Town it now or not.
Yeah.
Looks like he is.
Yeah, he does. It makes sense.
So Magnus has some board presence early at the cost of his base. He has a punishing one into the space arena. Nothing on OB's board.
Correct. And that might be significant if he can manage to rack up a bit of damage here. Even though the OB blue deck has a significant amount of restore, if he can start pushing ahead on the damage there, it might actually be happening for him. So
all right, so we have regional governor. Now
let's see if we
hard to see.
I think someone we do have people on the ground that might give us a clue as to what he's calling here. They are writing on that Forloom.
Forlom.
Cool. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a good call, I think. If nothing else, that Forloom could just remove the regional governor.
Yeah, so the crew here at Midgard Games knows what's going on and knows that there's coverage going on.
It's actually our own crew. It's it's Jason, I think, from the Nordic Takedown podcast, sitting just next to the table there, helping us out. So that was he. Why did he? Why did he discard a lightsaber there? Oh no, yeah, Basin discarded a lightsaber. Yeah. Okay, cool. But he's got Kuhl online here, which will be able to draw him at least some cards, since Forlum still can't ambush him away. And I don't think Cad is running anything else that could just ambush the Kuhl away right away, does he? Can't see any small enough ambush units here. No, Bosk would be the next one, and he is at 5 resources, so maybe a Bosk. But that
looks like a Jedi lightsaber goes on Keel.
Yeah, maybe, possibly.
Or Electrostaff.
Electrostaff, or yeah, the lightsaber that.
I think I see two spent, so this would be Electrostaff.
Yeah, that would make sense. And then he is safe from Bosk ambush here as well, which means that he will draw a card. Since all of the cards in this deck is actually blue, he is guaranteed a draw here. Yeah, a lightsaber. So he's just got one back there. So this is what we saw from Alan last game as well. He is building quite a presence, even though Magnus was able to push. Syndicate Lackeys. I missed that in the list, but he is removing the regional governor. Makes sense in order to be able to hit Kuhl later with maybe a Forlum. So yeah, he's open to play that again. Yeah.
Covert strength.
Yeah, covert strength, healing Kuhl back up and putting another experience on him, right?
Right.
So
it's a Hondo card right there.
Yeah. No, so he's now a 5 powered unit, draws a card whenever he gets to attack, and he's got 5-6 health and gets to shield 1 damage on attacks. That's a significant unit.
Yeah, no, Keel and double blue is nothing to sneeze at.
No, certainly not.
So Alan readies his cards. Both players are on their flip turns this turn, I think.
Yeah.
Cad and Obi both being 6 cost.
Mm-hmm.
The Pow City base that Alan selected here gives Obi a little bit extra health.
Mm-hmm. One extra health, which puts him out of range of most of the ambush units that could take him out with 1 strike.
Magnus goes base with the Syndicate Lackey.
Interesting. He is trying to race here.
I think the Force is with me.
Yeah, it would be. He doesn't have any Force units online now, so it's just he's just pumping 2 more experience onto there, and he does get to attack immediately, right? No, or
he does.
not to.
I don't know if he elected to do that.
Yeah, it seems that he didn't because it's still standing. Okay, interesting. Why wouldn't he wait to play that and have? If he wanted to put it on Kuhl, he could have done so after flipping OB and getting that extra shield on there. That's a daring raid, I think. Removing the shield off a Kuhl.
Might be a grenade strike.
Oh, could it be? Yeah, it must have been grenade strike because he was allowed to hurt both of those units there.
Luke in the chat, yes, we have the deck list for Obi and we have the deck list for Cad. We'll probably show those when we're doing the sideboard. There's the image file deck list in the 1PQ channel.
Yeah.
See that? All right, so Cad comes in. He ambushes in. Looks like it must be Forlum.
Yeah, that would be a Forlum.
So.
Oh, we got actual images here. That's good.
Keel will clear the Forlum.
Yep. Yeah, that's a huge kill at this point, and Obi will also be able to heal it.
And that's Luke's lightsaber, I believe. So he's just got all the swords.
It is.
He's got all the swords.
Yeah, he's got all the swords.
All right, so CAD flips.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of interesting how this works out. I think he's inclined for Obi to go hit into him to avoid the raid back on the raid.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
CAD's got to run
because
into
if
Obi.
CAD strikes back, he just dies, and Obi stays.
Right.
But that is what he's doing, indeed. So okay.
Now, did he use Obi's on attack?
I didn't see it. He didn't have to kill Obi, so he could have put one on the punishing one there, and he didn't. So he must have elected not to. Oh no, Obi was didn't have any damage on him.
Yeah, he can heal a different unit when he does that, though.
Oh yeah, he could have healed Kill. Yeah, he could have. Certainly.
Obi gets a sword.
Mm-hmm.
Why would an Obi get a sword?
Well, he likes them.
It's prop.
Yep.
I think it's. I think that was the Jedi lightsaber.
That looks like a lightsaber from the little bit that I can see from the image, but it does indeed look like Obi-Wan, which is depicted on that card. We will show you the deck lists when they are going into sideboarding. We will put them on screen for you so that you can see for yourself what they actually have for options. So that's strength.
Ooh, another covert strength.
Buffing Obi-Wan even further and healing him a bit.
Does CAD have any tricks? Does he have no good to be dead to put down the now terrifying Obi?
Yeah, I don't know how to. I mean, even a no too good to me dead would just postpone the problem, right?
Yep. So it looks like instead we get an ambush from is that another Forlom?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that Succus?
That could actually be a Succus because I can't see the ambush actually, so it must be a Succus. But
right.
Yeah, no, it is a Succus. Reading it upside down, slightly pixelated. It's a little bit hard. They both aim guns that are shooting, but this is a Succus.
Yeah, everybody looks like an insect. I think that I think Forlom's actually a person.
A robot?
Succus is a cyborg, or it's the other way around. One of the two.
No, yeah, it's Forlom's 4, Succus is 5, but Succus is a 6/6, and Forlom is only a 4/4. So that takes
Obi slays the Zuckus.
Yeah,
not
messing
around.
No, he's just going for it. And he is also putting a little bit of damage on base with, is that Finn? I can't tell what that unit at the top right corner of the screen there is.
It's a good question. I almost question if that's the Mandalorian, because it looks like it's taking some sentinel shots, but I'm not sure what the unit is directly under Obi-Wan Kenobi.
No, exactly.
We have Obi with a Jedi lightsaber, and then we have Keel with an Electro staff.
Right. Yeah.
We have another unit with some damage on it.
Oh no, that's the Grit Wookiee that he's playing.
It's an angry Wookiee is what that
is.
It's
a really angry Wookiee with 4 damage on it. That is actually striking quite hard. I think that's a 6 powered unit at this point. But of course, CAD can't really touch it since
now we have redemption coming in.
Yep, just healing that back up.
Yeah, he's healing
Obi-Wan. He's so confident in his ability to stick into this game that he's only healing the base for a little bit. That's interesting because I mean he was at 19 on base and he's going down to 17 on base here, taking the full complement of 8 damage onto the redemption. No good to me dead indeed taps down Obi-Wan here. But Kill has restore 1, so he'll go down to 16 and hit base for another 5 and draw a card.
Gets a Fell of the Dragon.
Yeah, that's
makes playing that CAD unit feel not good.
Yeah.
All right, so Bosca's going to just slam into an Obi.
Yeah, and I mean Obi doesn't really mind because that's only 4 damage. And Obi has a health pool of what, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13. So yeah, he's still got 9 health left from a unit that heals himself.
He's sleepy though.
Yeah, he is sleepy. He is sleepy. Indeed. But this is not looking good for the CAD player. He has 18 damage on his talking town there. So he's actually behind on damage now. And the board state is just atrocious for him. McClunky taking out,
the redemption,
I guess, yeah, that would make sense because he hits for 6. So he needs to remove that. But still, that Kuhl is hitting for what, 3, 4? It's hitting for 4 or 5, I think. I think.
Yeah, 5 because
5.
It's got an electrostaff and an experience from the covert strength.
Yeah,
and he finds a vigilance.
Yeah. So that's bring that. So we're at 1923. So 2. If that Wookiee gets to strike here, it probably won't, since CAD can just remove it. But it is still very problematic.
So CAD's going to hoover up the 2 units.
Yeah.
I imagine the Fel the Dragon is going to be played by Obi because we saw him draw that a second ago.
Yeah.
And
so yeah,
the upgrades are going to go away. He'll get the units back in a second from the Fel.
Yeah, and it taps down. Most importantly, it taps down that Wookiee that would have been lethal. But it looks like maybe he's scooping up here anyway. Yeah, they're scooping that game up. So first game goes to Alan, and from what we could see, that looked really, really nasty. Let me bring up the deck lists for everyone to see. So this is the CAD Talking Town deck list that we have on screen there for you. What possibilities would you sideboard in here? What could possibly change the face of this?
Well, I mean, I'm sideboarding in the other No Good to Me Dead for sure, as well as the Jabba and the CAD. I mean, I kind of want those in my deck in the first place.
Yeah, the Waylay might be interesting.
The Waylay. I mean, there's some good Waylay targets in Obi's deck.
Especially to clean off all those upgrades.
To clean up upgrades, right? Yeah. Because you only have the one Fang Fighter. You can't make more at this point in the tournament. So
no.
I think that the CAD player brings in all his bounce as well.
Right. I assume so. Does he bring in the outmaneuvers?
I mean, it's an option. I don't know that stall is particularly helpful.
Nah. I mean, if he would have had the ability to go space heavy and just leave the ground arena tapped down, maybe, but that's not really an option. He's got two punishing ones, 2 ruthless raiders, and the Fang Fighter, and a couple of smaller ones like a Cartel Spacer 1, Cartel Spacer 2, gunships. That's not really an option, is it?
Yeah, no. I think that Blueby, Long Kanubi, really is a tough matchup for this CadBlue.
I
probably
think
didn't
so
have
too.
Obi Blue on his bingo card as he was driving to the planetary this morning, but you never know what you're going to find.
Yeah. So this is the deck that Alan is playing, and I don't know, is he even bringing anything in? He could possibly change 1 or 2 of the Felder Dragons for takedowns. That could make some sense.
Yeah, and he might grab the Razor Crest, but
maybe
it's really, I think the deck is set pretty well.
I think so
as
too.
It is.
He doesn't necessarily need to bring anything in here.
Yep, and he's got Finn. He's got Finn main deck. So
he's main decking double Finn.
I just can't wait to be calling the finals of the planetary and have Finn play. So God bless, Alan. God bless.
Yeah. No, he did play him out in that last in the quarterfinals. So it's not impossible. Let's move back to the top down view here, because they are resourcing and getting ready for game 2. Let me update the score as well. Alan is currently on on 1 game to 0. And I don't know. Oh, so he's calling for Loom again here. Crafty with a ping, I can only assume. Yeah. Yep. And that means that he could Tarkingtown here, but he seems oh no, he can't, because he answered immediately with Obi-Wan, keeping Forloom blocked, but also keeping Tarkingtown ready to go for something maybe more significant.
Yeah, I don't know that I sacrifice initiative to save my regional governor there, but
no, he did.
Alan's been playing this deck very well all day. Here, sitting here in the top 4
certainly
of a planetary qualifier.
Yep.
And Magnus is looking for answers. How do you crack this nut with Cad?
Yeah, and this is definitely not what Magnus is looking for. An empty board going into 4 resources. He needs to establish himself on the board early, because late he is losing.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that top end to compete with the Bluebee deck. Even though, I mean, also when it comes to the top end of the Bluebee deck, there isn't anything huge in there. He doesn't run Silo Beasts. He only runs 2 Lukes. So it's crazy. This deck is really, really interesting.
It sure is. And, it's always great seeing things here.
Yeah.
I think I'm probably running 3 Lukes in my
I would
deck,
too.
but...
I would too. That might just be the strongest unit in the game. So,
all right. So another card he does have in that deck is Yoda, and he's choosing the organized play Yoda with the creepy neck.
Yep. So he uses now there's 2 of them to bring out an early CAD here to capture that Yoda, and this is what he needs to be seeing. This is exactly the kind of board states that Magnus needs, but he's not necessarily ahead here. But a captured Yoda you could definitely give back for a card draw, right?
Yeah, no, so he's got to find a fell. I mean, that's the biggest answer that he's got, and it is a giant swing.
Yep. So if he can,
he spent a card to do that too. He spent the note. Now there are 2 of them.
He did. So if he can get to swing with CAD here, return Yoda, draw 2 cards, that's actually good for Magnus. That's really good for Magnus.
I don't think that I let him draw cards.
No, yeah, maybe he just doesn't rescue. Yeah. So he heals 2 off of the Kanan. Kanan should take 4 damage back there. I can't really tell. He did.
I think you put a dice on it.
It's just the dice is melting into the background there a little bit.
I like this play by Magnus because he recognizes that just a ping kills Kanan.
It's enough.
Play literally any card that says Underworld, which is every card in his deck, pretty much.
Pretty much. So that's
there's a Fang fighter that doesn't have it, but
yeah.
All right, so that is equalize.
Yeah,
I believe. So we have an equalize sighting, folks. Everybody check the DV.
Yeah, so that's -2/-2 to a unit, and if you are behind on units, you get to do -2/-2 to another unit. So he is debuffing both of the units, but
Cad's got a Vader saber.
Cad's got a lightsaber. Yep, he just found it. Yeah, it was laying on the ground apparently, and he picked it up.
Yep. So,
Cad
Bane is -2/-2, but then +3/1, right?
Yeah.
So he's
pretty big. He swings for 8, right?
Yep, sure swings for 8.
Yeah. And Cad is coming in.
Must have been a pass. From Alan.
Yeah, he did not claim because the initiative token is still with Magnus there, so he's passing.
Yeah. And Bell of the Ball, Obi's being pressed very hard by this Cad Bane deck right now.
Yeah, and he's
got to find an answer. He does.
Does he rescue?
Oh, the cards. He does. I think he gave the cards to Cad Bane.
He did. But I mean, Cad was holding Obi hostage pretty much there. Now he can bring Obi-Wan out.
And I do see a Luke Skywalker
in his hand there.
In his hand.
Okay. Oh, is he bait? No, he doesn't have the resources for it now.
He doesn't have the resources for it yet, but he's got to set that up for next turn.
Mm-hmm. So does he strike?
Obi's going to come out here. So Cad can't really hurt.
I mean, he last turn.
No, he has Sentinel, so you can't detect the Yoda. You have to hit the Sentinel.
He does fall there, but that just opens him up to be killed by Obi-Wan.
Well, he puts a lightsaber in Obi-Wan.
Yeah, Obi can just swing in for free into Cad there and kill him. Not taking any damage back and actually pushing one of
he should use the on attack.
Yeah. Healing himself. He's got 2 on attacks here. The healing.
I think he's deciding what to do. He may actually just clear the Cad.
But that would kill Obi-Wan, wouldn't it?
I think so.
Because it's a 8 powered right now. Even if he uses the on attack, it's 6. And he can heal 1.
Well, hold on though. He has that extra damn health from his base.
So, oh yeah.
So Obi actually has 11 health right now.
Yeah. And he that looks like he's doing that because he did push the damage to the CAD unit. Which he is clearing the CAD. He's clearing the CAD. Wow. Those units do get really big, don't they? So fast as well. Well, CAD claims here, right?
So
yeah,
and I think this goes to what I was saying as to giving the CAD unit 2 cards. I mean, he would have gotten them back at the end of the turn anyway.
Right? Yeah. No, I think that was definitely the wrong move to rescue Yoda there. He didn't need Yoda for anything really. He might have wanted to bait something with the Yoda, maybe. I don't know. And then he has that Luke primed in his hand, right? And CAD is now within Luke range, even without having something die. He could just hard play the Luke and kill him. But now he certainly can do it since he did lose Obi-Wan there. So yeah, this board state is not looking favorable to the CAD player. He does have all his resources open though. But what could he possibly play that would be significant here?
Well, I mean, he's got to build a board. He's got to find a way to deal with Luke Skywalker. I mean, another.
That's a tall order, though. That's a really tall order. Yeah, another CAD would be nice. But that's not it. That's a lackey taking out the Yoda.
Lackey taking out Yoda. Now he should order the CAD ping after the Syndicate land the ambush.
No, he can't.
CAD can't ping. Can't ping.
CAD just died this turn.
Yeah,
so Bothan to clean out the hand of any threats. That's a cool and vigilance. No, that's vanquish. No, which removal is that?
I think there might be equalize in there.
yeah.
I think he took vigilance, which makes sense.
He did. That's probably the correct play.
All right, we got 103 people watching live the Oslo Planetary Qualifier at Midgard Games in Norway.
Yeah,
we're in the semifinal, game 2. Alan on Story of the PQ, Blue Obi, looking to put down Cad Bane in this decisive semifinal match.
And it is looking very favorable to Alan at this point, even though Magnus was able to claw some of that board state back here, and Alan is running a little bit low on units in that hand, only the Cool, but then again, Cool will be able to draw cards. So yeah, there's that, and he's that my friend was that equalize, killing the lackeys and making Bothan hit for nothing. Oh, yep. So he did bring in some waylays probably, and that does make sense.
The only so much benefit to waylay Luke. because he gets his one plate again.
Indeed.
That mercenary gunship is looking like tasty Skywalker bake.
Very much so. But he doesn't have the resources for it right now. He's got 3 resources, I think, maybe 4.
Yeah, and neither one of these decks is maximizing kind of the end game for their, what they could have. I mean, we don't have crates in Cad's deck. We don't have,
Xylobees.
We only have 2 Lukes. We don't have Zillobees. We don't have any of the huge blue cards.
Nope. No, I think Alan is very much relying on being able to upgrade his units. He's playing up till the mid-range size of units, and then he's upgrading them.
All right, so Keel gets a sword. Is that Electrostaff again?
I think that was an Electrostaff. It has a lot of text on it. It could be a Luke sword. He does run those, doesn't he?
Yeah, and Tarkentown was still up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Gets the value there.
Yep.
He's gonna.
No, that must have been an Electrostaff.
I think he's got a claim here. He wants to get that Keel attack.
That's the only way to.
He should hit. I mean, he should hit for 1. He doesn't have initiative.
No, yeah. Since Alan claimed, he might as well. But he's playing something. Nope, he's just running his resources. Okay. Huh. So there is no damage on the CAD base at this moment. And we know that he's got a Luke in hand. So that could remove the crafty or the gunship. Just straight up.
Yeah. First play here though maybe turn card sideways.
Yeah. Certainly, and draw. Get to draw. That's another upgrade. Yeah.
Ruthless Raider finishes off Keel.
Yeah. This is actually looking somewhat good.
There's 11 damage on. No, what? Well,
Luke,
I suppose. Oh yeah, he's
gonna get the Luke is killing the Ruthless. Yeah, and getting 2 damage back, 2 damage on base. So
could Luke get an Electrostaff? Could we be so lucky? I mean, he could probably fight with an Electrostaff. If you can fight with a lightsaber, you can fight with an Electrostaff.
Yeah, definitely. But Magnus is doing some damage to the base.
Oh, we are at 16 damage on.
Yeah. So there is significant amount of damage there, and he's still got 3 more damage that he could possibly put there. He has 2 open resources, if I'm not reading this wrong.
No, you have 2 open resources. There's 16 damage on Obi's base. I think that base is 26 health. Is that right?
Yeah, it is.
You know, all the innovative stuff, making me look up stuff.
Yeah.
I had to look up, what Pow City's health is.
Yeah.
Had to remember what Midnight Repairs do.
That is
Alan is keeping us on our game.
He is indeed. I wonder, is he playing the Midnight Repairs specifically just because it has kill on the image? Because he could be playing regular repair, or what it's called, which is doing basically the same.
Midnight Repairs is exactly what the doctor ordered right now. Look at all that damage on Luke.
Yeah.
Now he's got an Electrostaff, so he's got 6 damage on it. Luke has 9 health with an Electrostaff, so the crafty doesn't quite kill it.
Nope.
Can he possibly Midnight Repair himself his way into the final?
He could, I guess. He does have the forces with me here, which usually
that's pretty good too.
It's pretty good.
If you can hit for 10, I mean it's good to hit for
10. 10 to base here would be nice, and then get that shield on. Obviously, with just the 1 unit out.
There it is.
Yep.
Look at you reading minds. Luke Skywalker, I'm sure he's going to walk right by that crafty.
He is. I can't see him killing a crafty with that strike. That would be silly. So 10 on base. He's got a shield, but that's Basine is just going to ping that right off, and then removing. He's reading cards. Yeah, you need
got
to
to rethink. I mean, he's keeping Magnus on too, so it's going to be the Jedi lightsaber.
For sure.
It's going to be the Jedi lightsaber.
The lightsaber on Luke there would have been really devastating.
I mean, this Obi deck runs Kashyyyk Defender.
So it does.
Let's go, people. Let's go, people.
Yeah. I do think like when you do get to see a deck like this perform this well, that's just a treat. You don't get to do that often.
Somewhere Falafel is just having a moment right now.
I hope he is.
Could this be the first Obi PQ win? I don't think we've had one, right?
I don't. He has top 8'd, but I don't think he's.
Yes, right.
It doesn't. I don't think he's won anything. So what are they counting now? Not sure. Did Alan claim? No, he didn't. He's healing with the Obi ability. So Luke is down to 3 damage on him, which essentially puts him at 7 plus 2, so 9 health again. Yep. It is interesting to see what possible answers Magnus could have for this.
Well, I think that there's 18 damage on Magnus's base, so Luke swings for 10, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. No, it's not 18, it's 14. 14 damage on Magnus's base, so he's 1 off. But there are a lot of cards in Magnus's Alan's hand that will bring Luke up to swing for more than 10. So what is that? Is that a surprise strike? That's not going to cut it. That's not going to cut it. So he just turns Luke sideways, dealing another 10 to base. Oh no, 15. Yep. How did he get it to 11 there? I don't know. It's game.
Well, I saw it there, but we have Magnus concedes, and Blue Obi has in fact made the finals of the Oslo Planetary.
He has.
I mean, just what you thought was going to happen today, right?
Yeah, that's not what I had thought, but maybe. So 2 games to none. It winning in convincing manner. I mean, these games. This last game was a little bit closer, but it's still convincing play from Alan there. I'll bring us back to the deck lists, I think, right? Because these deck lists.
Yeah, we got to see this. We got to see this Obi deck, Viktor.
These deck lists.
Everybody in the comments is demanding deck lists.
Yeah. So this is the deck list of the Obi. This is what he's running. I don't think he sideboarded in a single card in both of these two, the quarterfinal and the semifinal. He just left the deck as is. Granted, he was running into 2 somewhat similar decks in Django and then CadBlue here. But this is what's happening here, folks.
So it's a very value-based deck. It's upgrade heavy.
Certainly.
I mean, you have the 3 Electro Staffs, 3 Jedi Lightsabers, and then the experience from Forces with Me, which is another 3 of. And other than that, I mean, the sideboard has some anti-space. I imagine those come in for Django when you have the Aether Sprite. The Aether Sprite is an excellent card against Django.
Yeah, it trades so well. It trades so well there.
Right.
Also, the arc is fairly good. It is really an answer to the Phantom and some other of those cards. It can take out some of the problematic cards.
All right. So just play it straight. 3 covert strengths, it looks like.
Yep. Which also buffs most of the units, gives another, it heals for 2 and it puts an experience on your unit. That's what he's doing here.
It could be a good deck for that card that just came out yesterday. Was it Nebula Blast that kills everything that's not upgraded?
Right.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. What is the Finn unit doing though? I do not understand the Finn unit much.
My best guess is that Alan lost a bet.
And he had to do that. Yeah, that could be it.
And now we have Finn in the finals of the Oslo PQ.
Yeah,
I mean,
it could be it. We are actually going to go to the final in a moment, but we will bring Jeff Creasy back. So we will cast it, all three of us actually. So we will put you guys on a test screen for a couple of minutes as I bring Jeff back on here. But we will be back in a bit and talk about these decks with you.
Avengers Assemble. Let's go, and everybody go out there, share the stream. Why isn't everybody watching the Nordic Takedown podcast right now as we go into the finals with the blue Obi deck? So everybody go find a friend and come back with us for
this is one for the books, man. You want to see this. All right, everyone, see you in a little bit. I'll put you on a test screen here, and we will be back just in a bit. We are back on. So I've got both Loopee and Jeff with me here. and we have stuff to talk about, don't we?
Oh,
we do have stuff to talk about, Victor, and thanks for the invite here. It's kind of cool to reunite with my cohort, Jeff. We probably have done have done 20 hours of PQ coverage,
at least
together. So, but did you see that last semifinal match with Blue Obi continuing his tear through the Norwegian fjords?
It's just a crazy deck. I'll bring it up on screen for everyone to see here. So this is the blue Obi-Wan deck that is in the finals. Do we actually know what deck he's up against yet? No, I don't think we have anything for that yet. But he's up either against Han Yellow, I think, or what could it possibly be that's on the other side of that bracket?
I imagine he wants to see anything beyond before
anything that's not Han Yellow.
Yeah,
right.
I think maybe Hyrax's Boss Green could be through as well.
That'd be an interesting one.
That could be.
Yeah, and I think that'll depend a lot on whether the boss player brought any discard. I think that the Obi deck is going to be kind of naturally favored with, things like Force Throw and Pillage being able to maybe close the gap. I can tell you that if I'm on Quinlan, I'm happy, seeing a double blue deck usually, because they typically don't recover that well from discard, and you have to take care of that Keel. Keel is just been a monster. Drawing cards.
It's 100% to draw a card with the deck, even post board with anything. So
right.
As we can see, they haven't reported the other semi-final yet, but that is between I'm So Humble Adam Landsberg, who is playing double yellow Han 1, and Hyrax Jonathan, who is playing a green Bosk. So both of those decks will present a very different match riddle for Alan to solve, I'd say.
I think both of those decks are going to be better into Alan than we saw in the first 2 rounds of top 8. I think the first 2 rounds is closer to what he wanted to see, with both being ping decks. Django not being Django Tarkentown obviously changes the math a little bit. But I think things like CAD is more what this Obi wants to see, where he can kind of control where the damage goes and mitigate the CAD leader ability, and then just get his Obi buffed up so big and get these other units so where CAD just can't do anything, gets overwhelmed.
Yeah, with the Django deck, I wasn't expecting Alan to have such an easy time because of the difference with the Django Green having quite a significant top end, and with the ping exhaustibility. But with the CAD deck, I after having seen the way he handled that Django deck, I didn't see how Magnus was going to get there, and certainly he didn't. But now we are looking at 2 very different decks. Also, worth noticing here, Hyrax and I'm So Humble, who is playing that other semi-final right now, they have been playing each other for years, throughout the year here. Both of them play often in the Skövde, which is a weird little town in Sweden that has somehow managed to build one of the largest Star Wars Unlimited communities in the country. It's just a couple of maybe 50,000 inhabitants or so, but they have a much larger meta there than we do even in Stockholm, a 1.5-2 million city. So
that's awesome.
That's just awesome, and they have this really nice community store there, Mana Torsk, which is just a awesome place to play at. So yeah, it's Jonathan representing that because he's a local there, and Adam is not actually local from there, but that's one of the game stores he's closest to.
And the city's name's
Skövde. Yeah, no, that's a name that has to be Swedish. You can't. I don't think I can speak it to anyone else to say. We even got the umlaut.
Yes, thanks us for the umlaut of the. Can the umlauts carry the day?
Yeah,
as we have innovation coming out of Sweden, trying to trying to take over the Norway PQ. Now, is that like the people from Wisconsin were looking to try to take away the Minnesota PQ title? Is that the kind of rivalry that happens here?
Also,
the Swedes are coming.
The Minnesotans are Swedes, aren't they?
There's a lot. There is,
Yeah.
in fact, if Minnesota is tied to Norwegians, actually.
Okay.
But Scandinavians and Minnesotas that's a thing.
Yeah. Well, let's move back to the deck lists that we do have. We don't have the deck list from either Hyrax nor I'm So Humble, but they are a lot less weird, I would say.
Yeah.
Because they are, if maybe not absolute standard in every deck choice, they are still a yellow Han and a boss green deck.
Let's talk about the big news of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, coming out of Holland, the Dutch PQ has gone to Vader Green.
Yeah. And that's wrapped up now. He actually took it down.
So, yeah, shout out to the player that does it. People that, follow our channel know Vader is my, first love as far as decks. The first video I did way back when. And, I was very nearly ran that at the Minnesota PQ. I just did too. I swerved at the last second because I forgot my fallen lightsabers at home. But I'm glad to see Vader there. It's well positioned. I mean, if you can dodge Sabine, you're generally going to have a good day.
I played against a Vader Green in the Utah PQ, and the whole time I was like, man, Loopee would love this.
Did he get you?
He did not.
See?
He almost got me game one because he flipped Vader and then put a Grievous's wheel bike on him, and I said, well, that's a thing.
Wow. Grievous's wheel bike.
You may think you're cool, but you are not as cool as Darth Vader riding.
No, you're not.
Riding a wheel bike. Yeah, exactly.
All right, so whoever Boole is in the chat says Adam plays Chewie main deck and 2 more sideboard and the Django deck.
Yeah, so that's certainly his anti-Django deck. And he did, for the Stockholm PQ that Alan did take down, he was playing Jar Jar Binks as a serious anti-Django tech card. He did bring it in every Django matchup. He didn't get to play it, but he did have it in the deck post-board every time he faced the Django deck. I don't know that that's really the tech you want, but he was so afraid of the Swoop Races version, which is playing a lot of really small, the droids on the doorstep, and it is swarming a lot. So he thought that if he gets into bad board state, playing out Jar Jar Binks might actually be beneficial to him. Not sure I agree, but that's what he did.
Oh, I love Jar Jar. I don't know that it's usually the most competitive option, but I do think it's better than people think, especially against stuff like on the doorstep when you can manipulate the odds in your favor a bit more.
No, that's certainly the estimate that Adam was doing.
I'm just waiting for my double deck pod to make my Boba Fett IG-88 Twin Suns deck that has Jar Jar. Because
but that's a different.
It's the only valid Twin Suns deck, I think.
I mean, if you're playing Twin Suns, the odds are certainly much more in your favor immediately. So that there is certainly the place for it.
Yeah, and you can go on a yellow base. You can do Jar Jar in aspect, so that's important.
Yeah, certainly. Let's see if we can bring up. Do we have any new results here? I don't think I refreshed this. I don't think we have any. No, still not reported. So we still don't know what Alan is facing in that other final. So which decks are in the final from 13? Well, we do have a double blue Obi-Wan certainly in the final. And in the other semi-final, we're just waiting to finish up. It's a double yellow Han and a boss green competing. We haven't seen the double yellow Han on this stream today, but it was on stream last weekend a lot since it did take down the Stockholm PQ.
Does it happen to run Tech and DJ?
No, it does. It does run those cards.
Those
no,
are really
yeah,
good against 6 deploy leaders if you can stop them from ever getting to 6.
for sure. No, I think both of those decks could present some serious problems for Alan.
Yeah.
The way we
I
saw
think he definitely does not want to see Han yellow.
No, I think he's got a little bit more of a chance to run under the Bosk deck, but even the Bosk deck does present some really serious challenges. If the Bosk deck can get to its top end, and it has a significant top end, it can easily take care of his units because you know he will take the initiative, his crate dragons into things, and you know that's just a lot.
I mean, we did see a 13 health Obi-Wan in the top 8, which would just kill a crate dragon.
Yeah, we did. We did. So yeah, it's. I'm not saying it.
And then heal the damage back with midnight.
Exactly,
Repair,
and then the midnight repairs heal 8. What's the problem?
Yeah,
I think we need I think we need special graphics and a sound effect for when midnight repairs. You know,
I wish I had.
maybe get some Finn sideboard sounds coming in.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I would love to have one of those soundboards. I could push some buttons here, but
yeah, if we're not recording through Discord or otherwise.
No.
You know, I've been known to soundboard. You know, at coverage at times. But it'll be an interesting match. Particularly if it's Bosk. And I mean the Bosk green, villain green red. I mean, has the capacity to be good against that blue deck. Yeah. It's just how they built, right? Because I think that really it's about how much discard you have, because you could have discard if you have Bosk. If he has a bunch of pillages, that's something that's very difficult to deal with, particularly if you can keep Keel dead. So
yeah, I think the Bosk green would just be a more difficult version of the Django green for this Obi to handle, because Django, we kept saying they need specifically to get Overwhelming Barrage or their Devastators late game, and Bosk is going to have those same choices plus a lot more late game, and it's going to be a lot easier for Bosk to ramp than it was for the Django green. So I would expect that to be a similar matchup, except Bosk is going to do a little bit better than, like, Django would be better into some of the more aggressive stuff, but this Bosk deck is going to be better into something like this blue Obi, I would imagine.
I would imagine so too. So we did get a question from chat what he faced throughout the tournament. Alan did face. So he I'm not sure if you can see on screen the round by round here, but the first round he faced some Norwegian player. I don't know what that guy was on, but then he played the draw against Jacob, the Django green player that he then eventually found a win against in the quarterfinals. He beat another Norwegian player on an unnamed deck I don't know about, but then we had him lose to Steven, a Danish player which was playing CadBlue. So he did lose to CadBlue, which makes sense. That deck might have the tools to control his units perfectly. And then he won against another Norwegian player, and in the round 6 he beat Alvin, who I do know. We had Alvin on screen in the second round. Alvin was playing a younger Tarkin Town, which would have been perfect matchup for this blue deck. And we seen him now in 2 games in a row beat first the Django green player that he drawed in the second round, and then beat Magnus on the CAD red there. So that's as far as I know of his track record here. So yeah, he came in as a 4-2. So we do that must be Adam, because he is putting that championship mat that he won in Stockholm last weekend. So we are going to see him face off against a Han yellow. So let's see what would be the most important cards in this matchup in your estimate.
So I think that really, I mean, Obi needs to find ground units because he's got to protect against DJ. He's got to have an answer for DJ if and when it hits, and it's not that simple, right? Because the easiest answers you have are a sword on a keel or something else, and that's really a risky business against a mono yellow deck that has 9 good sources of bounce. Usually, do we have the Han list exactly that we can show up to people?
I don't have it on hand, so I can show it, but it is a standard hand list running basic. The spice he's running would be the Chewy, the set 1 Chewy, and the Jar Jar. Outside of that, it's fairly standard.
So it has Jar Jar in it because it does. Why wouldn't it have Jar Jar?
Yeah, it does.
we may have actually Finn versus Jar Jar. That is a thing that could happen.
There we go. Yeah.
Indeed, that could happen.
Both cards taking into the list. So I think Finn wins that matchup pretty well. I mean, he's a 3/4, so
yep.
I mean,
but until Jar Jar hits him for 4.
Jar Jar hits himself for 4. All right.
Either or, tomato, potato. I do think that Obi post board has 2 takedowns, which will help. But main deck, he's going to be really weak to exactly tech into DJ. He does have the 3 perilous positions along with the forces with me, so he can disrupt the Han flip pretty easily. Yeah. But he is going to be weak to just playing tech into playing DJ. So we'll see if the Han player can get the as it has been dubbed by some of the American players, the bozo combo.
Yeah, no, I think if indeed Adam can pull that off consistently, he has this game. Also, he's running a significant portion of hand disruption. Obviously, if he can Kira on second turn consistently and disrupt the ability to play things, and also if he draws his cunnings and just push damage,
Yeah, no, I mean cunnings versus vigilance is a tracker that you look at in this matchup too, for sure.
For sure, both of them play them for 4, so that might be a game within the game. Who can draw the aspect cards the fastest and the most consistently?
I do see cunning being more impactful than vigilance in this matchup. I don't think there's going to be a ton of the 3 health units for vigilance to kill, and it heals 5, so it's cunning with either the tap or the bounce and the +4 to try to get in some damage, and maybe use that to kill sentinels or Obi-Wan. I do think cunning's going to be more important.
Yeah,
and there's really not that many sentinels in Alan's deck either. I mean, he's not running the Obi.
Well, he is in the sideboard.
In the sideboard, well, they're not coming in for this match.
Oh yeah, I was just thinking the Alan's game plan that I've seen so far is suit up Obi and make him unkillable, and an extra 4 damage could help that.
And that's really the one that you have, right? The only safe place to put upgrades is on Obi. Because with all anything else can be bounced.
Yeah, you assume there's going to be waylays and Cantina bouncers.
Yeah. We should be getting deck lists for this matchup as well, but I still haven't seen.
I'm excited to see this matchup. I mean, will Bell of the Ball Obi finish the day?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
And I think it's accurate that we have not had an Obi win.
Yeah.
We've had some Obi's placed.
Yeah.
But...
No, I mean, Adam is certainly a very good friend of mine, but he's already got that champ mat there. I would not be sad if we got to see this Obi-Wan deck take it all down, and he's flaunting that fin there.
And Obi's got the buy. I mean, so if
that's where point.
He's already run. I mean, so this will pass down the world's buy
for sure. And so, but just to see it take it down would be so satisfying, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it does run a lot of copies of takedowns, so we'll see if we can actually
only 2 in the board.
2 in the board, yeah. None in the main deck.
And one note that is that we talked about ways to stop Obi from getting DJ'd, and one of those is he does have 3 regional governors in the main deck.
Yep.
So those can very easily just name DJ.
Yep.
Buy him a turn or 2. Because really, he just needs to deploy. If he gets to the deploy phase, I think he's going to be the DJ gets a lot less effective at that point.
Certainly.
But if Han can stop Obi from flipping, then it becomes a real issue.
Yep. Yeah. No, Adam needs the tempo in order to win with his hand deck here. I'm sure of that. So Adam is sitting down now, and we're waiting for Alan to come to the table as well. and then we might just get this show on the road. I'll bring us to the top down. Yeah, this is what we're looking at. Sending a couple of last minutes messages, I guess, Adam there with his phone, as he's waiting for Alan to. And Alan did get a longer break because Alan has been waiting for a bit here, so he might have been able to, visit the bathroom and all that.
He might be still at the sandwich shop next door, who
Yeah.
And I love how his deck flipped up with Finn on top.
Oh yeah,
letting him know there.
Yeah.
You know what's coming for you.
If Adam can get his stuff together, he should have his Jar Jar.
He should. But he has his Jar Jar in the board, so he can't do it until next game. But yeah, that would be great. So yeah, I don't know that I don't think I've ever met Alan. I think he's a Norwegian player, but I'm not certain on that. But they are certainly taking their time here. I do see some shadows, so that is Alan sitting down there now, and we might be getting this on.
So when you play these events in Europe, is it common that you're across the table from somebody that you don't speak the same language of?
I'd say that's fairly common. With Scandinavia, it's less of a problem since at least Swedes and Norwegians understand each other fairly well. They are not the same language, but they are very closely related. So you can understand them. With the Danish, they usually understand Swedish to some extent, but Norwegians usually don't understand Danish very well because they have a muddled up pronunciation that makes it really hard for us. But then you got Finnish, which is just unintelligible to anyone, even Finnish people maybe. And you got Estonian, and you got Polish, and so Europe is not that big distance wise. Like Sweden and Norway would probably be the one countries that actually do present some distances to travel. Sweden is not huge area wise, but it's very tall. So traveling from the north of Sweden down to the south of Sweden, you probably want to get a plane or at least an overnight train or something.
That's very interesting.
Adam reading the text on Finn before the match starts.
Well, that's an important thing to do. And
I had to Google it. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
Bull in the chat tells us that Alan is British, but local to Oslo.
Okay, cool. That would explain the less Scandinavian sounding name, even though Alan is not unheard of here. It's not.
It's no Magnus.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's reading a couple of cards here because.
Yeah.
I
mean, there are a lot of those. Like, even though I know roughly what they do in a tournament, I would ask to read Midnight Repairs just to make sure that it's 2, it's 8 damage, it can be base, or just make sure you understand the full wording on the card. I think it's super important.
Yep. I agree. Just calling the games like this, I have had been forced to look up a certain number of cards here.
Yeah,
I definitely haven't had to do that. Definitely not.
Well, I never Google the cards. I just message Loopee. What does this card do? And he tells me exactly what it is.
So Midnight Repairs is 2. It heals 8 damage from any number of units. It cannot heal base. That's Midnight Repairs.
Yeah.
Equalize.
Equalize. Yeah.
Equalize is -2/-2, and then if your opponent still has more units than you after the first -2/-2, then you do a second one to another unit.
I actually think that the card resolves before anything dies. So it doesn't really matter if you kill something and get to equal amounts. And that's my understanding of the rulings. Have you checked that yet?
I have not.
I do think you resolve the full.
The judge Discord.
Yeah, I do think you resolve the full.
You're a brave man going into there.
I don't go in there so much as hope someone tags me on the answer. I
mean, I appreciate it, and I usually text some people in the community that are more than kind enough to explain rules for me.
Yeah.
And, as long as I know how it works or which way it's supposed to be, I don't care about the why as much as some people do. But you get arguments on the judge Discord, I'll tell you that.
Oh for sure.
And they're still facing each other. We have Han dealing. Now it looks like he's going to do a pile shuffle here. Before I think that they're just to the end of the deck list review.
Exactly after a deck check like this, you probably want to count your cards out so that you have the right number in your main deck and haven't accidentally got any of your sideboard cards in there.
Yeah. No, I always, anytime that I've touched the sideboard, I do a pile shuffle.
Yeah.
And then you get, typically the magic ones that are going to complain about that. But I shuffle normally and then do a pile shuffle and then shuffle normally again.
Exactly.
If you ever are worried about your other player's deck, just shuffle it. That's what the rules say.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing wrong with a pile shuffle as long as you do some other shuffles as well.
Yeah, the main thing is I try not to call it pile shuffling. I call it pile counting. Because you're not randomizing anything. Everything is still in a defined order from that you can easily recreate where your deck started after you pile shuffle.
Yeah.
So usually most players just do it as a double check to make sure that they have the right number of cards in their deck.
Right. Exactly. That's what you got to expect them to be doing. So we do have the deck list for Adam now, and we can bring it up for the sideboarding for you later. But he has removed Jar Jar from the sideboard, so he isn't running Jar Jar for this. He is running a full complement of Waylays in main deck, which could be very significant. He's running 3 Bodhi Rooks main deck, obviously, 3 Kiras, and he's running only 1 Shui from set 1 in main deck. But
yeah, and Bodhi Rook hits those upgrades importantly too. It's not just events.
Yeah, exactly. That's definitely the case. He's got 3 Spark in there, and he's got 3 Blasters to get maximum effect. And he's running one of those new blasters, the small blaster, the grey one in his sideboard. So you can bring in that as well.
I see that.
Yeah.
Not sure I understand that, but I see that.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I didn't say I agree with it, but I said it was there.
But but he's got more Wookiees in your typical Han yellow deck.
And
Ahsoka Tano in the sideboard too.
I'm not sure what it's doing there, but it's there.
It's next to Ezra. I mean, I wish Ahsoka was better than Ezra, but
she's not.
Unfortunately,
yeah.
So,
right. So
at least sometimes she could have ambush in very limited situations. The new Ahsoka, 4-cost Ahsoka from.
That's going to be good. That's going to be.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah. So we see Alan open a queue here, and it looks like Adam is considering using Han ability here. I did not see what was in his hand.
Going to play Han, you might as well do Han things.
Yeah, certainly. I did not see what was in his hand, so I can't really guess as to what he's trying to. Oh, yeah, Falcon. So this might be really important. If he can start buffing that Falcon with surprise strikes, he can go quite fast.
I still think he would have preferred to play. We saw him kill a Chewbacca. So
yeah, and that's
I still think he would have preferred to play a 3/5 on the ground because Queel with both restore and card draw, you need to get that off the board.
Yep.
If you're at him.
But he might have some way to deal with it, but not before he gets to strike once at least. So
Queel goes into the base for 2, restoring 1, and he'll flip a card. All of the cards are blue.
Yeah, so it's always drawing. It's always drawing. Yeah. We do have issues with the feed, so it's very pixely and grainy. I'm not sure if that's how it's coming through on the. It looks quite rough on the YouTube.
So a bounce would just be punishing right now.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have it. He
didn't have it there.
The liberated slaves.
He has the trait soup 3/5.
Yep. But
And notably, he'd have to surprise strike in to kill it. A blaster won't do it, if assuming that's a lightsaber and not an electro staff.
I think
I
that's
think that's a Jedi
lightsaber.
lightsaber.
Yeah,
I think it is too.
it's too light in the color to be the staff, but he removes the slaves before they can do any such shenanigans and draw another card.
He's reading it himself.
Yep. Yeah. It would look like. Yep. So I guess Han is just going to strike with Falcon and then pass.
Really rough for Han if he doesn't have anything to play here.
He's got to have some. He needs Akira or.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't he play already this turn?
No, he hasn't played anything yet.
Oh yeah.
It was just attack with Queel, attack with Falcon.
Mm.
Then we see the Vigilance, so I think he's shielding the Queel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Could make sense.
So we see Han action into Cantina Bouncer. Yeah, that's
what
huge
he's
punish for
going
that.
to do. That's what he's want to do.
Yeah.
And that's how he's going to keep the board slightly cleaner than what we've seen in the previous two top 8 games.
Mm-hmm.
I think Bouncer and Waylay might be very important cards here, as Cunning, obviously.
Right, and cunning you can get around, right? The bounce has to be 4 power or less.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But Cantina Bouncer and Waylay can hit any unit.
Yep.
And I think we're seeing a bit of the we're seeing a bit of the awkwardness of the removal package that Obi went for, knowing that he needs to fell the Dragon's Mane to try to beat these decks that are going to go over the top of him. But that's a pretty dead card in this matchup.
Yep.
So he has a handful of cards, and his best play was Vigilance to heal 5, and just not a very impactful Vigilance.
Nope. But Adam is down to just one single card in hand now. But yeah, being able to just kill there and keep hitting the base.
Does he have a fin to play?
Mm-hmm.
See a perilous position, so I'd imagine he's passing here.
Yeah.
Because he wants to wait for Han to deploy.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Which, yeah, it's
real quick.
Yeah, real quick. Which will prevent DJ from coming out this turn.
I thought he Honned. Okay, so yeah, he Honned up to 6, so he gets the L3 from resources.
Yep. And then he is claim and pass. So Alan doesn't have anything on board though. So his first play here has to be a play of some sort, or obviously pass. But...
Yeah. And it's
nice. Not wrong.
You don't need your first play to be flip Obi, but it can be because they're still at 6, so you can't get DJ'd immediately.
Yep.
But I think just flipping Obi first is fine here.
Yeah, preventing some damage.
So.
Yeah.
Obi's a 4/8, so
yeah.
I think that kills his Han unit because of
perilous
position.
It does.
It does.
With perilous, he dies, and he only puts 2 damage on there, but he does get the resource, which is important because now he can DJ.
He has to worry about Han unit. So he's going to play Vigilance to...
You defeat the L3 and shield Obi, or the Cantina Bouncer, either one.
But, Adam only got 1 card in hand. Is that a Han unit, or what,
Yeah, well, that's what he needs.
That's what he needs, but does he have it?
I would think if it was a Han unit, he probably would have attacked in first to break the shield, just to make sure that got through.
Does he have a Midnight Repair? That's what it is! Is that it?
Yeah.
It is.
Yep, it was. It was.
And Alan came through at midnight.
And that is indeed the Han unit. So he does kill...
Midnight Repair coming in clutch. He doesn't kill it because the Midnight Repair healed him.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Obi
can't kill it.
Damage free.
Yeah, that really saved him there. Midnight Repair, lifting heavy.
Does he have a second Midnight Repair?
I think he's going to claim, because now we could also have the Forces with me and just kill Han unit with a shield.
Yep.
And heal a damage off, so L3 would need an extra buff to defeat Obi.
Exactly. That would definitely be a good play here. He did claim,
How about the forces with me too? Midnight Repair.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Han unit's got 2 damage on him, so a force with the forces with me. But also, doesn't he run It Binds All Things?
Should have 4 damage on him, right? Because he hit
so. I can double
No,
check
maybe he
the
didn't.
list.
Maybe he didn't.
I don't think he runs binds that I saw.
No, I didn't see that one.
He does run the forces with me.
Yeah, which definitely could be a good play here. He is turning sideways. So he's hitting something. And he's pushing 1 damage to the Falcon.
He's just trading with the Han.
Yeah, trading
so
with Han.
He didn't have the heal, so he's just making sure that he can also kill the Han unit.
Just reeks of Luke.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the team is really rugged here. They don't have any proper Wi-Fi down in store, apparently. So we've been seeing this over and over. DJ, he's a lot less significant now when we're already done with the flip turn, but it's still disruptive.
I think it does take him down to 6, which I think means no Luke this turn.
Yep, it does. Does he even have Luke in hand? He has a fat wad of cards there. And
he has a lot of things in hand, that's for sure.
Yeah. Oh no, that's not his cards, but he still has a there's a Luke in there, but he can't play it, so he's playing Cool.
Another Quill.
And Adam just keeps hammering the base. He has, I think that's 10 damage on base.
Indeed.
I mean, that's far to go, but it's with the Obi-Wan already off the board. That can soon amount to a lot more.
That was covert strength, I think, just to.
I think so. Yeah, for the experience.
It makes sense because now Quill doesn't die to the DJ attack. He has to have a blaster or something.
Yep, certainly. But that's another 2 to the base, and it is a 26 health base, so that could be interesting. And Adam returns the forces with me. That was a resource. Adam is now on. Is that 9 resources? I think so.
Yes.
I think he's on 9. Alan is at 7.
Yeah.
Resourced up. And he's got a full grip of blue cards to see what he can find.
Yep. Adam has only the 1 card in hand.
We've got 106 people watching live. Thanks for joining us at the finals of the Oslo, Norway Planetary Qualifier in Midgard Games. We have Alan piloting blue Obi-Wan Kenobi on the right, going against the Han yellow deck, piloted by Adam.
And Adam is racking up damage here. He strikes with a blaster here from DJ and gets to 16, which is 10 more damage, and he's done. So
but Luke Skywalker hits the field, which is the most problematic card, I think, to deal with for Adam.
For sure. Outside of the Obi leader, that would be the most problematic card.
Worth noting that it was several turns ago now that Alan put 1 damage on the Falcon with the Obi attack. We knew he had Luke in hand at the time, but he didn't get to play him that turn because of the DJ. But since he put the 1 damage on the Falcon anyway, he still gets to kill it with the Luke, even though no units died for him this turn.
Yeah.
You know, these control decks, you got to think 3 steps ahead.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Just like Thrawn.
Indeed.
Just like Thrawn. Who's also blue.
Certainly. So now he's got quite a significant amount of restore on the board, so he can start mitigating the damage that has been coming in, as well as Luke being able to clear out some of the problematic units himself, especially if he can play forces with me or something on the Luke unit there, so he survives as well.
Yeah, Jordan in the chat notes that Falcon did so much damage, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that Falcon hit 5 times for 15 damage. I mean, a lot of times a space unit can can go that way and keep pounding away the entire game.
Yeah.
Turn one. So now, really, Alan's looking for some way to restore a lot.
Yeah.
Before he gets finished off here.